muted? The answer is yes, but obviously the more of you that there are, the smaller you're going to be when there's a screen share going on.
Okay. Well, certainly I will come on camera then during the parts that really involve me, but it sounds like maybe, you know, during for a housing topic, it would be smarter if I turned my camera off so that the presenters actually dealing with housing are bigger. Does that make sense?
I see Casaria nodding, so sure.
Yeah,
All right.
that makes sense.
I see Casaria nodding, so sure.
Yeah,
All right.
that makes sense.
That was me checking the YouTube, Matt. That's what your perplexed look is.
I was just wondering, am I hallucinating? Am I the only one hearing echoes? So we've established about a 15-second delay on the YouTube, huh?
Pretty standard. Pretty standard.
I thought that was the LCDC dance mix.
Well, feel free, Steve. Go ahead. Show us your moves.
Good morning to everyone in the room there in John Day. It's 8:29. We'll be starting the live stream and the recording and the webinar here in 1 minute.
Casaria, I'm getting notes that folks are still waiting to be let in. Commissioner Lilac.
Okay, Ingrid, will you start the webinar and then move him over? We won't see them until we start the webinar.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, starting it now.
Mhm.
Syria, you're muted.
For individuals who have testified and have not already signed up, please grab a green comment card from the materials table. Zoom participants, please rename yourselves so we can identify you and bring you forward at your opportunity to speak. Zoom participants will remain in listen-only mode until called on to testify. Chair Halova, the meeting is yours.
Thank you, Casaria. Is my microphone working? Okay, it just has no projection into the room. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So, hi, my name is Anya Halava, and I'm the chair of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. I'd like to welcome everybody to the meeting. We're just getting settled. I think there was an announcement that if you haven't signed up for comments and you want to give comments today, there are green cards there at the table. And we have a bunch of people participating online via Zoom. So I'd like to call this meeting to order. And I wanted to say, I just wanted to say before we did roll call, we have with us here today Commissioner Lazo, Commissioner Boyer, Commissioner Warren, and myself. And Commissioner Jacobson is on Zoom. She had to stay home to take care of family. And Vice Chair Lilac is also on Zoom. He unfortunately was going to be here. He'll be leading the meeting tomorrow, but he came down with COVID after going to a large conference. So he was intended to be here, but he will be on Zoom today and tomorrow. And with that, Casaria, who is also on Zoom, please do roll call.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh,
Commissioner-
sorry, I forgot to mention Commissioner Sandoval had an excused absence today and tomorrow. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lazo,
Present.
Commissioner Jacobson,
Here.
Commissioner Boyer,
Present.
Commissioner Warren,
Here.
Vice Chair Lilac.
Here.
Chair Halova.
Here. Okay, and I think I just want to do some housekeeping items as we start. And so for the commissioners, I think in your packet, you should have an agenda scorecard. And our hope is that you can fill that out before leaving the meeting tomorrow. And with that, I'd like to welcome our guests from the city of John Day. Nick Green and Coram Ketchum. And we see Nick Green, and I was going to do a little intro. I don't know if Coram is here in person or on Zoom.
He may be fashionably late, but
Okay.
we'll look for him.
So let me do an intro here.
Chair?
So Nick, yes.
I'm sorry if I might interrupt. Could we do the land acknowledgement before we bring on our guests?
Yeah, let's do that. And so Commissioner Lazo has agreed to read our land acknowledgement, and
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to acknowledge the many tribes and bands who call Oregon their ancestral territory and honor the ongoing relationship between the land, plants, animals, and people indigenous to this place we now call Oregon. We recognize the continued sovereignty of the 9 federally recognized tribes who have ties to this place and thank them for continuing to teach us how we might all be here together.
thank you. And so with us here today is Nick Green, and he is the contracted chief financial officer and chief planning official for the city of John Day, Oregon, with 18 years of professional experience in global engineering, management consulting, and public sector administration. His specialties include public policy, science and technology, civic entrepreneurship and innovation, decision analytics, portfolio management, and change management. And I was going to also talk about Coram Ketchum in case he's here later today, is the interim city manager for the city of John Day, Oregon, with 5 years experience working in rural Oregon, including 2 years serving in the AmeriCorps Resource Assistance for Rural Environments Program. Specialties include community and economic, I have to get to the next page, sorry. Economic development, entrepreneurial, ecosystem building, social enterprise development, and economic resilience. And so on behalf of my fellow commissioners and the DLCD staff, I would like to thank you both for hosting us and for the preparation done to help accommodate our visit. And Nick, I understand you're here with a few words. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Halova. Just wanted to take a minute to thank you and the other commissioners, Director Bateman, for making the trip to John Day and bringing the rain. We do appreciate that. You are welcome back anytime. Mayor Lumbaum wanted to be here to welcome you in person. He's unfortunately traveling for a family commitment, but I did want to say just a couple of quick words. I've had a chance to work closely with your DLCD staff over the last several months as we've engaged in what I'll call intellectual arm wrestling. We have a lot of structural deficiencies in the state, of which you're very aware, and they've led to inequitable outcomes for, unfortunately, a wide group of people. So, and that includes both race-based and ethnically disadvantaged groups, as well as the fracturing that we're seeing between rural and urban and small cities and large cities and medium cities. And how do we create equitable outcomes for everyone? I know that's what you're engaged in, and you've got some heavy legislation in front of you and rulemaking ahead of you. So I would just like to say thank you for volunteering your time. I'm also an appointed representative for rural business on the Oregon Broadband Advisory Council. So I understand what it is to donate hours and be part of the Tired 12. I want to specifically thank Deputy Director Green, Sean Edging, Maddie Phillips, Don Hurt, and Ethan Stuckmeyer. We've sometimes I feel like the cousin that they're not sure they want to let out in polite company because they don't know what he's going to say. But at times I feel like an extension of DLCD staff. We've done a lot of work around these housing and placemaking opportunities, the wildfire recovery. Oregon has a unique brand of hustle, and it's indicated by deputy directors that set up chairs and put rooms together for commission meetings. And we just get out there and we do what we got to do. So want to thank you for coming to John Day, welcome you here. Hopefully we'll enjoy the next 2 days. And I'm looking forward, especially to our roundtable tomorrow. We can talk in more depth about how to set the tone for the next 50 years and how to create success for all Oregon communities and residents. So thank you again for attending today.
Thank you for your words. We look forward to our visit and learning more through the process. Thank you. And so I think our next agenda item would be approval of the agenda. I wanted to ask if any of us commissioners had any modifications to the agenda. No. I feel I feel like I'm like, should I log on to Zoom so I can see the faces? I don't know if the other commissioners, maybe someone can tell me if any of the other commissioners have any are raising their hand, let's say.
This is Commissioner Jacobson. No changes on my end.
So Casaria, please take the roll call to approve the agenda. And also Commissioner Sandoval is excused.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lilac,
Aye.
Chair Halova.
Aye. And with that, the agenda is approved. And now we're going to turn to our next agenda item number 2, the director's report. So Director Bateman will provide an update on recent matters concerning the department.
Very good. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, all. I'm Brenda Bateman, Director of the department, for the record. And I have some updates to bring to you this morning with regard to staff transitions. Oh, I've already lost my voice. 1 minute in. Hold, please. I have a number of staff transitions to talk about, some notes about the calendar and some project and grant updates that are not otherwise on this week's agenda. So we just wanted to provide some updates there. And then I want to close with a few words about what I've been up to since I continue to travel the state and meet and greet some of my colleagues and peers. Terrible. Well, first of all, we have good news to share, and I'd like to have Elisa Phipps come up to the front table if possible. I know she's in the room. I think everyone else that I'll be recognizing this morning is virtual, but we just wanted to let everyone know that we've appointed Lisa as our new coastal manager. You are already well aware of her and her work. We welcome her to her new role. With a graduate degree in fisheries, she steps into this role with experience and expertise, including nonprofit management as an executive director of the Tillamook Estuaries Partnership, which is how I first met her. Local planning and management in Tillamook County, and a 2-term mayor for Rockaway Beach. Most recently, she served as the department's North Coast Regional Representative and Coastal Policy Specialist. She assumed her role on September 1, and I just wanted to bring her forward, ask her to say a few words of hello and introduction and see what she has to say.
Hi, for the record, Lisa Phipps, and I am really thrilled to be able to have this opportunity. You all knew my predecessor, Patty Snow. She left some really big shoes to fill, and I'm going to do my best to do that. We have a great program. You're going to hear some of the work that we've been doing later today. I've got the best staff. No offense to the rest of everybody. No, DLCD is an agency that has a big impact in this state, bigger than probably most people realize. And I thought the opening comments were really apropos because we are a network and our communities are an extension of our capacity. And so I think it's really great that you all come to these communities and get a flavor of what's happening. And we're looking forward to seeing you on the coast in November. And I think we're going to be able to give you a really special experience and more chances to meet the coastal management program. And again, I'm just really happy to be here and good luck with your meeting today. And you'll be hearing from us a little bit later.
Very good. Thank you, Lisa. And as you can tell, Lisa has a very welcoming and warm style about her. It's clear whenever I'm in meetings with her how beloved she is by her peers and her staff. Thank you. Next, we have as a couple of announcements in transition. Casaria, I'm not sure, I can't see anyone, so I'm not sure if we have Carol with us, but I just wanted to let our commission know that Carol Bovet will be leaving the Department of Land Conservation and Development. She is our Administrative Services Division manager. She'll be leaving at the end of the month, and we just wanted to thank her for her work and her service. We've been deeply impressed by and proud of the contributions that Carol's made in the past 4 years. She's built an incredibly strong team of talented individuals. And she's left the agency stronger with a significantly increased budget. She's been very good about transparency and bringing the rest of us along and understanding the budget and the mechanics therein. We want to wish her the very best on her next journey, and wanted to thank her for her work. Is she on the screen? You want to say a few words, Carol?
Carol has not joined us. Rochelle is available.
All right. Well, in that vein, you may be wondering what our plan is for next steps. Rochelle Corbo is on the line, and she is the department's budget officer. We've asked her to step in the interim while we conduct a recruitment for the next division manager. So she'll be stepping in the beginning of October while we post that recruitment. And just a little bit about Rochelle. She got her BS in community development with a focus on housing and economic development from Portland State University. Along the way, also got her accreditation in accounting from the same university, PSU. She began working as an accountant for the state in 2014 and moved on to budgeting from there. So she's got a very nice breadth and depth of experience in that division. She previously worked for a Portland Wellness Cooperative, and she arrived here at our agency in May 2019. So she's been with us now for a couple of years, knows our unique pieces, some of our specifics, and she'll do great as our interim. Rochelle, if you're there, do you want to say anything?
Thank you, Dr. Bateman, for the introduction, and to Dr. Bateman and Deputy Director Green for this opportunity. To steal Lisa's phrase, it is definitely big shoes to fill, but we have a really good team in our financial services department, and we're just going to keep working hard to help DLCD move forward and get all these great projects completed this biennium and our work continuing in the future. So I'm excited for this opportunity, and I love being part of DLCD and the great work they do. So thank you all.
Thank you, Rochelle. I think it's really a boost to what we're doing to have folks who are in, our operations roles also having some background and an interest and passion for the actual content of the work that we do as an agency too. It just makes all of those conversations stronger. We have a number of folks who have joined the agency in recent weeks. And so I wanted to call next on Deanna Wright, who started with us on August 17th as our new statewide coordinator for the National Flood Insurance Program, which is a critical position in our agency. It's funded by grants from FEMA and helps cities and counties participate in the National Flood Insurance Program. Deanna brings a great background in flood hazards and county government. She's a certified floodplain manager, and she's worked for Lane Council of Governments, Lane County, Douglas County, FEMA. She has seen it all, and she knows what she's doing. She's earned a bachelor's degree in geography from the California State University in Northridge, and we're really excited to have her on board. Deanna, are you there?
She is not.
She is at a conference of the Northwest Floodplain Organization this week.
I knew that. Thank you. All right, moving along. What am I? Two for two. Next, we have in our accounting department, Layla Kostovic. She's our new accountant and fiscal coordinator. She joined us at the beginning of the month. And her extensive previous accounting and fiscal experience includes positions at Oregon Health Sciences University, Merrillhurst University, and Mount Hood Community College. She holds a bachelor's degree in accounting from PSU and a bachelor's degree as well in international business from the University of Oregon. And Layla, are you on?
She is not.
Killing me. Those are killing me. I promise I sent out messages and had this lined up at one point. Very good. We have a new mid Willamette Valley rep to long time in coming. And so we're very excited to announce and introduce to you this morning, Melissa Arens. She's in our community services division, and she started mid-month with us. She comes to us from Clackamas County, where she's been a senior planner, working on development review applications, comp plan amendments, and rezones. Before that, she was a planner with the California Coastal Commission, and she's a graduate of UC Davis with a degree in environmental policy analysis and planning. We have an incredible crew that's coming into the department. Melissa?
Hi, everyone. I'm here today. I'm very excited to join DLCD and be part of the exciting work that's going on in the agency. Everyone's been so welcoming, and I'm just thrilled to be here and get to meet you at some point in the future, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. And this is exciting. You know, it's been difficult to meet folks, of course, in this environment, virtual and hybrid, but we had an all staff meeting just last week and really got a chance to meet most of these folks for the first time face to face. So we're building the crew. Last, and I do see on the screen there, Carl Hendrickson has started as our newest NOAA Coastal Management Fellow. And he's been with us since early August. He's based in the Newport Field Office and is mentored by Meg Reed and Chris Shirley. So his project is focused on Clatsop County, and he is helping communities with sea level rise adaptation planning. He grew up in Piedmont, California, and did his undergrad work at UC Berkeley in biology, and recently finished his master's degree in biology at San Francisco State University, studying climate adaptation and living shoreline restoration. Carl, you want to pop on and say hello?
Hi, everyone. Good to meet you. I'm really excited to be with DLCD. This is sort of a new career direction for me, but I'm really excited at the aspect of working with people to bring solutions to the coast and help deal with sea level rise now into the future. So thanks for the introduction, Brenda.
Very good. Thanks, Carl. So let's see a couple of other items on staff related news. We have a recruitment that's currently open for our executive assistant. As you can tell, we are missing our executive assistant Esther here in this meeting. It has taken an army of folks to cover the role that she would normally play for a meeting like this. So I would just want to thank all the staff that jumped in and added these pieces to their regularly assigned duties and jobs. But we have that recruitment open right now. It closes on October 3rd, I believe. So if you know folks that would be a good fit, please send them our way. And then we are also currently reviewing applications for our legislative and policy coordinator. You may recall that Emma Land left a couple of weeks ago to go over to Oregon Health Authority, and that recruitment closed on Monday. We're currently reviewing all of the materials. So we hope to have some announcements to continue coming in your subsequent meetings. Just wanted to frame up the day a little bit for folks on the line and in the room. We have 3 action items in front of the commission today. And so one is on master plan housing. That's a rulemaking. Another is a shoreline protection rulemaking. Both of those will be today. And then tomorrow we'll ask you to approve updated bylaws from the local officials advisory committee that recently met and amended their bylaws just a bit. We want you to take a look at those. So those are the only 3 action items that we have, despite what you may have heard out and about in the community. Those are the only 3 that we have today. I also want to note that there are no appeals on the agenda. At the end of the agenda, we always leave a placeholder for appeals. We don't have any for this meeting, so we may be leaving just a bit early tomorrow afternoon. And then also on the calendar, I wanted to note, this is a conversation that will be coming up in our next meeting in November, but I wanted to highlight it, just have you thinking a little bit. We've been talking about adjusting the commission schedule just to make sure that we are freeing up a bit more time for us and for communities to implement all of the great ideas and rulemakings that have been coming forward in recent months and years. And so we're thinking about paring back the business meetings of this commission to quarterly, which actually matches what quite a few agencies do already. And that will really, I think, bring down the amount of logistics, administration, and prep time that we spend just getting meetings going and all of the logistics that you see around you, cutting those back a couple times per year. And so we want to bring that concept to you in your next meeting and try to look at a calendar for 2023, keeping in mind that next year, 2023, is also legislative session when it makes sense to pare back just a little bit, freeing up our policy and legislative staff to do their work in the Capitol. So just wanted to note that for you. I'm going to pause there. I have a bunch more updates, but just wanted to see if anyone has questions or comments at this point among the commission.
Commissioners online.
Thank you. And I apologize. I know I've got.
I had a couple of things. One is I was really excited about the new people coming in, especially with their connection, I think, to local and regional government. I thought that was great, and also the connection to research and academia, which I think is important. It'd be great, maybe next time or maybe in between, to have a new org chart, because I haven't seen the org chart in a while, especially to see vacant positions. And I would encourage all of us as commissioners to help with outreach with regard to kind of these open positions, especially if they're affiliated with your area of expertise, because some of them happen quite quickly, and I think that would be supportive. And then the other thing that I just wanted to ask is, I wanted to make sure, like, when we're thinking about changing our schedule for next year, about the ability to retain visits to communities within that schedule. So I don't know if you had any thoughts now on how that would factor in, because I think these coming to communities is very important to our work.
Right. Thank you for that, Chair. Yes, that connection is something we want to make sure we don't lose. And so we don't have any particular thoughts or specifics on that at this point, but we know that is, well, we've seen this is so important to be able to get our feet on the ground and understand the mechanics of what we're supporting and funding. We don't want to lose that. So your point is well taken. Thank you. We have a couple of projects and grants that I wanted to bring your attention to, because they have traditionally or recently been on the agenda, but they are not this week. So just wanted to keep you up to date on what's going on with some of these things, primarily on the CFEC rules. So our climate friendly and equitable communities rules, which you passed in your last meeting, have been filed with the Secretary of State, and they are in effect as of August 17. That's the date, the date stamp that's on there. And so since then, staff's been working to implement the rules. You'll note that many of the CFEC staff that you've seen in some of your most recent meetings are not here today. So we've asked them to continue charging hard on the things that they're doing to implement, and they'll be back next time with some more formal updates for you. But they are working to implement those rules, and particularly placing their focus on the relatively short timeline parking reform parts of the rules that are coming up quick, and rules for that the 15 jurisdictions need to study and adopt their climate friendly areas. So those were things that were coming up fast on the calendar they're working on right now. I wanted to let you know several of the contracts that we've put in place in order to help and support these efforts. So staff contracted with 3J Consulting and Kearns and West to assist with equitable engagement plans and activities, and to develop a blueprint for those plans and hold kickoff meetings. And so they are helping with the outreach pieces of that implementation. They've also contracted with 4 councils of governments, and they've provided grants to Medford and Bend to provide technical analysis on climate friendly areas. You may recall there was quite a bit of discussion about those studies that need to take place and get underway soon. So they've contracted and are off and running with those. They've also contracted with the Lane Council of Governments to develop a methods guide to identify and evaluate climate-friendly areas. And they are starting to host some peer exchanges so that folks have an opportunity to sit with their peers, compare notes, see what's working, what's not, ask questions, and provide a real learning opportunity there. They have hosted a couple of office hours already. They did so on August 15th and August 12th. And you'll recall the commission asked them to remain available to communities that have questions and need support. So they've done 2 of those already. And they also held a parking reform webinar on August 30. So I hope it's clear that we haven't passed these rules and then left folks hanging. We've stayed at the table, and we're continuing to provide technical assistance. They're also developing guidance for parking reform near transit, and they've posted various plain language outreach materials to our implementation website. If you have questions about what some of those projects, mini sub-projects look like, you can always go to the website to check that out. And we continue to interact with local governments to receive their cost estimates so that we can stay up to date and be ready for some of those budget discussions as the legislative session draws near. I'm going to leave that there. See if folks have any particular questions or comments.
So Barbara Boyer, The parking reform meeting on August 30th, is that available to view?
It was a webinar, so I assume it is. But we can get you those details, and I suspect it's already on the website, but we can
Okay, all
confirm
right.
that.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me jot that down. Webinar available. Okay, good. Others? There are a couple of grant programs that we are giving. In a few minutes, I'll also talk about grants that we're receiving. But for now, I wanted to talk about some of the grants that we have underway to get money out the door. Our Transportation and Growth Management, TGM program, received 21 applications for the 2022 year. And so DLCD and ODOT are currently in review mode. They're reviewing and scoring those applications, and then they'll have some announcements to make later this month, planning to award $2.5 million in grants. So we're very excited about the interest and the quality of applications that we got there. And then another of our grant programs that you'll hear more about, we have with us today, Maddie Phillips, and we'll hear some more about these projects as we're moving through the day, but we also will get a more formal presentation in your next commission meeting in November. The Rural Transportation Equity Program is off to a really good start, and we have 6 projects that will be receiving funding from the department. So 3 of them are counties, Wasco, Lane, and Morrow counties. Then we also have the City of Lakeview, City of John Day, and the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde. So we're excited about that. And as we learn more and we get more project details filled in, we'll come back to your next meeting with some presentations. On to the grants that we have received or are receiving. Many of you may have seen an announcement at the beginning of the month about the Oregon Mass Timber Coalition receiving some dollars from the Build Back Better Regional Challenge. The overall federal grant is $41 million to support innovation and expansion of the state's mass timber industry cluster. And this is a focus on delivering modular workforce housing that's manufactured from mass timber to Oregon communities. We have a piece of that, a narrow piece of that award. Our funded piece is a $500,000 component that will provide resources to 10 wildfire impacted communities to catalyze their use of mass timber modular housing through local development code modernization. So that's our piece that's specific to us. The grant further provides for technical assistance, community engagement, and local capacity resources. And it includes funding for model development code by these communities. Deputy Director Green has been instrumental in this process and this conversation, and I would ask if she has any further details to provide. I know she's very excited about this award.
Thanks, Director Bateman. And when Director Bateman was at Business Oregon, Director was very supportive of the work as well. So thank you. Lee McElvain, Department's Economic Development Specialist, leading this work, and Chair Halova has been an early adopter of this technology. So really excited to bring this opportunity to Oregon communities, and also the workforce development that would extend into jobs in the woods, and looking to utilize new diameter products in building. Chair Halova, anything to add?
Well, you can see I'm just smiling because I'm super excited. I wish I had the stats on it. At one point, the Port of Portland told me like what the competition was like nationally. I mean, this is a national, very rigorous competition with all sorts of industries going for this money. And so I remember asking if there was any other mass timber applications, and I think they said there weren't. So I was like, okay, maybe Oregon will get it. So it's kind of a big deal, I would say, is the best way to say it, for Oregon and for the coalition. What I have appreciated about the mass timber work is how it touches like all these different areas with regard to thinking about affordable housing, thinking about modular construction, thinking about manufacturing, thinking about our forests and forest management, thinking about research and development. I think part of the grant is also doing an acoustics lab. And when I was working on a project and we needed to get some acoustic testing, I think we went to Texas for the acoustic testing. So the idea that we are the center of the mass timber industry in the United States, I can say that with confidence, and that we'll have facilities to support that work, I think is important, so that we don't have to go out of state to do that work. So it's a very unique, I would say, movement. because it really touches on sometimes urban needs with regard to buildings and construction and really rural economic development. And those two forces coming together, and then also the environmental movement at the same time. So I can't say that there's many instances where you see such collaboration and joint vision around a specific topic. So super exciting. I think our department is only a small part of the 40-something million dollars, but it's a big win for Oregon. So I'm excited about that. And really the leadership of Deputy Director Green. I was in a meeting, I don't know how long ago, it feels like years ago, where she was very excited to be at the start of this. So I really wanted to give thanks to you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bateman. Could I just name the 5 communities, Chair Halova, could I just name the 5 communities that are receiving assistance now through the Phase 1 award? And that is, this current phase of this project really is to help rehome and rehouse Oregonians displaced by wildfires. So currently working on codes in Gates, Detroit, Talent, Phoenix, and Lincoln City. So I want to just appreciate those communities for participating and be ready to receive this new modular construction. I know Commissioner Warren lived through the Alameda fires in Southern Oregon. And so just pleased to be able to hopefully bring more rapid rehousing opportunities for Oregonians. Thank you.
Yeah, so back to, I was going to say the idea of providing housing in affordable housing in fire affected areas, but also with materials from our state and manufacturing from our state, I think is important. So yeah, I think it's going to take a while to get these facilities up and running. So it's not going to happen overnight, but we definitely needed those millions of dollars to support that new-ish industry.
Very good. Thank you, Chair. One of the other
Director.
grants. Oh, yes.
Commissioner Jacobson has her hand raised.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to make a little connection. So Lincoln County is getting ready to receive our first modular home for the Echo Mountain fire that we had back in 2020. And it was actually Lincoln County and myself that donated a piece of land we took in a tax foreclosure to put that modular home on. So we're very excited about this. And we actually have donated that lot to a local nonprofit. They're going to do the rapid development of it. And we hope to have a family in there by Christmas. So just kind of wanted to make that connection. So thank you.
That's great news. Thank you. The other grants that we are looking forward to receiving that I just wanted to mention here lightly is a coastal grant. Our staff submitted 3 letters of intent for coastal acquisition projects under the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And this particular funding stream is only available for applications coming from states with approved coastal programs. So that's us. We received word recently that the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, that's NOAA, invited 2 of our 3 proposals to submit for full proposals. So we're part of the way through and we've been cleared to go the rest of the way and submit full proposals. We'll provide more information on that when we're available, but we're moving along in that stream and we're very excited about that as well. Let's see, just a couple of other things. I wanted to make a note of our budget. Led by Carol Bovett, the agency, we're an early reporter, so we turned our budget into Department of Administrative Services on August 1st. And that was a heavy lift. There are lots of pieces that go into that. So we wanted to thank Carol and her team for that work. An overview of those requests. We have part of the budget included our policy option packages, which is our requests for new funds and support for new programs. That list is attached as attachment A, and that was a list that you reviewed during your previous 2 meetings as we were putting those the data together. So the next steps in the process will be that Department of Administrative Services has a number of analysts. They are putting together their recommendations based on our budget request. They will then call us in here. We expect an invitation any moment, maybe in the next couple of days or weeks, to appeal, that is, speak to our requests verbally. And then the governor's recommended budget will be crafted out of that. It's required to be a balanced budget and it's expected early in 2023. for legislative consideration. I just wanted to take a moment to note and kind of flag for the commissioners that we had a discussion the other day in our all staff meeting about some of the components of the budget. It's a requirement for all agencies that as part of our budget submission, we say something about reductions. If you face reductions, what route will you take? What would you put on the table first? And that's just a regular exercise that we always go through when we build our budget. It sounds very scary. And when folks come across these documents online, they think, oh my gosh. So I just wanted to allay fears of staff and let them know my philosophy and our philosophy as we put that list together. We are required to put together 5 to 10% of cuts as a plan. And our number one consideration and value here is to preserve our people, right? Part of that is altruistic, right? We've got incredible staff. We want to make sure they're supported and that they retain their jobs. Some of it's very selfish. Do you know how long it takes to recruit and find and onboard new staff and get them up to speed in a very technical subject? We are committed to preserving and protecting staff first. So the kinds of things that we put on our required cut list are cash. You know, if you've got some grant programs, maybe those get thinned in the first instance. The other thing that we do or use as a technique is to put vacancies on there with the understanding that if something should come to pass, there will be another conversation with the legislature for them to ask, is this list still correct? Are those still the positions and the vacancies that you're looking at, or have things changed? And sometimes they change radically over the course of the 9 months that this conversation takes place. So I just wanted to let you know that we had that conversation. I'm hoping that it helped calm some anxieties, and we wanted to let folks know that this is a normal course of business and an exercise that we're required to go through all the time. Deputy Director, any thoughts on the budget or that conversation that you wanted to add to?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A couple other things. We have new leadership in our DEI committee. And so you may have noticed some of our recent turnover of staff. It also included folks that were in leadership with our DEI committee. So our new co-chairs are Sadie Carney and Casaria Taylor, and they are both with us on the screen and in the room today. We're also grateful to Evan Manvel and Sam DePerio Garcia for their leadership as we were getting up and running with this council. So they've rotated off, and now we have our new co-chairs. The group's just getting started. They're working on their work plan and working on an inclusion assessment and creation of a racial justice plan. And that will contain recommendations for the next 3 to 5 years. They've also been very active in hosting some conversations, trainings, and opportunities for all staff to think through these issues and practice their discussions and their conversations in this area. Last week, we held an all-staff meeting and brought in a consultant, Anita Yap, who's the founder and principal with Multicultural Collaborative. She held a very powerful training for us to get more familiar with some of the history and background with regard to diversity, equity, and inclusion in the state of Oregon, and then followed up with some small group discussions, and I think some very powerful learning. Wanted to thank her for that. And that training was the first of 4 that she will hold for us. So that was called Race in Place, and those will be followed up in subsequent months by trainings on bias, microaggressions, and inclusive engagement. And we will actually bring Anita into meetings with you over the next couple of meetings to provide some training as well for the commissioners. Deputy Director, any further details on that?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And I can halt for questions as well if anyone wants to chime in on our diversity work. Okay, good.
I do have a quick
Commissioner Warren.
Do we provide additional compensation for our staff members who work on the DI commission, or is that just part of their role?
It's part of their role. We have most or many of our staff members have ancillary committee assignments and duties, not just the DEI committee, but other projects and programs throughout the agency. And so that's part of their workday to work on those as well. Okay, good. just a couple of things that I've been up to that I wanted to keep reporting on for all of you. So at the end of August, I had a chance to appear on OPB's Think Out Loud and spend a few minutes as part of that. OPB is really focused on some of the work that we're doing in recent months. And I don't know if you've had a chance to catch their 6-part podcast on Growing Oregon. Our chair was featured in their final installment of the series, did a fabulous job. And they've really just tried to cover not only our history of land use programming, but they've also been covering our climate inequity rules as we move along. So we've been getting quite a bit of airtime. We had an opportunity during Think Out Loud to talk about the draft release of the housing and the wildfire recommendations that were both kind of out and live as that broadcast was happening. So we got a chance to champion that and ask folks to take a look and provide us their input. And then we also used the interview as an opportunity to promote the 50th anniversary of the state's land use planning system. So we directed folks to our website, where we now have right under our banner a survey that folks that anyone can take. We've asked them, what are some things you think we should be celebrating about our 50th anniversary? And what are some things that maybe have changed that we should be placing more focus on that are not working so well? So we wanted to hear both the pluses and minuses and folks' observations about how this is going. We figure at our 50th anniversary, it's a time for reflection, and we wanted to ask what people thought. This is we can't help, and we can't engage if we don't know. So we're asking that question. And interestingly, in tomorrow's roundtable, we've asked our panelists and our guests to answer those same questions for us and to speak to that if they have some observations to make. Let's see, with regard to the 50th anniversary, we also will be signing a contract this week. We're going to have somebody come in and give us a little bit of help with our documentation and our storytelling. What do we want to say about the 50th anniversary? What are some of the pieces we want to highlight and show to the public? And then that same group will also be helping us with an actual event to help us mark the occasion. This year, the date of the signing of Senate Bill 100 falls on May 29th, which I believe is Memorial Day. Nobody's planning to come to work that day. So we're going to back up our occasion marking that. And we're shooting for May 24th, which is the Wednesday before the holiday week. So if you want to sketch that in on your calendar, you can. We're going to start to do some placeholders and save the dates and shape and fill in the details for that event as we go. But May 24 seems to be shaping up the day to mark that event. Let's see, a couple more things and then I will conclude. I just wanted to let you know sort of where I've been and who I've been talking to over the past couple of months. At the end of August, I went out to the North Coast. Lisa Phipps and her staff were kind enough to pull together some local officials and provide a little meet and greet for me. I've been trying to introduce myself, help folks match a face to a name, and just talk a little bit about my philosophy, where I'm coming from and where we hope to go with some of our work at the department. But a fantastic group was in the room. She had county and planning staff and electeds and appointed officials from Tillamook County and the city of Tillamook, Bay City, Rockaway Beach, Wheeler, Nehalem, Manzanita. It was a really nice group. And one of the questions I asked them were, what keeps you up at night? And I got an earful. It was an awesome discussion and time well spent. So I'm looking forward to more of those as the year progresses. I'm open to invitations and have really enjoyed that experience. At the end of September, I'll be headed to Southern Oregon for the Oregon APA Planners Conference. I'm hoping to see Commissioner Warren there as well. Early in October, there's the Tribal Summit in Florence, which is really important. And our tribal liaison is Kirsten. So I'll be going with her and a team to that summit. At the end of October, Oregon APA holds its annual conference in Pendleton, where a group of us will be bringing some of our technical updates. And all of this is layered with the fact that I've just learned that I have jury duty in October, and I don't yet know what that will look like. So keep all of those folks that I just mentioned apprised of my whereabouts and my ability to participate. But yes, jury duty coming up. finally, I wanted to just note some of the context around wildfire. And I wanted to talk just a little bit about the wildfire map and the latest and greatest updates there, because it is not something that we'll be touching on our next agenda item, which is separate from that. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the map. I think you probably have all seen the news and the highlights, but I just wanted to throw a couple of dates out there so that you were aware of what was happening. You'll recall in your July meeting, guest speakers from OSU and Department of Forestry came in and provided some, they talked about the methods that they used and the data sets that they were looking at to develop a wildfire risk map for the state of Oregon under Senate Bill 762, which was passed in the 2021 session. That map was posted to the Oregon Explorer at the end of June. And then at the beginning of August 4th, Department of Forestry removed the map from Oregon Explorer, then withdrew the notices that they'd sent, which also terminated an appeals process that was underway. So the Department of Forestry didn't really have enough time to ground truth and check the results and the content of that map with local communities, which is the reason that they pulled it. And they are implementing an outreach plan with community, local governments, and other stakeholders. They're working with OSU on refinements, and they're actually appearing in front of legislative committees this morning to provide updates and talk a little bit more about their plans for revision and timelines therein. So I just wanted to let you know that conversation is actually taking place here in a few minutes, and I think we may all have more details after that, but the conversation is still very much in flux. So with that, I think I will stop there and see if there are any questions on the director's report itself. Okay. That concludes my report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director. Before I introduce the next agenda item, I had a thought. I was wondering if anybody on the left side of the room might be interested in moving over to this side of the room. Feels very unbalanced, and it would be nice. And I'm very far away. You know, I'm not wearing my long glasses. I know some of you want to have a computer and a table, so I get that. But anybody else who might be interested, that would be amazing. Thank you. Thank you. I'll give time for that. Yeah, because we balance is important. We're swinging from that side to that side. Something in the middle would be great. Thank you. Thank you for those that moved over. So our next agenda item is the Wildfire Adapted Communities Draft Report with Susan Milhauser, the Natural Hazards Planner. Introducing this item will be Director Brenda Bateman, followed by remarks from Senator Golden. Brenda, you can, Dr. Bateman.
Fine.
Director Bateman. You can go ahead. I think everybody's getting situated here first.
Yes, I'll pause just a moment while we make sure our tech is in good shape.
One moment, please.
Okay.
We're going to take a moment as we set up some technical things here in the room.
Chair, hello, if I may.
Deputy Director Green.
Thank you. We do have, Kasaria has been tracking a number of folks who have signed up to testify online. And Maddie did just bring us, oh, thank you. We do have a number of folks that are signed up to testify after staff's presentation, commission's questions online. And we do have some additional folks that have signed up in person. So we'll organize those for you, Chair, in the coming moments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Hulova, if I may just say, if there's anyone else who would like to testify, please do go ahead and fill out a green sheet and hand that to staff and they'll bring them up. Otherwise, we have a few here. Thank you.
Are we set to go? Very good. And so I think just during the opening comments, we'll take the slide back down. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Madam Chair, may I jump in?
Yes, please, Director.
Excellent. Well, thank you for the opportunity to kick off this agenda item. Again, for the record, Brenda Bateman, Director of the Department. And I just wanted to note, it was 2 years ago, almost exactly, that wildfire devastated Oregon communities, claiming 9 of our lives and 4,000 of our homes and structures, burning a million acres and costing $1 billion in firefighting just for that one particular event. And the legislative response included Senate Bill 762, Section 11 assigned Department of Land Conservation and Development the task of making recommendations to the legislature about how the state's land use planning program can create wildfire adapted communities. And that was one narrow sliver of the bill. That recommendation report is due from the department to the legislature by October 1, so coming quickly. We published a draft of these recommendations for public review and comment back in August on the 22nd, and after undertaking a very robust public process and conversation. So this morning, commissioners, we're briefing you on the contents of the draft report, the feedback that we received, and then we'd like to invite a commission discussion, and we'll also have additional public comment here in the room. Just wanted to note, this is a document of ideas. It's reflecting the perspectives and the observations that we heard from communities who experienced and survived wildfire. And it presents a number of recommendations, 6 recommendations to the legislature, and provides a range of options for the legislature to consider during their meetings during the 2023 legislative session. So we've laid this out that for each concept, the legislature has a range of options that they can pick from if they'd like to move that concept forward, and if they would like to assign any part of the implementation role back to our department. So that's what's contained in this recommendation report. We're hoping that the legislature will take this up and consider it during their next legislative session in 23, and that they'll provide further direction to us as to what recommendations they would like to have pursued and how. So I just wanted to note this morning that we are not requesting any motions or actions or rulemaking from the commission. This is a briefing about what we've done so far, what we've heard, and potential next steps. So I'd
Did they freeze on us?
It appears so.
Okay.
Thank you. It looks as though we are back up and online. So I would like to thank and welcome Senator Golden for a couple of opening remarks at the outset of our wildfire presentation.
Well, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I'm Senator Jeff Golden. I represent Senate District 3 in the Oregon Senate. That's the Medford, Ashland, most of Jackson County area. And I really appreciate the opportunity to offer a few comments. I want this to be brief. You've got a lot to do, and that's more likely to happen if I read a prepared statement than if I wing it. That would be longer. So let me forgive me for reading this morning. The director outlined this agenda item before you, gave the context quite well. And this comes in the wake of conflict over the bill as the initial wildfire risk map was released in June. And as the director pointed out, that map was withdrawn in order to significantly revise that part of the program. And my Natural Resources Committee will be hearing some details on that at our 11:30 meeting this morning. The map was intended to inform where to focus our limited resources to best reduce wildfire risk. And it's fair to say that its rollout was poorly done. I most fully realized that on a Zoom call in late July with 1,200 people on the line, some of them agitated and truly angry about letters they'd received that their property was designated high or extreme risk and would likely be subject to regulation, the details of which we didn't know yet. They're still being determined. A few at that meeting said the letter was the very first moment they knew any program of any kind was underway for wildfire, and it was a shock to them. That was a wake-up call for those of us who worked on this legislation pretty much daily for years, and who were putting out updates and opportunities for comment on every platform we have and in news releases, and we're seeing the news stories come out. We're holding town halls on this, and who had been sure to appoint to the multiple citizen advisory groups stakeholders from all the key interests, very much including property rights advocates. None of that reached most of the people on that huge Zoom call. What did reach them were those letters telling them to get ready for future regulation. This is not a formula for a successful program. You'll see changes in coming months towards a more collaborative path to support people who are doing good firewise work on their properties. One thing we know is that this is a crisis government can't solve on its own. It calls on all of us to keep asking what we can do to help protect our state. Because of that, I'm concerned by the impact of the map rollout on public trust and support for the program. And one signal of damaged trust is a call from some quarters to stop all work towards our community protection goals for an unspecified period of time. I think that would be a serious mistake, and I want to make 2 points as clearly as I can. The first you know well, and the director just reiterated it, that is that the charge to your department in Senate Bill 762, Section 11, doesn't establish a single rule or regulation. Now, that's different from the charge to other agencies to implement rules on building codes in defensible space. This bill requires your department to deliver a report to the legislature on land use recommendations with respect to wildfire. That's it. We all know that any decision to take action based on the report would be a high-profile process with extensive public input and elected official involvement. That's the transparent way to go about this. And number two, I will just keep asking that we all remember why we are doing this work at all. Recent years have shown again and again that our state yearly faces the real possibility of truly catastrophic wildfire, real enough to give our work tremendous urgency. Any decision to delay the implementation of our wildfire program carries the cost of leaving many of our communities critically vulnerable longer than they need to be. If we don't keep front of mind the examples of Santa Rosa and Weed and Paradise and Talent and Phoenix and Gates and Lyons, the list goes on, we're going to fail Oregonians. We are now at a complex point in this process. Concerns with the rollout of the risk map, which are very easy to understand, have created kind of an Alice in Wonderland dynamic where some are saying that nothing related to rulemaking should move forward until the map's completed, because we have to know where the prospective rules would apply. And others say the map shouldn't move forward until all the rules are completed, because you won't know whether to appeal, say, a high-risk designation on your property if you don't know what rules are going to apply to your zone. Put those together and you have no movement on anything to prepare our communities for who knows how long, with the next wildfire season, as we speak, about 8 or 9 months away. I see no sound reason to delay your department's advisory report, and I'll say it again, advisory report to the legislature as mandated by Senate Bill 762. I'd only add an important point, I think, that we just got a painfully clear lesson on how important it is to communicate with Oregon citizens every step of the way to implementation as clearly as we possibly can. This program will not succeed without full transparency. So let's all of us err on the side of over-informing the public about every step of the process. I thank you very much for the opportunity to make comments and for your important work on this and other issues.
Thank you, Senator, for your words, and also the context, setting the context for this conversation and what we're doing here today, and the importance of this work. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think we'll go to Susan Millhauser to talk about the report.
Great. Good morning. I am Susan Millhauser. I'm a natural hazards wildfire planner with the department. Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, and members of the commission, I'm happy to be here. I'm going to share my screen, so give me a moment.
If you could bring the mic just a little bit.
Sure.
Closer.
Thank you. All right. And the trackpad. All right. Well, again, Susan Millhauser with the department, and I am happy to be here this morning, and I'm going to give the commission an update on the department's wildfire adapted communities draft recommendations. All right, my clicker. So I will note that with this setup, I'm not able to see my speaking notes, so I'm going to do my best to speak from what I can remember. We've been talking about this quite a bit. I do want to let the commission know that in the staff report you received, there's an overview of the project to date. I will note that we have been giving updates to the commission on our progress on this project over the last year. In the January or February, there was an update, and in July, I came to the commission to give you a deep overview of our community engagement process and how we've been working to get feedback from Oregonians across the state. And then also get your feedback as a commission on some concepts we were considering for our recommendations. Oops. Is there a mouse by any chance? David, sorry. There we go. All right. I'll make it work. You have to use the left click. Okay, so I will give you a quick overview again about Senate Bill 762, which folks have been talking about this morning. There's been a lot of press in relation to the risk map, but just to remind everyone on the commission and in the audience that Senate Bill 762 really is intended to be a statewide comprehensive approach to protecting Oregon communities and people from the risk of wildfire. And there are really three key strategies. So creating fire adapted communities, developing safe and effective response, and increasing the resiliency of Oregon's landscapes. And DLCD's focus is really on creating fire adapted communities. Senate Bill 762 requires, as it says on the slide, multiple action from state agencies. There are actually 11 state agencies that are doing work under Senate Bill 762. And as you can see on the slide, really the focus is to minimize loss to life and property, importantly, protecting the lives of firefighters who have to come into communities to help save people's homes and businesses, protecting and managing forest assets, and really trying to create a more predictable future as possible, in the light of natural hazards like wildfire. Our department has been working closely with 3 state agencies and with the Wildfire Programs Advisory Council and Director Doug Graff in the governor's office to help move this work forward. We've been in close coordination with the Oregon Department of Forestry, and OSU on their risk map work. Request from the back to be very aggressive. Okay. Way in. I will. All right. How's that? Oh, yes. Excellent. Thank you. Yes, working closely with the Wildfire Programs Director and the Council, as well as the Department of Forestry, the Building Codes Division responsible for developing home hardening standards, and the Office of State Fire Marshal. There you go. Arrow key is great. So I will note that our charge under Senate Bill 762 is in section 11, and the next couple of slides detail in bullet points what that charge is, but really we are directed to develop a recommendations report for the Wildfire Programs Advisory Council and the legislature, looking at the Oregon's land use planning program, as well as updates to comprehensive plans and zoning codes, to help communities become more adapted for wildfire in the future. So we're looking at long-range planning, things that communities can do with land use and transportation to be better prepared. We're also required to identify state and local resources to implement the recommendations, and to help come up with some very preliminary costs of what it might take for local governments to do this work, as well as needed resources. We've, through our stakeholder engagement process, been talking with local governments, League of Cities, Association of Oregon Counties. We also recently just closed a survey directed towards local governments, going through the recommendations and talking about the different elements to get a sense of what they think at this point, with really not a lot of detail, it might take for them to do this work. And we're hearing very strongly that communities need resources, they need technical assistance, they need grants, they need additional staff capacity to do a lot of this work. We've also learned that some communities are already doing some of this work, and they want to make sure that any of our recommendations that we are moving forward and that the legislature considers really will value and take into consideration the work they're already doing. And another element of Senate Bill 762 is that we may allow for regional differences. I will also note that under Senate Bill 762, our recommendations can look at provisions about defensible space, building codes, safe evacuations, and development considerations in areas of extreme or high wildfire risk. And it does say it can include, but not limited to. So we are taking that into consideration. I will note that we are really focused on safe evacuation and development considerations. So what are land use and transportation strategies that can be implemented at the local and regional level to help communities in these areas? We, as I mentioned, have been working closely with the State Fire Marshal and the Building Codes Division. And our goal is really for our recommendations to support the work that the other state agencies are doing, and to really try to fill in some gaps at the community planning level that can bolster work that will be required for homes, for defensible space and building codes, more on a, site by site or lot by lot or home by home level. And we're looking more broadly at a community. As mentioned, we are required to respond to Senate Bill 762. We have a report due to the legislature and the council at the end of next week by October 1st. And as has been mentioned by Director Bateman and Senator Golden, these recommendations will be considered by the legislature, as well as the Wildfire Programs Advisory Council. And the council has its own process for reviewing all of the work done by the 11 state agencies, and they will be, they're in the process of writing their own report to the legislature that's due at the end of the month. And so they will be looking at our recommendations and actually providing an addendum to their report later this year. As mentioned as well, the legislature may pass legislation that enacts some portion of the recommendations that they're receiving from the department. They have full authority to direct the commission and the department in ways that they see fit. I will note on the last bullet, if we are directed, if the commission and staff are directed to do follow-up work, that would happen, in the future down the road with much more defined set of parameters for that work. So this slide is just here to give you an overview of all of the work that we've been doing over the last several months, really starting in late winter to engage Oregonians from across the state to help develop these recommendations. We've held virtual community listening sessions early on in the process, as well as just this past month to get feedback on the draft recommendations. We've had check-ins with our Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee along the way. We formed a wildfire stakeholder group that met 5 times between June and August. And I will note that the stakeholder group had 30 people on it from a variety of perspectives from around the state. We had elected leaders, 2 county commissioners, one from Northeastern Oregon and one from Southwestern Oregon, planning staff, planning directors from around the state, about 6 or 7 cities and counties represented on that stakeholder group, as well as statewide advocacy groups, League of Cities, Association of Oregon Counties, the Property Owners Association, Home Builders, 1,000 Friends of Oregon, as well as individuals from fire impacted communities and underrepresented communities as well. And the stakeholder group had some really great conversations. They were not required to come to consensus, but really to help bring out additional ideas or raise concerns that we have addressed in our recommendations report. As I noted, the commission got an update on that work in July. That all has gone into our draft report. And then now we are in this period where we had public comment, which closed last Friday. And during this past month as well, we held a Latino focus group. We conducted that local government survey, which I mentioned, and held 2 more community listening sessions and met with various stakeholders to follow up on concerns or comments. And then this next slide just gives you an overview of what the next couple of years may look like. I'm going to use may in air quotes because it really is up to what the legislature determines is the best steps going forward. After the legislative session or during the session, we'll start to have a sense of what direction we're moving. And then following the legislative session, there could be potential implementation of that legislative direction. That could possibly include rulemaking. It could include program development. It really depends what direction we receive. And I'll also note that there are a lot of colored stars on this chart. And this is really just to show where there will be opportunities for public input along the way. So if we are developing new programs or rules, in addition to checking in frequently with the commission, we would have some sort of project advisory group or committee that staff would work with. And here's just a little bit of a different way to look at that potential timeline. It's called a sample timeline. And really what I'd like to point out here is what we heard a lot from local governments, and we were not surprised. We've also heard from the commission is that local governments will really need significant resources to do this work. And so we wanted to share with local governments what that might look like. So depending on the direction from the legislature, we would work on program implementation, and through that process, really hone in on what needed resources are for local governments. And then for our next biennium, submit a budget request or policy option package for the 2025-27 biennium to obtain funding for that local government implementation, for technical assistance, for grants, for capacity at the local level. And then pending the outcome of that legislative session, we would imagine no time sooner than July, we would be able to have funding for local implementation. All right, so now we'll get into the interesting part, the overview of the draft recommendations. And I will note for the audience as well as the commission, there are 6 recommendations that were included in the staff report and the draft recommendations report that's been out for review. Through our public comment period, we received quite a bit of feedback that we're already working to incorporate into updated recommendations. And so as I walk through the recommendations, I will highlight some areas where we are making refinements based on the feedback that we have received to date. And then, of course, after our meeting today, we'll take the commission's feedback and address that in our updated recommendations. So I will note, I mentioned this briefly before, during this public review period, we did hold interviews with members of the Wildfire Adapted Community Stakeholder Group. We had a couple outstanding items that we still needed to come to, not consensus, but a better understanding of what that recommendation might look like. So we met with a smaller group, including home builders, the property owners, local firefighting agencies, local governments, to look at some recommendations around related to defensible space. We've continued to have one-on-one meetings with stakeholders and agency partners. We have invited and continue to invite feedback from elected leaders and tribal governments. And as I mentioned, we had an open local government survey. We also held a webinar where local governments were able to ask questions to help inform their completion of that survey. And a Latino community focus group, which was hosted by UNITE, which is a farm worker and immigrant advocacy group based in Medford, and they were wonderful to work with. If folks have an opportunity to work with them, they pulled together a focus group in their office, and we were able to join by Zoom, working with our public engagement consultant, and provide that focus group in Spanish. So we had Spanish language translation services and received some really moving feedback. It was almost 2 years to the anniversary of the Almeida fire, so it was actually very moving, and it was really important for us to hear from folks that were at that meeting. I will just note here, part of what we heard really resoundingly is that people want to be able to remain in their communities after a wildfire. And so people are still displaced. They're not able to go to their neighborhood school due to lack of transportation and having to live in another community. People really want information. They had, not so much in the purview of DLCD and land use, but the communication was very challenging during that wildfire event, and information in recovery, where people could receive resources or access to grants was challenging, with language issues, as well as just knowing where to turn. And it's my understanding that those avenues of communication, have been improved, but really just something that I think as a department, we need to continue to think about how we communicate with community members, not only language, but internet and broadband access and access to technology. And then we also held 2 virtual community listening sessions where we had a great turnout. We had about 50 people attend those sessions. And here on this slide, I just have a quick overview of kind of the written comment we received during the public review period, as well as we had, as I mentioned, 7, we had follow-up meetings with stakeholders. We had 7 of those, 56 written comments. And I know the commission received quite a few written comments as well, but we received comments from state legislators. I believe we have senator today who will be giving you testimony as well, county and city commissioners and staff from around the state, tribal state agency and commission staff. We had a great meeting with the Columbia River Gorge Commission a couple weeks ago to really understand how, statewide land use and their unique charge as a separate governmental entity kind of works with Oregon's land use planning program. We heard from many statewide professional associations and advocacy organizations, from the Manufacturers Association, the Farm Bureau, the wine industry, Thousand Friends of Oregon, 350 Salem, quite a few, which there'll be a full written summary of this public feedback as an appendix in our updated report. I also will note we heard from quite a few community-based organizations, from was really interesting. The Agate Beach Safety Coalition, so on the coast, where they had really strong concerns about evacuation planning and what coastal communities can be doing better where there are limited transportation routes, to the Lostine Canyon Firewise community in Wallowa County, where they've done quite a bit of work already in Wallowa County with some really great feedback about how things could be done better in that county, which is really forward thinking. To a variety of other groups. We also heard from a couple planning consultants as well as individuals from around the state. And the individuals were about 30 comments received. So here is kind of a word cloud of what we heard, and I'm going to remember what's in my notes here. But really, a couple of the big things that we heard from the public comment and our stakeholder meetings was, first, there is concern about the wildfire risk map. There's concern about Senate Bill 762 more broadly, and as has been stated, those are not areas that are under the department's purview to address. We're continuing to work within the framework of Senate Bill 762 as directed. We heard concerns about, in our recommendations report, we were talking about areas of greatest wildfire risk, because when we were drafting that report, the map had been withdrawn and we were really unsure of the situation. And our final report, as we are updating it, we are going back to really being much more specific about where the different recommendations would apply. So we are using the specific language in Senate Bill 762. So we are talking about those 5 wildfire risk areas and being very specific, when a recommendation could potentially apply in an area of extreme or high wildfire risk versus a recommendation that might be more community-wide work. Couple more, let's see, we had concern about our engagement process and our stakeholder group not being very representative. And I hope the commission feels confident that that group actually was very representative. Let's see, quite a few comments, concerns about impacts to private property rights. And as we know, there is a balance in our land use planning program, to balance the community benefit with private property rights. Also concerns that the department might enter into rulemaking without having a risk map available, and the department at the staff level, we have no interest to do any type of rulemaking or program development in the absence of a risk map, because having that risk map will be very important for our work so we can really understand the data and where recommendations might apply across the state. We'd love to get in there and do some GIS analysis about, how cities are impacted, how risk areas overlay with urban growth boundaries, and really dial into how the recommendations can best be implemented at the local level. We also believe strongly that having a risk map in place will be important, so potentially impacted community members will know that they might actually have future regulation that could apply to them. So we agree that the risk map needs to be available as we start any type of implementation. We also heard some comments about really being clear about how federal government partners need to be involved in this work, particularly around evacuation planning and looking at transportation access. Many of our rural communities around the state are surrounded or bordered by federally owned and managed land, and often, ways in and out of a community go through this federal land. So that's something that we want to highlight and continue to do moving forward. Trying to think what else is on that list. Quite a few other items, but as I mentioned, as I go through the recommendations, I will highlight some of the areas that we're addressing. I will note another area where we did hear quite a bit of concern in the comments is that one of the recommendations was potentially to limit certain types of uses in areas of high and extreme wildfire risk. So facilities that would house vulnerable community members or critical facilities. And we are working on clarifying that those types of uses would not in any way be prohibited, but really we're looking at opportunities for to ensure that wildfire mitigation standards are in place, and potentially additional requirements such as evacuation planning. Or if we're talking about critical facilities or infrastructure, and I will note that these are defined by FEMA or through a local natural hazard mitigation plan, that those facilities and infrastructure would be fire hardened and made as resilient as possible to wildfire risk. And we're talking about new facilities. We're not talking about asking communities to recite or replace existing facilities. We know that a school or a hospital is a very important type of use to have in a rural community in particular. So here we'll get to the recommendations. So I will note that the recommendations cover community information and engagement. We have 2 recommendations related to safe evacuation and firefighting response. We have 1 recommendation that looks at wildfire risk mitigation for areas of new development, and that's really the meat of the land use recommendations. And then we have a recommendation around recovery planning and how the department might support local communities to do recovery planning. And then the last recommendation is related to planning for areas subject to natural hazards. So as further detailed in the staff report, I won't go into a lot of detail about each of the recommendations, as I know the commission has had time to look at the staff report. But really recommendation 1 is focused on providing tools and resources and potentially requirements, depending on feedback from the legislature, for cities and counties to really prioritize robust and inclusive community engagement and information sharing in planning efforts to create wildfire adapted communities. And in our report, we are refining that recommendation to really make sure that it's clear that this recommendation would apply to the other recommendations in the report, so recommendations 2 through 6. We're not suggesting that a local government would undertake yet another planning process around community engagement. This is really meant to complement other work that communities are doing around wildfire risk mitigation. Recommendation 2, as I mentioned, is related to safe evacuation and firefighting response. And this recommendation is really about community working with regional, county, state, federal, tribal partners to look at the existing transportation network that serves their community, and to really look closely to assess that network to ensure that any gaps or issues that could hinder safe evacuation or firefighting response are known to emergency responders, and emergency management professionals and firefighters and local law enforcement, and really to look at this in advance. So look at that transportation network and then identify any areas where improvements might be needed. And then that would potentially set up a community to access grant funding, from FEMA or other avenues to improve that transportation network well in advance of any potential need for evacuation. And this would really apply at the community level. In our recommendations that are being updated, we would are suggesting that this would apply to communities that have areas of moderate, high, and extreme wildfire risk, kind of to note which communities where this would apply. And then this assessment would really look at the community more broadly, because we know people would have to evacuate from a high risk area, potentially to a low or no risk area. And so the network would really need to be bolstered throughout that community. Recommendation 3 is really looking more closely at land use codes to ensure safe evacuation and efficient access for firefighting response. So again, this is looking at future development. So are there opportunities for a community to update its land use code, its subdivision ordinance, or other development ordinances to make sure that any future development that the street network is laid out in such a way that it's a grid network, that a new subdivision really has multiple access points in and out of that subdivision. And this would be in areas of extreme and high wildfire risk. And potentially moderate risk, because we know that risk will increase over time. So if we're building out new areas for development, we want to make sure that those areas are platted and designed in a way that that street network is really much more efficient for future needs. I will note that our meeting with some of our stakeholder group members, we worked to refine one of the recommendations or sub-recommendations under recommendation 3 to where we had referenced the state fire code. And there was kind of questions and concerns from stakeholder group members and others who were saying, why are you talking about the fire code? That's something that's already in place. And what we actually heard from local governments, as well as the state fire marshal, as well as a local fire marshal who's with the Fire Marshals Association, that the way that the fire code standards for site access, driveways, hydrant placement, and water supply, it really varies across the state. And so our recommendation is being refined to better reflect a recommendation around the process. So in some communities, you know, they're very, their checklist when a development application comes in is very thorough, and the local fire agency or state fire marshal, in absence of a local fire agency, receives notice of that development application. In other communities, our fire agency partners have told us that they don't receive any, you know, and even an email that there's been a development application, even an over-the-counter application. And so they would like to just get an email and say, there's an application, please comment on it. They really want to be involved upfront, not, you know, 6 to 12 months down the road when it's time for the building permit. They really want to be able to go out and look at a site plan and ensure that, you know, the driveway meets the Oregon Fire Code. You know, they have statutory authority under state law to require certain things around the steepness of a driveway, the width of a driveway. You know, if it's a larger development, how many fire hydrants are placed, and also to ensure that there's adequate water supply for fighting fires. And so that recommendation has been refined to really look more at the process rather than specific standards. All right, so recommendation 4, as I mentioned, is really where we get into land use policies and codes. So this would suggest that cities and counties review and amend comprehensive plan policies and implement land use codes to incorporate wildfire risk mitigation requirements for new development. And we're really talking about looking at this at the community or subdivision level, not at an individual dwelling or single family lot level. Really, our goal is to look at when there is a new subdivision being platted, are there opportunities to incorporate you know, fire breaks or use natural features that may be part of the open space for that subdivision to provide a green break that would reduce, you know, a wild land urban interface fire from actually getting to where the homes are being built. There's a recommendation around clustering and, you know, potential setbacks. And I will be clear here that, again, this recommendation is really focused on areas of extreme and high wildfire risk. And our goal really is to fill in some gaps that are related to community planning and community land use. You know, that the new building code will really look at home hardening. That's focused on 1 and 2 family dwellings. The state fire marshals minimum statewide defensible space requirements. That will apply to all existing and new development around the state. So really at the site level, homes and buildings, commercial buildings and other types of buildings will be protected for defensible space. And then that fire hardening for 1 and 2 family dwellings will be really best covered by that home hardening, which studies really have shown that that is the #1 thing that a homeowner can do when they're building a new house or doing, you know, a major renovation to their house, is to ensure that it meets those hardening standards. I also wanted to note, which I mentioned earlier, that we are refining one of the sub recommendations to be clear that we're not limiting or prohibiting facilities with concentrated vulnerable populations or critical facilities, infrastructure, and lifelines. But really, we just want to ensure that if those facilities have to be placed in that area, perhaps that's the area of last resort, maybe there's a better option, please consider that, local governments. But really, if this is the only place that that new facility can go, we want to make sure that these standards are in place. I also will note we did get quite a bit of feedback from some of our stakeholders, as well as some of the written comment from the Farm Bureau and the Manufacturers Association. I believe I got their name right. Apologies if I did not. Concerned that we would potentially be prohibiting facilities or businesses that, by virtue of the type of facility or business they do have some hazardous materials on site. And so we want to clarify that, a farm use that has incidental use or storage of a combustible material would certainly not be limited. And that we understand and are aware of, existing requirements at the state level from the fire marshal. There's also OSHA requirements around use and storage of hazardous materials. And we have no interest in, stepping on any other toes, in that conversation. But we also did get some feedback, that really manufacturing facility that uses highly combustible materials. There was an example, a plant that makes roofing tar, like maybe that's not a great use in an extreme wildfire risk area. So that's just a consideration. But really, we want to clarify that, again, not prohibiting any new facilities, but really working within existing state and federal requirements and laws around those types of facilities. And I will note that there are agricultural exemptions that could potentially apply. Also note, which I didn't say at the outset, as I don't have my speaking notes, that for all of our recommendations, which I know the Commission has reviewed in your staff report, but we really outlined 2 pathways, particularly for recommendations 1 through 4 for the legislature to consider. So option A for recommendations 1 through 4 is a potential regulatory path where the legislature would give us some sidebars under which to potentially do rulemaking. And option B is developing a voluntary program where cities or counties could opt in to avail themselves of various technical resources and model codes. And for all of recommendations 1 through 6, we've outlined we are outlining needed resources, and certainly would not move forward with any requirements without sufficient financial resources to support local implementation. That's another one of the comments we received. So it's jogging my memory here, but that really there is in the recommendations really making it clear that any requirements would have commensurate funding to ensure that local governments would be able to implement. The 5th recommendation is really focused on recovery planning. And in our public comment period, we received just support for this, that it is important to help local governments after a wildfire hazard or any natural disaster, which the department was able to do after the 2020 wildfires. We were able to provide some support for floodplain assessment work, as well as grants to local governments to hire temporary consultants to do review planning and building applications. And this recommendation really looks more broadly at how the department could support communities to do recovery planning before a disaster happens, so they are best set up to do that post-disaster recovery work in their community, and to also really be looking more broadly at long-range recovery planning, and really to think about that in advance rather than in the months or that follow a natural disaster, really where the focus is on that short-term recovery, really getting people housed and, they're having their basic needs met. And through this recommendation, we've asked for additional support for the department to provide this type of technical assistance to local governments and through grants as well. And the fifth recommendation is focused on planning for areas subject to natural hazards, which the department does this work under statewide planning goal 7. And our department already works with communities to update their natural hazard mitigation plans, which is required to happen every 5 years to be eligible for funding from the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And we also know that communities are making updates in many places to community wildfire protection plans. And so under this recommendation, we would hope to provide support to cities, counties, special districts, and tribes. These are the entities we help with natural hazard mitigation planning to really increase the effectiveness of how they do their natural hazard plan update in conjunction with a community wildfire protection plan update. Those two planning processes are not typically coordinated, and there may be 2 different groups of people working on those 2 different plan updates. And what we've learned, also talking with our partners at the University of Oregon who do similar work for local governments, that a better integration of those 2 processes could really yield a much more efficient process. For one, a more collaborative process where the people who might help with the wildfire protection plan aren't necessarily the same people working on natural hazard mitigation plan, and getting everybody at the same table to really talk through those planning processes could yield a much better outcome. Also, the data that can come out of a community wildfire protection plan is often used in a natural hazard mitigation plan update. So having the timing on that data availability is really important. And then the last piece here, which is also something we've heard from local governments over the years, is that our department helps with the natural hazard mitigation plan update, and then which we do through funding through FEMA. And then cities and counties are kind of often left on their own to really implement the policies and actions into their local comprehensive plan and development codes. And they actually would like more support to do that work moving forward. And I think I mentioned in the staff report that there's a pilot project that's happening right now with Lynn and Benton counties, I believe, where they're trying to better marry those 2 processes and really move forward with actionable policies into comp plans and codes. Natural hazard mitigations do get appended to a comprehensive plan, but in many cases, they would be more effective if they're directly integrated.
And Susan, I just want to do a time check to see how much further.
Conclusion.
It's a miracle.
So, yeah, thank you, Chair Halova. Yeah,
you.
and
Thank
so so at this point, I think we laid out like 15 minutes for the commission if they have questions for me, and then we'll go from there.
Commissioners, do you have any questions about recommendations, the report, the process? Commissioner Lazo.
Thanks, Chair Holova. And thanks, Susan, for the report. I sort of don't know where to begin. There's a lot. Because I kind of want to go back to what Director Bateman said and what Senator Golden said. What Senator Golden said really resonated with me, the sense that the sense of where we are now, given the missteps with the wildfire risk map, and how that impacts the work that we're doing here in this room, and to me in a really unfortunate way. And it sort of harkens to me, there's going to be 2 axioms that I throw out in planning work today. And one of them is this sense that we have to translate pretty extensively the work we do in planning for communities. I think that particularly general public tends not to understand exactly what we're trying to accomplish with our work. And as Senator Golden pointed out, even more so here is this charge that we have around making recommendations to the legislature. And so there are a couple pieces. I'm going to bring all that back to the report that you gave. I think one of the things that's really hard for me and unfortunate here is I think that this is actually an intersection, a place where this intersection between property rights, individual property rights, and a shared community benefits actually has a really positive intersection here. And it's getting really mired in the process that has occurred. So I just wanted to point those things out and say that it's really unfortunate. And I'm not sure how we proceed from here, but we have to keep moving forward. And I really appreciate what you put in the report and the recommendations you have there. One of the pieces that plays into that, I think that it's in the community engagement process. To me, that's a pretty narrowly focused engagement effort, and I think purposely so for the technical aspects of the work that you're doing here. But what we saw and what we're going to hear, I think, continue here in the comments is the impact of that. And I don't know that going into it that we could have changed that, but coming out of it, I think that at this point we have to. That there's got to be a way over the next, what is going to be now a 2-year process, figure out how to resolve that. So that's one thing I would say about the beginning part of that community engagement process. Should we ask specific questions about recommendations here too?
Yeah, I think any questions?
Okay.
Susan.
Let's see, I had a couple that I picked up while you were speaking and then a couple that I had earlier.
Yeah, and I was going to say questions, and then we're going to hear public comment, and then we can have a more deliberation together.
Okay. So on the recommendation under E, recovery planning, one of the things you said, Susan, was that you heard from folks was that people want to remain in their community. And I'm curious about how that recommendation in number 5 under E kind of addresses that. It doesn't seem to suss it out fully. And we actually hear that in the work that we do at the Fair Housing Council of Oregon from some communities. We heard in Southern Oregon is this issue around displacement. And so I don't know if there's ways that in the work that we do around planning that could help address that, but it's certainly a need for communities. And as you identified, a big piece of what folks are interested in. The other specific question I had was also in that same recovery planning. We're going to the legislature for a lot of funding pieces. And I'm wondering if the recovery planning is a place where we actually could leverage federal dollars in that. So that was just an opportunity that I thought about there. I think those are my specific questions for the moment. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Lazo, Chair Halova, and Vice Chair Lilac. Those are great observations. I appreciated your observations more broadly about the engagement process. I think there are a lot of lessons learned that we will certainly take to heart going forward. In terms of recovery planning, I think that's a really good point. There's a little bit of a tension there. Our support would be for local governments to kind of figure out that balance in their local communities. Really to help them have that dialogue internally to figure out how to address helping people stay in their communities. There's a little bit of a tension with people wanting to build back quickly so they can be in their community with really building back better in a way that could help the community be more resilient to wildfire and related natural disasters over time. So, flooding and post-wildfire landslides. So I think that's a really good point and primarily a local conversation. But I think we could, if we are moving forward with this type of recommendation, work with local government stakeholders to see the best way the state could support that work locally. So I feel like I'm punting a little bit, but I think that's a really important point for sure. And then in terms of leveraging federal dollars, yes, I think that's a really important point as well. And for our work, I'd have to do a little more research and with our natural hazards planners and with our community planning services director, Matt Kroll, who's on the line. And I forgot to mention at the beginning, there are a lot of people in the room and on Zoom who have been deeply involved in doing this work over the last 6 months. So we have a brain trust at DLCD doing this work, and I wanted to acknowledge them, meant to do that earlier. But I think what you're saying too, leveraging that federal funding, communities that have not only updated their natural hazard mitigation plan, but they have a really strong recovery plan are going to be better positioned to access federal money. So any way we can help them do that work to be better prepared, there could be potential, and I'm just going to throw this out there, but where we're supporting like a group of local governments, working on a federal grant application. Other state agencies help with that type of work. Business Oregon and Oregon Housing and Community Services certainly have been deeply involved in recovery work the last couple of years. So we'd want to, support and be involved on the land use aspect. Thank you.
Any other questions for Susan from commissioners? Commissioner Warren?
Thank you, Chair. Susan, you talked a lot about the other rules moving forward because of Senate Bill 762, which is primarily defensible space and home hardening. Can you talk about how your recommendations really support that work? for us, please?
Thank you, Commissioner Warren, Chair Holova, and Vice Chair Lilac. Yeah, that's a great question. I appreciate that. Really, our recommendations are trying to fill some gaps. So as you mentioned, the home hardening and defensible space, those are really site specific. And we're really trying to look more broadly at what are land use and transportation strategies that can help at a broader community scale. So again, if we're looking, in an area of town that is maybe higher risk, I didn't talk about this specifically, but it's in the recommendations report. Is there if a community is updating their parks and open space master plan, are they able to look at that through a wildfire risk lens and understand better, for example, the Bear Creek Greenway and management practices? I know they're doing some updated planning for that area now, but really try to look at that in advance. What properties does the park district or city or county own? Could they be managed, or new parks managed or designed in a way that really could reduce risk and create opportunities for like natural wildfire breaks and buffers in the community, and really looking more broadly at kind of the community strategies.
Commissioners? I don't think there's anybody online. I had a question.
Commissioner Holova?
Yes.
So this is Palmer. Sorry to interrupt. I was trying to have my hand raised, and I don't know if anybody could see it. I had a response to Commissioner Lazo's question about accessing federal funds.
Yes, please proceed.
Yeah, sorry. So for the record, Palmer Mason, Senior Policy Advisor at DLCD. Commissioner Lazo, we recognize there is an opportunity to access federal dollars and pull that down for recovery money. We actually have a policy option package 209 for a floodplain and recovery planner. Most of that money, if this has gone to the governor, and if the governor recommends it to the legislature and legislature approves, most of that position would be federally funded. And it would allow us to support general work around floodplain recovery. But the way we've described this position is if communities are impacted by wildfires, this position would prioritize work in those communities. And be able to assist them to get, build back in consistent with federal regulations and get back to recovery as quick as possible. So just wanted to make that note.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. I had a question, and it sort of goes toward that site-specific recommendations that may or may not be a part of our department versus planning activities that prepare for the future. And I was wondering if you could talk about kind of existing facilities and or buildings versus new, and how these 6 recommendations apply or don't apply to them, because I think that's a big thing. You said it a little bit throughout, which was, okay, this is not for existing facilities. It's only if you're planning a new one, to make sure you don't put it in a place that it doesn't make sense for the future. I think that relates to people's homes too, right? If they have a home, like, oh, what regulations are gonna happen to me in my home, versus now you're speaking to really to developers, right? Who are creating new communities. So I don't know if you just touch on that kind of existing versus new concept.
I'm happy to. Thank you, Chair Holova and Vice Chair Lilac. Yes, so really the majority of our recommendations, the development considerations and access standards would apply to new development. So really looking at, and we did receive feedback. We have no potential requirements that would apply to existing development. We're not asking, for any type of retrofitting, but really would be for areas of new development. There is one recommendation in there where through that assessment of the transportation network, we think it would be very wise for communities to look at existing development, for example, manufactured home park. We know we're impacted greatly during the 2020 wildfires, and many of these communities have only one way in or out of their community. And so we do have a sub recommendation that would ask that local community look at opportunities to add access to a development like that, or a resort community that was built 30 years ago where there's only one way in or out. And that would be, something that would be dependent upon, of course, willing property owners and funding to make that happen. But really talking more to the development community. We also did hear quite a bit of feedback through our stakeholder process where there was concern that, the access requirements would apply to someone building a new home, kind of not in the wildland urban interface, kind of away from everywhere else where they might be an extreme or high wildfire risk. And there was concern that it would be an undue burden to require a single family home to have 2 access points onto the county road. And really that's where we're finding that to not suggest that would be a requirement, but really more a larger scale type of residential or commercial development or institutional or campus development would have to have more than 1 or 2 access points.
And I was just going to do a follow-up question and then we'll go to public comment. Have you gotten pushback from the development community on any of these? Because it seems like you said more geared toward new development. So I was curious what the development community may have said about that.
Thank you, Chair Holova and Vice Chair Lilac. Yes, we've definitely had conversations with the Oregon Home Builders Association. They have a representative who was on our stakeholder group. Haven't heard directly from developers, but through the Home Builders Association, received a lot of feedback, as well as the Oregon Property Owners Association. So really, some concerns raised that additional land use requirements could potentially slow down development, that there's concern that time is money, and if there are additional requirements, what might that mean? And that potentially there could be additional cost, which I haven't heard a detailed example of where, a street connectivity requirement or having, community scale buffers really would add to the cost of a larger development. We certainly have heard that concern about home hardening, which studies have shown there's a range of incremental costs, that would go into that housing. But so yeah, we have heard back and have had a lot of great conversations with the home builders on that topic. And some of the refinements that we're making are in response to some of their concerns.
If I might, Chair Holova, this is Palmer, add to Susan's response.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thanks. I think Susan said it earlier in her comments that we realize when you look at the best strategies, the highest value strategies, the most protective strategies for a single dwelling or structure, Senate Bill 762 already has those strategies in home hardening and in particular defensible space. And it's the defensible space I'd like to talk about. As Susan indicated earlier, that applies to existing and new development. It would apply to residential and commercial development. And that's really one of the best tools that the state or any community could adopt to protect a single structure. So our focus was more on, well, what do we need to do at the community, neighborhood, subdivision level to add additional measures, high value measures that would protect people and property. So that's really where our recommendations would go. And then one more thing I would like to add, because I don't know that Susan had an opportunity to mention this, is that there will probably be some.
Oh no!
I'm getting a message that I may have frozen. Well, I'm not sure where I may have frozen in response, but so I'll just keep talking then. One other thing I wanted to point out, in addition to the fact that Senate Bill 762 really has the sort of the right strategies at the level of an individual dwelling or structure, particularly defensible space, because it applies to both existing and new development, is that we recognize there are going to be some places in certain subdivisions and maybe even at the community level where trying to follow through on the recommendations, if the legislature were to advance any of these recommendations to the agency and the commission, is that we probably need a waiver process. So we're recommending that as well, that, for various reasons of geography or other reasons, a community or even an individual individual subdivision may not be able to comply. So we recognize that too, that there's too much variation in Oregon. There's too many specific situations where these recommendations could apply everywhere, and that we needed some ability for someone to demonstrate that they have a justifiable reason to seek a waiver. So that's in the recommendations as well.
Thank you, Palmer, for that clarification. So
Quickly,
yes,
quickly.
Commissioner
Palmer,
Boyer.
Barbara Boyer, on that, and I heard you mention the word remodel once in your presentation. And then I heard Palmer mention existing and new, but I'm not hearing remodel. Is that anywhere in here for some of this recommendations?
From a land use perspective, so I will note that in the absence of doing rulemaking and really getting into details, it's hard to be really specific, but conceptually, what we have discussed is that something at the local level, if it would trigger a land use review, so it might be a substantial remodel or however the local government defines that. FEMA has a definition, which I think it is being included in the updated report. But if something would trigger a land use review, then the requirements would come into play.
Yeah. To clarify, I think most like what we think of as a layperson thinks of remodel would not trigger a land use review. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to go to public comment. Thank you, Susan, for your presentation. Before that, we've heard that if many people in the room are on the internet, it slows down the internet. And so anybody who's on Wi-Fi, if you could reduce your Wi-Fi usage for now, that would be awesome if there's such a thing. Okay, so we'll go to public comment. Thank you. First for public comment is Senator Bill Hansel from District 29, and I believe he's in person. Welcome.
Make sure that I'm close to the mic here. Good morning, LCD Chair Halova, members of the commission, Director Bateman. For the record, my name is Bill Hansel, and I'm the state senator for District 29. Wallowa, Union, Umatilla, Morrow, Gillum, Sherman, and part of Wasco County. I'm here today testifying on behalf of not only myself and the district I represent, but also for Senator Lynn Finley, Senator for District 30, Malheur, Baker, Harney, Grant, Wheeler, Jefferson, the other half of Wasco County, and parts of Lake and northern Deschutes County. Together, we represent over 50% of the geographic land area of the state. Senator Finley would have been here to testify in person as well, but with legislative days currently happening in Salem, I volunteered to make the drive to John Day. First, let me state that Senator Finley and I both voted yes on Senate Bill 762. Neither of us wants to see our communities lost to fire, nor do any of the local officials that are here today. That being said, I'm here today to testify in opposition to aspects of the wildlife recommendations, which DLCD published as a draft a few weeks ago, and LCDC heard in the informational just a few moments ago. I also want to thank Palmer Mason for an update this morning, actually a phone call while I was waiting to testify. And I realized, and both the testimony that was presented and what he shared with me on the phone, that some of my concerns have been addressed. But it's easier for me to put my thoughts as prepared on the record, even though some of the concerns have been addressed. Let me first start by saying, I know you are not taking any official action today. Furthermore, I know that there is not any active rulemaking occurring or plans to do so in the short term. However, what DLCD published, even in a draft format, expressed such a shocking sentiment that many of us in Eastern Oregon felt we needed to speak up. I understand time is limited today. However, I would like to point out just 3 issues that I see in the draft report. Number 1, the draft report talks about how changes need to be made to land use and the way cities and counties plan for wildfires. However, it is supposed to be conducted in concert with the state wildfire risk assessment map from the Department of Forestry. The map is not currently in existence. Because of this, I believe the agency needs to take a pause in their portion of Senate Bill 762. The Department of Forestry believes they have met the definition of 762 because the map was created just because of this creation. Once the new map is issued, whenever that occurs, DLCD should reconvene and begin this process as the legislature intended. Number 2, there's a recommendation having been brought forward in this draft report that states, cities, and counties should not cite services in higher extreme areas. Again, without a map to locate high and extreme areas, we do not know which communities will be subject to these potential changes. If the new map comes out similar to the previous version, schools and hospitals or even care facilities, daycare and elderly care would be prohibited in all of Malheur and Sherman counties or Pendleton or Fossil. DLCD lists the process for an exemption to this rule. However, the last thing we want is for every service building to have to petition the state for an exemption. Furthermore, if cities and counties potentially need to relocate the service buildings because the expansion or siting is not granted by DLCD, our communities will suffer. We will fail to attract or retain the populations needed for our communities to thrive. And thirdly, our communities like to follow their own destinies. We prefer to have a local option in implementation. This report lists 2 potential options for the legislature to go down. Option A, state mandate. Option B, local choice. However, many times in the report, DLCD states we cannot implement option B as that would cause too many differences in Oregon. The needs of my hometown of Athena and the needs of Senator Finley's hometown of Vail are very different. The people are different, the landscapes are different, the needs are different. One size does not and cannot ever fit all. If you've been to one county in Oregon, you've been to one county in Oregon. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for letting me put these thoughts on the record. We humbly request that DLCD pause their work on this concept until the map is officially published by the Forestry Department. Thank you very much. Be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners? Any questions for the senator? Can't see him there. Thank you. Thank you for making the journey, and thank you for your comments. Commissioner Mark Bennett, Chair of the Wildfire Program Advisory Council, is here in person.
Morning, Chair, members of the commission. Thank you for this opportunity. Actually, I'm here not to exactly testify to the report, but to just give you some process information of where the Wildfire Council goes. The Wildfire Council just is 19 members, just such as yourself, from a wide, diverse group representing counties, cities, planners, the environmental community, tribal nations, you name it, we have that group of folks. and they're all volunteers. I might point out it's not agency personnel. The Wildfire Council is an outgrowth of the 2019 work of the Governor's Wildfire Council of the 37 recommendations, which were put forward, which included land use planning and a number of other issues. We're charged with reporting back to the legislature and the governor after a review. Since the timeline was rather unique, we've finished our draft report, but there's a space in there for an addendum, which will be the work of the department and as we review it. And I would be remiss without thanking Director Bateman. Yes, I'm sorry. And especially Susan Milhauser for a lot of staff work that she's put in helping us prepare the report and keeping us updated on the work of the department. Anyway, that's really, John Jennings too, that he's allowed us to meet in Bend at his offices there. So that's been great, and thank you for that. We have not received officially the report yet. The council will be reviewing it at an October session. A work group will be working onto it, and then we will put together a report, as I said, for the legislature, for the presiding officers and the governor, and with the addendum. And with that, the director will be providing a briefing for us with staff on Monday. So I'm here well within my timeline, but if there's one question or questions that the commission would have for the council that I could help you with, it's here. And we're looking at it. We're taking input too. We're a public body, just not quite on the same level as you are as a commission, but we are acting with that level of transparency. So if you have any questions of me, I would, or you can contact me independently or whatever.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, do you have any questions, comments? I'm looking to the screen as if I can see them. Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here, Commissioner. I have a question for you, and maybe you can speak on behalf of the council. Do you have a sense whether you and the council feel like DLCD and the other agencies that are tasked with different pieces of Senate Bill 762 should pause their work based on what's happened with the wildfire risk map, or how do you feel about those pieces moving forward in parallel and tandem from your perspective?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I believe that we need to keep moving forward, as was mentioned earlier and has been mentioned, as recognized by all. We have a critical issue in the state. Sorry. We have a critical fire issue in the state. I think everyone, from counties, cities, residents acknowledge that. It's just the process, the education piece. I think perhaps speaking for the state, and I'll be really broad in that, I think we fail to educate our communities and even more our constituents of why this was happening. I personally went out to what a high risk area in Baker County, and I thought, boy, everybody should know it. And folks didn't. There was Wyoming Big Sage. There was some of the other real fire carriers right up close to houses that are on the top end. And so I think we need to move into an education, bring our communities, bring our citizens along with where we're going. I think, I can speak only for Baker County as a commissioner. About 10, 12 years ago, I was the planning director, pre-commissioner. And what we did was the fire community said, hey, look, we need to widen our roads. We don't have access. We don't have that. We actually had thankfully it didn't turn into a tragedy, but the first engine in was a large tender. It fell through the bridge. Nobody else could get in or out. And so we adopted within the Baker County zoning ordinance, we adopted access standards. We adopted water supply requirements because that's what the fire community. But I think each county should have the option of a voluntary process with a time frame. I'm speaking not as the chair. I want to make this really clear. This is not a chair position. But that each county have a voluntary process that they work, and perhaps 5 years as a pilot program, and adequate funding. I was just talking to my colleague, Commissioner Hampshire from Grant County, and that they have 2 planners. They can't afford to do this. So there needs to be some funding through your programs and through the grants, where they could staff up and work to address this so we can implement this, but moving forward, but bring everybody along. And then in the meantime, look at the map. I think also we need to have credit for good works. Those people that have hardened their homes, those people that have defensible space, those people that have access. Baker County, once again, some of the people are literally in protection by a rural fire district and the Department of Forestry. And so that should be something, so we need to have a larger discussion. And, out of fairness to the Department of Forestry, they had this really compressed timeline to get something done. They did not have the opportunity to ground truth it. So we need to be looking a forward view and not spend a heck of a lot of time looking in the rearview mirror. Okay, missteps, mistakes, we all make them, but let's move this forward in a more engaging conversation. And I know I ran way over my time. Thank you. Are there any other questions? And maybe I used it for never give a commissioner a mic.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your time and being here.
Okay.
And then on to Commissioner Paul Andaris, the Union County, Oregon and Eastern Oregon Counties Association. He's on Zoom.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the commission. I'm Paul Andrus, Union County Commissioner, and I also have over 20 years of wildland firefighting experience. As a point of clarification, it was said earlier that major fires were in 2020. A correction on that, major fires in Eastern Oregon, to be specific, 2015, to include the community that you're sitting in, John Day. And they were heavily impacted by wildfire, both in the town itself and the surrounding areas, as well as many others in Eastern Oregon. It is my understanding that the intent of Senate Bill 762 was to help the people of Oregon. I'm not seeing that happen from any agency. I've participated in the DLCD stakeholder meetings. Many of the additional recommendations that have been presented are already covered by local natural hazard mitigation plans, emergency service plans, and community wildfire plans. Oregon has a supply issue a housing supply issue in all parts of the state. My concerns is draft recommendation will not help the housing crisis in Oregon, but add to it. The ODF withdrawn map identified 59% of the ground in high and extreme as under federal management. I would suggest that you partner with federal partners, and so that not to duplicate efforts specifically in identifying the wildland urban interface. I would recommend that a stronger effort is made in including county planners in early and often in the process. It was said that ODF didn't have the time to do the mapping correctly. I suggest that you take a step back and identify how your efforts will benefit the people of Oregon. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Commissioners? And thank you, Commissioner Paul. Any commissioner questions? Okay. Next on thank you. To Commissioner Dan Doran from Umatilla County. He's in person.
Good morning and thank you, Chair Alova, Vice Chair Lelock, and Commission members. I was really glad to see Senator Hansel here because a long time ago he pulled me aside and said, stick to one subject and be brief when you're testifying. He had 3, so I'm going to go with 3. And he left. So hopefully I can get away with it this morning. He'll find out. Anyway, good morning. What a subject that we've tried to address here with a solution, and we have stumbled. We've stumbled coming into this. We need to kind of level out and make sure that we're on the right path. For those, my first subject is for those that didn't get a copy of the AOC and LOC letter. I hope you all received that. Take time to review that and really consider the words that were mentioned in there. The next 2 items are a little bit higher level. In the documents, both the summary and the full document that came out, there's discussion about mitigation and exemptions, lots of it. And if you were to look at the map that was issued, mitigation and exemptions would overwhelm local public planning departments. The expense in the mitigation and exemptions, we have no way to pay for that. The answer is 0. So there is no such thing as exemptions and mitigations as a possibility at any level. Nobody's got the money to pay for what this document described. And that's tough. That's really tough. Because if you're going to spend that money, let's spend that money up front with the map, make sure that we've lessened that mitigation. Let's not talk about hundreds of thousands of acres and thousands of buildings that may fit a mitigation or an exemption position. And let's talk about a map that limits those to, say, 200 buildings throughout the state that needs exemptions, or less than 1,000 acres as a goal for exemptions or mitigations. My final point is we've talked a lot about the counties in Eastern Oregon and throughout the state that have, will, and could be in the elimination zones of the maps, but not just the maps, but in the discussions too in the document. And I don't want to repeat those because those were strong statements, but let's think about the other parts and the combination forum. Our fairgrounds are where we evacuate to. Our corrals, we're talking humans and animals that need to be evacuated in fire situations. Our fairgrounds are that spot throughout the counties. We have fairgrounds that are evacuation zones for flooding and fires. But those aren't mentioned in here at all. I mean, we talk about evacuations, we talk about schools, we talk about hospitals, but we don't talk about where we take what Eastern Oregon has and where we put them during these times. And these fairgrounds are built in places that would be eliminated by the map and could not even be expanded. So I think as we look at how we put borders and foul lines going forward, that we kind of lift our vision a little bit to have a full view of what we're trying to accomplish. And with that said, I really do appreciate the time today. It is a very deep subject that needs to be addressed and addressed quickly. I will answer any questions that you may or may have.
Thank you, Commissioner Doran. Any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Lazo?
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. And I know that we're running up against time, but I just wanted to clarify, Commissioner. I think if I'm hearing you right, it sounds like the impact on your community isn't so much from what's been suggested in the recommendations report, the processes, but how the map would outline where those would apply. Is that right? Because it sounds like
to a degree you're correct, because to a degree we already do a lot of these recommendations. That's part of our daily lives. We live it. We don't. I mean, when we pull out of the driveway in the morning, that's like a 3/4 mile drive. So we live a lot of these. We self-implement them. We're not real big on the mandates coming down and telling us how to do it, even though we do like the guidance and the suggestions. But the identification of the areas that were included in that map really did start its own fire. I mean, not to be cynical, but it created an uproar and a fire that we need to put out and then rebuild the trust back up, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next is Will Van Vactor from Crook County. Commissioner, sorry about that. Commissioner Will Van Vactor.
Commissioner.
Not Commissioner.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Director, thank you for this opportunity to speak this morning. I really appreciate all the effort that DLCD staff has put into these recommendations. I know it's no small undertaking. Based on some of the refinements that were presented this morning, some of my comments kind of got thrown out the window. So I'm going to wing my presentation a little more than I had planned, but I'll run through a couple quick comments. First, I was glad to hear this morning that DLCD will not proceed with any rulemaking until the wildfire risk map is completed. With that said, something I always kind of keep in mind when diving into planning projects is it's really hard to do good planning if you don't have good information. So I think having the wildfire risk map so that we can kind of gauge what the true impact is to our community and to the people who live in our community is really important. So I would encourage either the legislature ask DLCD to come back with an updated recommendation report at some point, or that we pause this until we have the wildfire risk map. Second, regarding the, I think it's recommendations 1 through 4 include voluntary or rulemaking regulatory options. We strongly encourage the voluntary option when appropriate. This allows communities that have already done wildfire planning to continue to do what they're doing, while at the same time affording communities flexibility in addressing the wildfire risk that they actually are facing. Third, regarding recommendations number 2 and 3, the access and safe evacuation and access components. This is an important issue for Crook County. The issue we have with safe evacuation and safe access for firefighters is not with new development, though. We have access requirements for new development. I know this was touched on briefly this morning. Our problem is with the subdivisions that were created pre-land use. We need to address that issue. We have a number of rural residential subdivisions that do not have good access, and it poses a risk for our firefighters and the folks who live in that area. Fourth, regarding recommendation number 4, I really appreciate the clarifications and the refinements that DLCD staff presented this morning. That's very helpful. So I'm going to withhold some of the comments I had in regard to recommendation number 4 right now. I just want to note one of the refinements noted that the intent isn't to kind of limit development of single family dwellings. That's really, really important. I don't want to see our housing crisis further worsened by some of these rules. And we have a large rural residential area in Crook County that we hope will continue to develop and provide housing opportunities for folks. Lastly, just a quick comment on some language in Senate Bill 762. It mentions allowing for regional differences. I think this is really, really important. As the recommendation report notes, one of the themes I heard is that one size does not fit all. And I think it's really important that we account for regional differences because not every community in the state is the same. In fact, they vary dramatically. So thank you very much for the time. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this morning. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Vice Chair Leela.
Thank you, Chair. And Will, I was just going to ask, earlier Palmer mentioned that some waivers could be provided for a secondary access or access to those legacy or older subdivisions that you mentioned created decades ago. Of course, there's still the cost, but I assume, but I just ask you the question, would those waivers be helpful for some of those subdivisions you have in Crook County? Because I can imagine that they may be either on or near or surrounded by, for example, resource lands, particularly exclusive farm use. So I'm just interested in any perspectives you have about that. Thank you.
And before he answers, there's more clarification for me. I thought I had heard that those kind of access requirements wouldn't be required for existing developments. Maybe Palmer, Mason.
Yeah, Chair. Oh, I'm sorry if I cut somebody off.
Nope, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, Chair Harlova, yeah, Palmer Mason, DLCD. Yes, the intent for recommendation 4 is it would apply to new development, so it would be brand new subdivisions. What Susan had suggested was when a community, again, I should preface all of this, if the legislature directs DLC to go forward in any way, voluntary or regulatory, if communities are working under recommendation 1 and they're looking at community-wide evacuation, we would recommend to the legislature that communities consider how to address the problem that Commissioner Lilac and Will are raising, which is what do you do about an existing subdivision, one that's already been platted, built, and developed, and you know, encourage communities to look at providing, where possible, a alternative, a secondary option for not only safe evacuation for the people living in the subdivision, but opportunities for the firefighting equipment to get in there and you know, protect people and property. The challenge, and I think this is where Commissioner Lilac was raising, is when you take that look at existing subdivisions, there may not be an opportunity to provide that second option for ingress and egress, either because of geography. There could be a river between the subdivision and the road. It could be a question of legal access. The people living on the property or the community representing the subdivision may not be able to attain legal access because it's national forest land or something like that. So the department just wanted to recognize that in certain places, even where we're encouraging, or certainly where directed by the legislature, we were to have statewide regulations, that they can apply in all situations, and that we needed a process to give communities that and individual subdivisions that waiver. But you are correct. Recommendation 4, which is really the standards for new development, are applied to new development.
Sorry to interrupt your question, Vice Chair. I don't know if you want to ask the question again. I just wanted to click, because we're talking about things that are in this recommendation versus things that might be in the next, if the legislature moves forward in the rulemaking. So I just wanted to clarify that for myself.
Yeah, thank you. No further questions. I was just curious because Palmer had mentioned the potential for waivers to provide that secondary access, and I'm certainly aware that Crook County has some of those legacy subdivisions, and if a community desires to provide that secondary access and they're able, but for example, they're surrounded by exclusive farm use zone and it may be challenging for those reasons, would those waivers be helpful to Crook County?
Yeah, yes, the waivers would be helpful. One of the challenges we face, and this was also mentioned this morning, is the federal land holdings in Crook County. So our rural residential area, the one I'm thinking of, it's very large, but there's also a lot of intermixed federal land, and that provides access issues in terms of getting the necessary rights to use those roads. So we run into a real problem with the adjacent federal lands and gaining the necessary access.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
I'm calling up next Commissioner Todd Nash from Wallowa County. I think here in person. Okay. Then the next is Jim Hasher from Commissioner Jim Hasher from Grant County, Hampshire. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for an opportunity to speak with you today. Let me introduce myself. I'm a Grant County Commissioner here. I'm also the mayor of Prairie City, Oregon, which is the second largest town within our county. And I don't know if you guys realize how big our county is. It's 4,500 square miles. And the second largest town's only 1,000 people. When we talk about planning here, our county has 2 staff people. My city has 1, not 1 planning person. 1 person does all the utility billing, city recorder, planning, all this stuff. So when we talk about implementing this stuff, and I do really appreciate the scope of which you guys have been tasked with this, but a lot of this stuff, I would like to see a hold put on it. I've already had constituents tell me that their insurance company won't now renew them because of the risk map. A lot of these towns, my town in particular, just got an income survey done. 57% of my town is either low or moderate income. A lot of this stuff, we have housing shortages. We have an RV park up there. We're trying to house traveling nurses because we don't have enough housing for them. And, when they talked about one size doesn't necessarily fit all, there's already developments in place that access could be limited getting into them. There's no way around that. Private property surrounds it. This county is approximately 64% federal lands. Our tax base is low. We don't have the funds to hire these staff members. So if we kind of just put a hold on a lot of this till we get an accurate map out there for we know what we're really dealing with, and make a lot of these more local control. If we really need to implement some of these things within our community, it would really help. And I was listening when they were talking about these federal grants and stuff that might be available. A lot of times in these small communities, that's great. I'm just finishing up a $2 million water project right now that we had to haul water to my town all last summer at a cost of almost $500,000 worth of water hauling cost. But the funding for the grant and the loan for part of that project was 950 pages to compile all that for a community that's so short-staffed. It's a tremendous amount of work. We need to try to get some funding out there to help these communities with their planning. Our planning documents are probably more than 20 years old. And even at that time, weren't actually written for those communities. They were developed for maybe LeGrand or Pendleton. So they grabbed and changed the name. So we really need some extra funding there. So my ask to you guys is your recommendation will be we hold back on this, let them get further in the process, try to give more chances to the communities to have more control in this, to opt out if necessary, if they don't think it's there. And I'd be great to ask any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Commissioners? Vice Chair Leland.
Thank you, Chair. My question, and I've heard it a couple of times this morning, is a request to pause or to hold the process. Certainly, I can imagine that when the legislature adopted this bill, there was never an anticipation that the map would be published and then withdrawn. I guess maybe this is more of a question for staff or for Steve. With the legislative, there is a legislative direction to provide the report to the legislature by October 1st, if I recall. Is that correct? Is holding or pausing even on the table? Thank you.
I was going to lean in, Chair, but I see our counsel has come off of, it has his camera off just a little bit.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that's correct, Commissioner, that we have a legislative directive to submit this recommendation report by October 1, and it was voted on by the entire body of the legislature. Although they're in legislative days this week, they are not in a position to take up any additional votes or redirect their previous instructions to us. So we're in a bit of a bind at the moment. That is, we need to deliver, and no single legislator can undo that at this point. We will do our best to incorporate things that we've heard here and as part of this process when we turn our report in. And then we'll have to stand down after that.
And thank you for the opportunity to speak here today.
Thank you, Commissioner. I really appreciated your testimony with regard to the scale, of your community, kind of the challenges on funding and staff. It put it very clearly into perspective. So I very much appreciated your testimony, and I think hopefully the staff is listening and thinking about kind of the range and the communities that this legislation will help and or affect depending on the resources available. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to call Kat Zwicker, who's here in person.
Right, first time on this side of the mic. Okay, so I'm Kat Zwicker. I am from Deschutes County and Redmond, and I'm representing myself and my business, Desert Sky Real Estate. So thank you, Chair Halova and members of the commission for hearing me today. I'm here. I would love that if we could roll back this whole thing until the wildfire map was there, but knowing that that is not a possibility, I am a minimum asking that we remove recommendation 4 from your report to the legislature, as it impacts homeowners and housing costs, both with new development and actually with remodeling development. The BCD released a report in reference to Senate Bill 762, saying while no action is required to related home hardening for existing homes, building code standards would apply if you were replacing a hardened item like your roof or your siding, and it can go on to have other things. So now for my concern, that starts to be some of our most vulnerable people in some of these outlying areas, my seniors, my income limited, my workforce people that live out in further areas that may have been better cost at the time, but now might be a little bit more to maintain. So we would need to find some ways to help fund that type of individual. And again, more siding and design standards, they lead to higher total costs, and these costs are in the development costs. It's going to be the cost that the developer has to take to come up with additional plans for hardening, the cost that the city and the staff have to take for extra staff to redo code and development that they just did for House Bill 2001. So we're asking them to take time away from the planning desk to go back and rewrite what they just rewrote. Without a finalized wildfire risk map, there's no direction on how to apply these new development codes or standards. So again, they're operating blind. And as a realtor, I will tell you, even in Deschutes County and the Redmond area where we shouldn't have had that much wildfire risk, I had homeowners calling me going, "Why didn't you tell me?" And I looked, they shouldn't have been. There was no obvious reason for them to have been in a high risk area. And again, the map got pulled back, so maybe that will go away. But if they're not, that's going to impact their value of their home when they go to sell it. So there is an impact there because people do look at that because it affects their insurance costs as well. And again, we're in a housing crisis. So now we're making affordable housing harder to get for everyday people. We're also growing. We're growing at a rate that's one of the fastest counties in Oregon. So now our housing is going to be more dense. And as we push out and we're reaching the edges of our UGB, which is where we are having those fire dense areas, we're going to have those more dense housing mixed in with our regular housing. Again, it's going to be a greater cost. And we don't have the infrastructure or the capital improvements in place at this time to allow that type of annexation if we go directly into this situation. It's very fearful for the overpopulation issues that we have and the lack of affordable housing. Facilities, again, this is going to be not limited now, but our schools, hospitals, clean air shelters, community lifelines, those are often planned well in advance of developments pushing out. And those are our safe zones. One of the perfect examples is Ridgeview High School in Redmond. It is at the south end of Redmond. It was declared an extreme fire risk, which is absurd. It's surrounded by irrigated fields, miles of asphalt, tennis courts, and football fields, and wide roads. But again, it hit on the original map high, and the houses next to it were also that way. So I'm definitely asking development considerations to not include number 4 for development, and that siding and design standards should be removed until the revised map is released so that other agencies can align with their regulations. And things like this building code that's out there, nobody seemed to know about this, and it's out there stating that for remodels, there will be a cost. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Commissioners? Okay, I'd like to call forward Catherine Osborne in person here.
Hello. My name is Catherine Osborne. I too am from Deschutes County, from Redmond, Oregon. We are rapidly growing. We have 11 people a day moving to our area. We are in the middle of a housing and houseless crisis. With that said, in the many hats I wear in my community, I come to you as a citizen because I do sit on an advisory committee and I understand the power you have to ask questions and to direct staff to dig deeper, to make sure you make the right decisions for the individual voices who come and sit before you. And I hope today you'll consider that. My voice is that of a wildland fire wife, a member of the wildland community, a volunteer in wildland. I sat clutching my chest the day Iron 44 helicopter crashed, waiting for the call, knowing that my husband was okay, and then devastated knowing that many of my friends were not. Try to bear with me on this one. I cried on my newborn baby's head when Yarnell happened because my husband was gone, and I knew what every other wife was feeling that day, but mine was okay. And I sat at my desk with my coworker when the burnovers happened in Ashwood, and it was her daughter, it was her husband and her son, and they survived. So when I sit here today, it is not because I'm against wildfire mitigation, it is because I'm absolutely for it, but I want to make sure we do it with the human aspect in mind. Right now, I'm asking that you ask for more information on unintended consequences, making sure the language is clear and concise and we understand what's actually going to happen to our communities. And for process transparency, we already know what happened with process transparency with the map, and yet we move forward with so many questions. In my area, we have extremely low housing inventory. Adding all of this will delay our development for multi-use, multi-family, you name it, and we need to get housing because people are falling into houselessness at a number that is just ridiculous. And this will delay and increase the cost of our alternatives. When it comes to our schools and hospitals, we were told that there were being revisions here, but what about to their expansion? What is that cost going to do to our healthcare? When our rural hospitals are hit with healthcare costs, it is the urban city hospitals that don't take the burden. We do. My town is almost 50,000 people soon. We don't have a maternity ward. I did deliver my baby in that hospital. He was flown to another hospital and there was no bed for me to join him. These are unintended consequences. Finally, I want to make sure we even understand the bare minimum, such as what is the cost per square foot of adding these additional changes? That's a minimum to development. I work in urban renewal. I'm trying to attract new businesses to my town on the daily basis, trying to create family wage housing. If they won't come because it's too expensive to build, what are we doing to support Oregon? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Commissioners? Thank you. Thank you for being here, especially in person. Michael Warren, next up, here in person.
Thank you for your, is this on? Okay. Thanks for having me today. My name is Michael Warren. I'm from Prineville. And I appreciate our Chair Halavea and Commission for listening to public comment. I changed my things a little bit because there are some things that have come up. And although you may not be able to pull this back, you could recommend in your report to pull it back or hold it back. So that would be my comment on that. I too would be in favor of removing recommendation number 4. The scope of where these proposed standards would apply are unclear, and it's such a broad scope, and since the maps haven't been revised yet. An overly broad application on these standards could further hinder housing development in many areas in Oregon. I am a realtor also, and I do focus on rural area from Crook County, Wheeler County, Union County, and sometimes in between. So it all hits home. Some of the proposed mitigation actions would trigger other proposed actions. It's unfair to require higher density standards for new developments and then potentially require additional risk mitigations for these higher density areas. It's unclear on even the conversation that happened today on if we're talking single lots or development. That right there as a recommendation only can still get misconstrued and turn into legislation that's not needed. Impacts on water. This, I think, is the most critical one. We have several communities that are in the greatest wildfire risk, but they're often the most water stressed areas. And some of these are even spring fed. I grew up in an area that our community had 6 neighbors in a 10-mile radius, all on springs. We did not have the capability of water. Huge difference between volume and pressure, huge difference. So I think that really needs to be in consideration. As mentioned in both the Bill 762 and DLCD's wildfire recommendation report, recommend changes to planning comprehensive plans that are needed to incorporate wildfire risk maps, yet there's no maps. There are footnotes in the documents leaving a lot of the changes for modifications, which are sometimes can feel uneasy. This is going to be a great deal of work for not only DLCD, by the way, you guys have done a huge effort on this, and I appreciate that. But also the needed resources has been discussed there, and you guys are identifying that, which is good. But I think we all feel that those resources are not going to be in place for our local planning departments, and which you've heard already that are already stressed. On page 18, on recommendation number 4, there's a comment prior to option A. And it does talk about the voluntary nature of option B would likely limit effectiveness as some choose not to participate. That should not be in the recommendations. I feel that is a very unfair comment because it's placing out there that one size does fit all. We can't really trust our planning departments to choose the right option. And as you've heard, a lot of our planning departments do have these regulations already in place for mitigation. Anyway, that's what I had, and I appreciate again your time and all the effort that was put into this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Commissioners, any questions? Okay. Next is on Zoom, Rich Fairbanks from Prescriptions for Safety.
Hello. Yes, my name is Rich Fairbanks, Prescription for Safety. I worked in fire for many years. I currently live on 20 acres in the Little Applegate drainage here in Jackson County. We've seen a lot of progress on wildfire prevention and mitigation in this area. District 9, that's basically the Little Applegate Fire District 9, has over 90% of the households have complied with defensible space. We've also got federal and state grants just recently for doing thin pile and burn along evacuation routes, the main roads that get you out of here in the event of a bad fire. So we're making good progress, and Senator Golden is much appreciated for getting that bill through. That's part of the grant that we have for doing evacuation route fuel treatment. The part that's missing, and that this became really obvious when we first started doing the evacuation route stuff, we just had the example of Paradise, people dying in their cars and brush growing too close to the road and so forth. But while we were in the process of getting the grants and brushing out evacuation routes, Talent happened. The town of Talent burned down. And boy, talk about a housing supply crisis. That created several thousand homeless people in one fell swoop. And that brings me back to the part that's missing. We need zoning and building codes statewide. We need some kind of template. Our county commissioners are not going to get this done. They've already made that clear with the marijuana zoning. We have been talking to fire people in California, and they tell us that you really need to do the zoning and the building codes in tandem. They need to go together. The example of the fire in West Reading, it was under the new 7A building codes that Lake Keswick Estates was built, but there was no change in their zoning. So they built all of them. So they had a nice view. They were at the edge of a canyon where the fire could eat the houses. And they ate a lot of houses that day. The Talent fire created a real housing supply crisis And I submit to you in my remaining 26 seconds that continuing to build with the same zoning and building codes that burn talent is just building suicide subdivisions. So we need to get off we need to not talk about delays or going back to the drawing board or any of that nonsense. We need to get busy and do zoning and building codes. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Lazo?
Thank you for your testimony, Rich. I just want to clarify, are you saying that your county commissioners are not going to do that work? Is it based on capacity or willingness, in your opinion?
Well, the way they behaved on the marijuana, basically they were sort of overtly hostile to zoning. Now, we didn't get into building codes, but from what we've seen so far of the marijuana, you can have your eight-year-old do the wiring on your hoop house, and it'll either pass or it won't get inspected. They're completely overwhelmed. I gotta sympathize with the commissioners and with staff, county staff. They're completely overwhelmed by the marijuana gold rush down here, and I admit that's a mitigating factor, but it does not mitigate the fact that we all saw talent burn on TV, and now we're watching them rebuild with 2x4s, oriented strand board, roof sheathing, all the things that made talent so flammable are being repeated, or a lot of them are. Again, I don't want to blame city people in talent or anything. I'm just saying the situation is, it's 2 degrees warmer. We know that, it's a scientific fact. It has had a spectacular effect on fire behavior. My friends that still do wildfire all say the same thing. The fires are getting really nasty. And so we got it. The world changed, and we got to change with it. Zoning and building codes. That's what we got to do. We got to update them. We got good science now. We've got some really good science from the Insurance Institute of, I forget the name of it, but they've got some good fire behavior scientists. We know what to do. We just haven't done it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mary Kyle McCurdy from 1,000 Friends of Oregon via Zoom.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Mary Kyle McCurdy, Deputy Director at 1,000 Friends of Oregon. We have participated in the crafting of this legislation and in the various work groups that have participated and drafted the elements leading to today's recommendations. Finally, I was appointed to the Wildfire Programs Advisory Council, which Mark Bennett is a co-chair of. I'd like to start out by thanking your staff person, Susan Milhauser, who has done a really great, thorough, detailed, and inclusive job at preparing the recommendations for you. DLCD has done wonderful public engagement on it, and throughout this process impresses me as the agency who best knows how to do public engagement and rollout of things. 1,000 Friends supports the 6 recommendations made by your staff and urge you to approve submitting the report to the legislature as drafted. The recommendations are measured, sensible, and focused primarily at community level preparedness and resiliency. It also recognizes the need for funding, particularly to local governments, as you've heard described the need today. And I want to put my Wildfire Programs Advisory Council hat on for a moment. I anticipate that we will be recommending funding of the home hardening and defensible space and other things like that for those of lower and moderate income. We all Oregonians really have to get our head out of the sand here, or out of the wildfire smoke. We have to stop paying for so much money towards firefighting and building communities back after the wildfires have destroyed Talent, Phoenix, Otis communities throughout the state. We are losing housing, and we will continue to lose housing that way. We have to start spending in advance, both at the home level and at the community level. Back to the recommendations, they are just recommendations. I don't see any reason to pause them. The timing of them going into the legislature will be commensurate with the timing of the revisions of the map. And as you have seen, your staff is very adaptable, or welcome and open to adapting recommendations as they hear from constituents and legislators. And I anticipate that will continue. The Oregon Values and Beliefs Center survey found that the overwhelming majority of Oregonians want strong actions at the state and at the local level, including actions stronger than what is being recommended here in this report. That to us says go forward, adopt these recommendations when they are finalized and forward them on to the legislature. We've submitted detailed comments on each recommendation. I'm happy to answer any questions about them, but I won't go into them here unless you'd like. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Commissioners, any questions? There's none. Okay, so we're running a bit late on our agenda, not that far. Our next item is scheduled to start now. So the thought was to have 15 minutes of discussion. There's two motions, there's one motion on the table, but and I just want to go over that before we start talking. I'm on the wrong page. There is no motion. I was sitting here thinking, I know we're not doing anything. Why am I reading a motion? A motion to accept that you have a document is what I was thinking I was going to say. Oh, good. There's no motions. It was like, well, clearly stated at the beginning that there's no motion. So I got confused there. My thought is that we have 15 minutes instead of 30 minutes that we were originally scheduled to have discussion with no motions. And then take a 5-minute break. And then just because some people need a break. No, after the 15 minutes was my thought. Is that okay? Everybody cool? Okay, here we go. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back and talk for 15 minutes on this topic. There is no motion, and then we'll move on into our next item. So 5-minute break, being back at 11:40. Thank you. It's like, I didn't know you were presenting on this particular topic. Okay, we're gonna start back after the break. And I wanted to say, commissioners, if you ever during the anything that we're doing today, feel free to stand up, walk around. I think we do that in our Salem location, and I think it's just helpful when we're sitting for such a long time. So I just wanted to open it up to discussion, not deliberation, discussion on this particular issue. Any commissioners any comments, advices to Susan? Anybody? Okay.
Clarifying questions.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thanks, Chair. Susan, I just wanted to ask a couple of things that may be clarified for things that have come up process-wise. So one is there already built into the process an opportunity for you to review? I guess not. I'm answering my recommendations that go to the legislature after the map is re-released. So I'm not sure that exists. So process-wise, this report is due October 1st. That's going to go to the legislature, and then at some point the map will come out and the legislature will act. So we've got sort of one shot at this.
Thank you, Commissioner Lazo, Chair Halova, and Vice Chair Lilac. That is unclear because the timeline of the map is to be determined, though I will note, and I don't know, there was a press release coming out this morning from Forestry about the map timeline. So I have not seen that yet. I don't know if Sadie's back in the room. Oh, there she is. Has that? So I think when we know the map timeline and direction from the legislature, that they could direct that we re-review the recommendations in light of the map being published. I think from the staff perspective, once having the map, we would want to internally look at, the legislature is going to kind of give us marching directions, hopefully. And then I think it would make sense because they're pretty high level and we would want to, any type of implementation, whether it's voluntary or rulemaking, we would get into a lot more detail. So having that map and doing that more detailed process by virtue of that would be like revising the recommendations down into further detail, if that makes sense. Like we wouldn't necessarily, unless directed by the legislature, submit a new report to them, though they may direct us to do that. So I don't know if we have time, if Sadie wants to talk about the map, but that would be great.
Well, I can just offer for the group, pardon me, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, for the record, Sadie Carney, Communications Manager and Policy Analyst with DLCD. There will be a press release that will be available at noon with a timeline detailing the updated process for the map moving forward that has been developed in coordination with the Governor's Office and Wildfire Programs Director Doug Graff. Thanks.
My sense also though, Susan, is that the map, it's one of these pieces, I've just said this to my fellow commissioner, we sort of know 90% of the areas that are going to be mapped as high risk. I think that there's a lot of contention about some very detailed areas in the map. And so my sense is that the recommendations aren't tied sort of directly to the map and some of those points, that they're much broader brush and they can be applied when the map comes out, basically. So that's not a question so much as a point I would make. I want to go back also to the other question I had that came up around option A and B, as we're framing it in the memo. Can you, I sort of know this, but in your words, what is the benefit of going with option A over option B to you?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Laszlo, Chair and Vice Chair. I think that there are different pros and cons of those approaches. We heard from some folks today and some of the testimony that having a uniform set of requirements, at least baseline requirements across the state, would help with implementation. I appreciated the testimony. I've forgotten the gentleman's name, but talking about building codes and land use in conjunction. I think that was really powerful. But at the same time, we also heard from many people speaking today that the local conditions vary across Oregon, and different sizes and different communities have different capacities. So I think if there are is direction to do rulemaking, we would have a statewide requirement. We certainly would look very carefully at applicability to different community sizes, and, you know, phasing to address issues around staff capacity and lack of resources. We also heard in some of the written testimony that, you know, having one community do something voluntarily and really do all the hard work, but maybe the community next door, for a variety of reasons, either, you know, lack of political support or lack of capacity, doesn't participate in a voluntary manner. There's, you know, unintended consequences because fire doesn't really respect political boundaries. So I think that's how I would consider that. But you know, that's my personal, I mean, that's one opinion. I think that's you know, I'd like to hear from the commission if you all have thoughts about that, just based on your experience with other programs that the agency has put forth. That would be helpful for staff to hear about that. Commissioners? Any thoughts?
I have a lot of small thoughts all wrapped up into one, maybe. It's interesting because I deal a lot with specific buildings, not so much large areas or sites. And I just thought it was an interesting parallel between, you know, fire code for an individual building is all about how to get people out of a building in a certain amount of time so that if a fire is happening in a building, people can escape. And so I thought that was an interesting parallel to the kind of work that we're talking about, is that people can get out of the community in time, right? And so that seemed very much in keeping with, you know, the thoughts of individual buildings and now expressed in the landscape. So I thought that's very important, especially when it comes to new communities. It's like, okay, with the older communities, I think communities can find specific issues that they want to remedy, and then hopefully there's funding there to kind of allow for. We have a plane outside. Or helicopter. With existing communities, you know, that's one thing, but with new communities, I agree with one of the testimonies, like, don't replicate the problems that we already know exist. And new development is the time to do that. And developers I'm a real estate developer, just to set that on my day job. Developers are very much used to, okay, the building code has changed, the energy code has changed, these requirements. And from the development perspective, it's really important to just like know what they are, right? And not to be ambiguous. So I just wanted to say that. And being from the development community, you know, I'm always thinking about like, how much does this cost? Like, is it in the back of my head? And I'm working on a project right now where we're talking about these issues because it's important, and talking about hardening for a new development that has all the issues that we're talking about here. I'm just starting that process, so it's not like I have a lot of feedback from it, but never on our team has it come up that it's going to cost more on the hardening side. It was more just like, what choices are we going to make material wise? What choices are we going to make where we're going to put this building versus that? So it's very interesting that I'm at a start of a process on a particular new development with all these issues in there. And so I think it is important to talk to the development community to see if there are any issues, but like a lot of them don't exist within what we're doing here in the department. They're on building code. And so I just wanted to make that clear distinction between like the building code and what we're doing. But new development is the time to do that stuff. That's the time. So I think in the recommendations, I'd just be really great to make sure that we're being very clear about what of these apply to existing, what of these apply to new, what of these apply to large communities or small communities. And I think I've heard a lot of it said, and I just want to make sure that in the recommendations that it's clear, so that when the legislature, if they decide to act on this, some of those things get embedded into that, which then will come back to us anyway, and then be further explored. So I think that's all I wanted to say. Yeah. Thank you for all your work. Yeah. Commissioner Boyer.
Barbara Boyer. Boy, that was a lot of testimony, and I appreciate everybody coming out today to give us things to think about. I start by saying I think we are all at wildfire risks, not just certain areas in the state of Oregon. And And then I read our charge, and our charge is to put recommendations to the local comprehensive plan zoning codes to incorporate the wildfire risk map. And we now don't have this map. So I'm conflicted. We're on the right path, but I'm very conflicted in that charge that we now don't have a map, but we are to put recommendations forward. And some of the public comment, Kat, I can't remember, I might not say her last name right, but Zwilker talked about that if this is incorporated, that they have to redo House Bill 2001. Was that, I'd heard that comment and I was just trying to wrap my brain around that comment. Is there anybody that can help with that one?
Well, we'll
Okay.
have Sean come up, Commissioner, but I thought I heard her say that this was cumulatively, all of the requirements coming forward, including House Bill 2001, are a lot for communities that have very little capacity, local capacity to implement.
Yeah, no, so I can speak to that. So House Bill 2001 has a series of, for the record, my name is Sean Edging. I'm a housing planner here at DLCD. Thank you, Chair Halova and members of the commission. The short of it is Division 46 has a series of provisions and administrative rule around goal protections. One of them is around natural hazards, which is pretty broad, enabled, to encompass things like wildfire. And so it gives jurisdictions pretty broad authority to regulate the development of middle housing when there's an identified, natural hazard, and wildfire would absolutely qualify under there. It's not specific about the types of hazards, just the effects on people and property. So there might be some code amendments that are needed, but they would be able to apply them to middle housing.
That's helpful. Thank you. Two more. So somebody had also, I think it was somebody from Deschutes County talked about a cost analysis of these recommendations. Where would that fall? Or who would that fall on? Cost analysis on the recommendations of like home hardening and defensible space. Who would that?
So Chair Halova.
Thanks,
Oh,
Palmer.
go ahead, Kirsten.
That's all right, Palmer. I was going to say something and I was going to say Palmer might have some other information. So why don't you just dive right in? Go ahead. I was going to go to fiscal impact, but go ahead. You probably are too.
So we planned that in advance, that handoff. No, so again, Palmer Mason, Senior Policy Advisor at DLCD. Commissioner Boyer, and you're probably aware of this. So Senate Bill 762 already requires a defensible space in home hardening standards. So I don't know that there would be a new analysis done for the potential cost of those. Susan alluded to the hardening issue in that there's some literature and research that we have looked at that suggests that there can be cost increases, but they can be pretty incremental for home hardening. And defensible space, I don't know, Susan may have more information, whether I've seen a lot of information on the cost impact of that. Although just to be really clear for the benefit of the commission and anybody listening, what the Office of the State Fire Marshal is talking about is vegetation as management. Not anything more than that in terms of defensible space. I would note that on cost is a complex issue. I think there's pretty good evidence and a fair argument to be made that taking those steps of home hardening and defensible space actually are to the benefit of the property owner and to the community in terms of cost. So again, cost is a pretty complex issue. If the question is the cost analysis around our recommendations, a couple of points. One is that why we were very careful to make clear in this presentation to the commission that we're refining the recommendations so that they don't apply to the individual dwelling or structure. They're really more at the community and neighborhood level. I recognize that still might incur some cost for, say, a developer of a subdivision. But I'll also note, the second point is that a lot of what we're talking about, the practices that are mentioned in the recommendation are practices, and it was said again here today, that communities already do. One of the challenges we have is that some communities have stepped forward and recognized the growing risk of wildfire and have adopted some of these mitigation measures that are outlined in the report, and other communities haven't. And it's not to criticize those communities that haven't. They may have, and again, we've heard this today, real issues around capacity and challenges like that. But a lot of what we're talking about is done in Oregon and is certainly done in other states. So we're just trying to build on what is implementable, what is feasible, what communities, the development community, and what individual developers can do. So again, it's not to say that there wouldn't be some cost, but I don't think we're recommending anything that should require extraordinary cost. And furthermore, last point, and Susan said it, and I'll just reiterate it here, all of these recommendations go forward with the recognition that the legislature, if they were to approve any of these recommendations, need to tie funding and substantial funding to support local governments and probably even individual, developments and such to implement the recommendations. I just want to be really, really clear on that point. These recommendations won't work if they're not well funded. And so we feel like we've been very clear on that point, and hopefully that's clear to the commission today.
Thank you.
And I was going to add on the code, building code wise, our energy code in Oregon has been changing, being more and more aggressive because of climate change issues, but also it's the right thing to do. I'm on the development receiving end of changes in energy code, right? So yes, there's more in the energy code side, there's more upfront cost, but over the long term, you save a lot more money. And there's actually like payback periods in 10 years and so on and so forth. So when I look at this work on the code side, I think of it as, yeah, even if there is more cost, which I'm skeptical that there is, having the place not burned down, there's a huge cost involved with that. Even if you have insurance, the insurance, as we all know, they never like to cover everything to end the time, and there's huge costs to that. So it's like, do you mitigate that cost up front or do you deal with it afterwards? And that's how I'm seeing the code in relation to fire. Commissioner Warren, I think. Oh, Deputy Director Green.
Thank you, Chair Halova and Vice Chair Leland and Commissioner Boyer. I just wanted to kind of footnote something Palmer said. Many, many good things that are all true. And of course, just to recap, these are our DLCD as an agency was required to report to the legislature. And thanks, commissioners for your guidance today. If the legislature instructed DLCD to do rulemaking in any way, shape, or manner, we are required to do a fiscal, housing, and racial impact assessment of the rule. So that would be forthcoming, just to kind of our lane, and Palmer correctly described. There's many lanes on this, but we would have to be required to do a fiscal impact analysis on ours should they come forth. Thank you.
Warren.
I was just going to kind of duplicate something that you said, Chair, is that as someone who lived through a wildfire and has many friends and neighbors who lost their homes and are still in the process of rebuilding, insurance companies have not covered the full cost from a single person I've talked to. And in fact, my neighbor had to pay over $100,000 out of pocket on his own place. So there are real considerations between both doing it upfront and doing it on the back end. And I would suggest that doing it on the back end is a lot more expensive to the homeowner.
Susan?
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commission. I also just wanted to note the Building Codes Division, through their development of the updated building code, they do have estimates that they're including in that process about home hardening. And Commissioner Boyer, I can get that information to you if you're interested. And I will also note that the Office of State Fire Marshal, part of their charge under Senate Bill 762 is not only to develop the Defensible Space Code, but they have robust grant-making programs, which are already underway. They've handed out grants to hospitals and schools around the state to do defensible space work on the ground already. And they're looking at additional opportunities and programs to support local communities to get that work done at the lowest cost way. And I'll also note something that Mary Kyle McCurdy said in her testimony, that the Wildfire Programs Advisory Council, the subgroup looking at the wildland urban interface and land use, they've definitely highlighted for the full council's discussion that additional funding would likely be needed for home hardening, particularly for affordable housing developers. If these requirements were to expand to larger types of development. So I think that trying to subsidize some of the costs is being discussed at that kind of higher level. So, thank you.
Thank you. I think we're going to move on to our next agenda item, unless Commissioner Warren has one more comment.
Yeah. Sorry, I've been holding my comments till the last because I've had a lot of opportunities to work with Susan and a number of stakeholders on these recommendations. So I just wanted to, I've been thinking about this a lot. And I first of all want to thank our community development director and our commissioners for coming here today. I hear your comments and I couldn't agree more with you. So I work in my day job as a wildfire adapted communities planner. I write community wildfire protection plans for Oregon counties. I'm in the process of writing 2 right now. And the recommendations that the department has come up with, I would say recommend the best case scenario for us adapting our communities to becoming more wildfire adapted. They represent, in my mind, a best case scenario. And I think that's what the department has put forward is this is the best case scenario for us to move that adaptation forward. What the legislature does with that is kind of out of our hands at this point in time. But I think what we have done here is presented the best case options for us to move forward. With that being said, I'm also someone who feels very strongly that one size fits all policies, especially for wildfire mitigation, does not work for everybody. And so I would just like to encourage the legislature as they review these recommendations to consider, the differences between places like Prairie City and the city of Ashland and the city of Ashland and the city of Eugene. They're all very different and they're all very unique and they all have very different wildfire risk. When you look at the ratings may be the same, but if you get on the ground, you actually look at the hazards that are in place, they're very, very different for city to city. And so I just really hope that if they direct us to move forward with rulemaking, that we really actively engage these communities and figure out what they need from us to support their efforts moving forward, right? These rules should become a catalyst for us to become more wildfire adapted, not some unfunded mandates that just aren't going to work. And in fact, the academic research that studies mandated wildfire risk reduction shows that one size fits all policies don't work. So we really need to take that seriously and we really need to be working with our communities directly to figure out what they need. And so I'm very cautious about creating requirements that are kind of this one size fits all thing. I really think that we should pursue a more informational and helpful approach for our cities and our counties, because most of them already have a lot of these rules in their comprehensive plans. They're in their zoning codes. They already exist, but they don't have the capacity or the resources to actually put them on the ground. So how do we think about how we support those communities to get there? And I think that's where we really need to focus our efforts.
Thank you, Commissioner Warren. I saw that the Commissioner Jacobson has her hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As usual, without discussion ahead of time, Commissioner Warren said a lot of what I was going to say. So I completely agree with everything he said. I just wanted to add on to that and say that, I think we spend a lot of time talking about capacity in this group, not just with this particular issue, but kind of in general with local governments. And I mean, it's a real issue. And I feel like from a wildfire perspective, communities get hit with capacity issues on the back end, after a wildfire and even on the front end. And I mean, even today, some of the programs and stuff that was discussed, like I think staff was discussing the defensible space grant that's available. So let me tell you about that on a ground and just to give you some example. There's a few different ones, but from the ODF&W defensible space grant that goes to homeowners for them to work on having defensible space around their area. Those areas are already identified, and then those homeowners have to pay out of pocket for the work to be done and then get reimbursed from the state. Huge barrier for people. Taking down one large snaggle tree in this county, in Lincoln County, is about $6K. So think about just how expensive that one thing would be, or just limbing several trees, you'd be in thousands of dollars if you can find someone to do it. But, so that's not really an option here. I mean, for people to be paying out of pocket in a low income community, that program then, in my opinion, doesn't really exist unless local governments try to step in and somehow add capacity to that program, which in this case, we're not able to do that. We actually asked if we could pay the bill and get reimbursed. We were told no. But in a lot of ways, it requires local governments to get those things going. And capacity is a very real thing. It's why if you look at federal agencies and even state agencies and where the money often goes to, it's larger communities because they have the capacity to do that. So beyond what Commissioner Warren said, I'm just really worried about the capacity issue for these communities because this does represent, some large undertaking and those things are real. And if they have to take on the capacity to do this, what is not getting done? And that's the other thing to think about. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Lilac.
Thank you. And I was going to, I appreciate going third because I can echo a lot of those comments. I was going to mention what one commissioner talked about, the limited resources, and that's a very, very significant issue. And at that conference I was just at, the International City County Managers Association, I heard about that issue across the country, and it's everywhere. No question. That's piece number one. We heard from another commissioner in Darris, I can't remember how to pronounce his name correctly, but as well as from others about how much incredible work is happening already. Natural hazards mitigation plans, community wildfire protection plans. Deschutes and Wasco counties already have some codes and plans and policies without any state requirements. They've been achieved on a voluntary effort, and I think a lot more, as we heard, this issue is at the forefront of communities across the state, and I think that there's going to be a significant amount of work coming on the horizon to implement Goal 7 in new ways. As we've heard, which is really, really encouraging, and it's going to require significant resources. And what Commissioner Mark Bennett's comment spoke to me of, is there a 3 to 5 year voluntary approach, something of that nature, because there's going to be so much work that is there to the capacity with the LCD, with local planners, with consultants, with fire officials to do the work beyond all of the communities that are stepping forward to address this as they wish to do so now. And then other local governments that may, for one reason or another, not be doing it. They don't have capacity. There may not be the desire to do so. Whatever the case may be, they then can benefit if they choose to from all of this great work that is currently happening. So I just hope that, and I'm sure that the team will consider all of these comments as you revise and prepare your final report to the legislature. I did find, as one of our legislators mentioned, that the AOC, LOC, I think it was a legislator, I can't remember who it was, that mentioned that letter. I thought that the letter raised interesting points. So I guess my final comment is I do think a voluntary approach in this capacity does really demonstrate a collaborative partnership effort going forward for the next few years at least, and then we can reevaluate. But it's such a critical issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I was going to end before we go to the next. I was going to say what I like about the process that we're following and the recommendations, and we'll see where it all goes, is that we can't get resources for this issue if we don't talk about it and deal with it. It's the chicken and egg, I think, that we've dealt with a lot of issues nowadays, specifically with climate change. It's like we have to create a framework to which then we can say we all want to go and make this better. And now we need to figure out collectively how to get the money to do that. And so that's, I think, the hopeful thing with this is it's bringing out all the issues, which they all existed before. It's just now we're all talking about them. So thank you for your work. And so our next agenda item is the middle housing and master plan communities rule amendments with Marie, which I don't know if Marie. Yeah. Valencia. I was just looking for Aguilera. Yep. Okay. Um, okay. Sorry. I'm just looking at all the things. And Sean Edging with us here today. And just because we're running behind in our schedule, what we've planned to do is we'll go through this agenda item, but the next agenda item, number 5, we're going to have a working lunch. We're going to eat while we listen to agenda item number 5. So that's how we're going to accomplish all that we have today. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, want to start? Yep, you got it.
Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, members of the commission, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Mari Valencia Aguilar. I am a housing planner with the department, and with me today is my colleague, Sean, and I'll let him introduce himself.
Hi. Yeah, for the record, my name is Sean Edging. Thanks for having me here today.
We are here today to talk to you about the proposed final set of rules related to regulating middle housing and master plan communities. The desired outcome of the presentation. Oops. Join audio, start join audio. I'm getting a message here on the Zoom. Join with computer audio.
Definitely want to leave that off.
Oh, that would feedback.
Yeah, this is your audio source.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's okay. The ultimate goal of the presentation today is to provide you an update of the proposed set of rules related to regulating middle housing in master plan communities. And this is these set of rules are found within the Oregon Administrative Rules, Chapter 660, Division 46, subsection or Section 205, subsection 2. And the ultimate goal too, following the presentation, is to request that the commission continue a public hearing and then hear public testimony. And following that testimony, make a motion to approve the final set of rules. I always have issues with technology. It's showing. There we go. Okay. Here is a slide that shows an outline of just kind of the run of show of my presentation. I'll begin with providing you a quick overview of just or setting context related to the master plan community rule. I'll then quickly dive into the process and dig into the amendments associated with the rule since your July commission meeting. And then, of course, public comment period, testimony, and the motion to approve. All right. So beginning with context, back in December of 2020, this commission adopted middle housing rules really, to respond to House Bill 2001. These rules required medium and large cities to increase housing supply by allowing or requiring them to update their development codes and their comprehensive plans. Medium cities specifically, those outside of the Portland metro with populations over 10,000 and or between 10,000 and 25,000. Had to amend their codes to allow duplexes anywhere where single family residential homes were allowed in the city. Large cities, those non-metro cities with populations over 25,000 and metro cities with populations over 1,000 and Portland counties for their urban areas. Those large cities had to update their development codes to allow duplexes and middle housing. I'm referring, when I say middle housing, I'm referring to triplexes, quadplexes, townhomes, and cottage clusters. Leading up to the adoption of these rules, a key question kept coming up, and that is what is here on this slide. How does a city adequately plan and construct infrastructure for new large residential developments on unimproved lands within the urban growth boundary? And so the master plan communities rules, they were crafted to respond to the specific question head on. The section of the rules define what a master plan community is, and that is undeveloped parcels within an urban growth boundary that is greater than 20 acres in size. The rule also establishes infrastructure planning expectations for medium and large cities, using unit density in medium cities up to 15 dwelling units per acre, and then 20 dwelling units per acre for Portland metro cities. Note here, the rules that what I just described is an option. Cities may regulate middle housing and master plan communities in the way that I just described, or they can also regulate, or they may regulate middle housing in the same manner that they regulate anywhere else in the city. In previous presentations on this agenda item, oftentimes staff has described this rule as kind of an imperfect measure to measure infrastructure planning for 3 reasons, and those are here listed on the slide. Really what it boils down to, it's really hard to plan, or it's a poor infrastructure tool to plan when using just kind of unit density, when you don't differentiate by bedroom size and type. Then also just kind of applying a blanket unit per infrastructure demand assumption kind of goes against those House Bill 2001 housing outcomes of affordability, fair and equitable outcomes. And then the rules have tended to have raised difficult conversations with our local government partners, and the amendments that I'll be presenting are kind of rectifying those tough conversations. All right, so at the adoption time, this commission did task the housing team to work with local government partners as they were implementing the middle housing rules and kind of assess how they were being implemented, and report back to the commission within a year. Before my time, the team did so, and at that time, November 2021, just last year, this commission did direct staff to go through a rule amendment process to update the master plan community rules to better clarify and kind of better support our local government partners in kind of implementing middle housing in these areas. And the commission set out 3 guiding principles. First one is to balance House Bill 2001's intent and purpose with the rule requirements, facilitate a mix of middle housing in these greenfield areas, and then convene a work group. And we did. You'll see 3 meetings held in January, April, and June. On this slide are the names of the individuals who were on the working group. And I want to take a moment to give them a shout out, a kudos, appreciation for their expertise. It was invaluable to the rule amendments. And I also want to take a time to give kudos to our third member of our housing team who isn't here, Ethan Stuckmeyer. He is the project manager of this overall process and worked significantly and put a lot of energy in this work. So thank you, thank you. He's on well-deserved vacation. Okay, so here is a graphic that visually depicts what the rule amendments kind of boil down to. There's 4 options, and 4 options that a city can take to regulate middle housing. First one is to, a city when planning for middle housing in these greenfield areas have the option to regulate middle housing in the same manner as they do anywhere else. This option is depicted on the right rectangle on the screen here, right, stemming from the dark blue rectangle. Or a city may choose a different path. They may apply different standards. And so that would be taking the road on the left in this decision tree, and taking that option then allows them 3 options. The minimum plan density, 20 or 15 dwelling units per acre, or applying a variable rate SDC, or requiring a mix of middle housing in the build out of the master plan community. And so now in the next series of slides, I will be diving into the rule amendment language, and it might be helpful to refer to attachment A that lays out the rules themselves. I should note before I kind of dive into that is, since your July commission meeting, the 4 options functionally have not changed. There are amendments, but they are more related to language amendments. So that was really great. We didn't receive any significant concerns about no on any of the 4 options. So here on the screen is kind of the first sort of, if you will, the preamble of the rules of this section. And essentially it says, large city, you may regulate middle housing in master plan communities. And you have 2 options. You can take the decision tree on the rectangle on the right that I mentioned, which is to regulate middle housing in the same manner as you do anywhere else in the city, or choose the other road and then choose from the 3 options on that side of the decision tree. Here in this section specifically, we did not receive any feedback since your July commission meeting to make any amendments to the language. So this section stands as you saw it presented to you at your July commission meeting. The next section then goes into that variable rate SDC option. And here there was minimal changes, and those are reflected in the red font there. We received guidance from our friends at the city of Wilsonville. They let us know that in addition to cities, special districts also can apply fees, and they are termed infrastructure fees. And so we've added that to that specific language to be inclusive of the fact that cities can apply an SDC, and then also other service providers can apply an SDC. And this option kind of raised discussion at your previous July commission meeting. I think it was Vice Chair Lilac who asked Ethan that if there was an existing statute that already allowed or gave cities this authority, and the answer is yes. However, we're including it here to clarify that existing authority and formalize it into rules. One last point here before I move on. The variable rate SDC option here really incentivizes the development of middle housing by allowing smaller units that presumably are more affordable to be charged less. So, like I said, nothing, no feedback or concerns were raised, and that is kind of the core piece of the option here. So it remained the same. The next option here, the next set of rules is related to regulating middle housing by applying a mix of middle housing requirement. And the rules here say, city, you can require that the two middle housing types other than duplexes be included in the build out when proposals come in. This one did not receive any feedback or requests for changes. So this one, it remains the same as you saw it at your July commission meeting as well. And so with that, that kind of ends the slides of rules related to how to regulate middle housing and master plan communities. The next two slides kind of shift a little bit. They're not directly related to master plan communities. They're how to regulate middle housing for public facility planning in areas that are greenfield, but that don't hit that mark of what qualifies it as a master plan community. So they're smaller than 20 units per acre. And so and subsection 5, that's where that begins. Here, the rules basically say city. And before I start, I should probably say that the reason why we're adding these two sections here is because staff received kind of requests for clarification for how to regulate middle housing in these smaller greenfield areas. And the response by staff to cities, to our local government partners was, you already have existing authority to regulate regulate middle housing and proposed housing development applications, but we'll kind of formalize that in rule and provide that clarification. And so that's really the intent of adding these two sections. So again, here just says, should an applicant can submit a proposal for residential housing development, and it may include middle housing, and should, with a planned infrastructure planning capacity, but should it come back that it exceeds kind of that public facility demand, then the city has the ability, they may withhold issuance of the building permit. Here we did receive feedback about minor feedback about adding to this section by adding other types of application proposals that could come in into the door of a city, including a replat or a property line adjustment. And so that's what we've done here. It's just expanded the language to be more inclusive of those types of applications that a city may receive. Lastly, this subsection 6, it's the final section, like subsection of the master plan communities related to public facility improvements. And here it says, a large city may require applicants of middle housing to provide the same right-of-way dedications, frontage improvements, connectivity standards that would apply to detached single-family dwellings on the lot or parcel, including applicable exemptions related to proportionality. This one did receive the most amendments, but it doesn't change the function. City of Portland, Washington County, we received feedback about some concerns related to limitations on public facility improvements. And so Washington County did submit this language change, and staff felt that it addressed their concerns about connectivity limitations potentially, or street improvements, curbs, that type of thing, and also simultaneously addressed the City of Portland's concerns related to proportionality. So here it kind of changed the frame from city you may not require to you may require these options. So with that, I quickly presented that. I will look to Sean to see if he wants to add anything too. Otherwise, yeah, please ask us questions.
Commissioners, any questions, clarifying questions? We don't have any public testimony for this issue item, so I think we're just going to do questions and deliberations kind of at the same time. Okay, Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair Oliva, and thanks, Mari and Sean. I'll ask this question just because we're here. Can you, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly, right? So the flow chart and the way this is proposed for regulating middle housing in the master plan communities, it's a sort of the do nothing option is defaults to just the regular middle housing code, right? So it's that choosing that other lane that gives the flexibility to jurisdictions, right? That's what we're talking about with that. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that's exactly what we're talking about. Okay, my question is actually in the piece that was added since July, and it's one of these sort of hard scenarios where, well, I sure don't think this will ever happen, but does this open it up to it kind of pieces, right? Where it's because it harkens me back to the infrastructure deficiency exemption that's in middle housing code. This actually seems to reflect that and codify that same thing where it's could that be used in a situation where you had a community that didn't want to develop further denser areas? So then they use this exemption to say, we're going to propose X number of units that would then delay the development based on the lack of infrastructure that's available there, sort of knowing that the formula works that way. I don't know why you would do that, but it was the same concern, I think, for having that exemption for infrastructure deficiency. I think that the answer to some degree to me was SDC charges, right, for the development that comes in. But I just don't know if that's even a consideration. I mean, does that make sense that that opportunity exists, right?
Yeah. And if I can speak to some of the technicalities here. So in any one of these options, middle housing is still permitted in these communities. It's just saying, all right, jurisdictions need some ability to plan for, say, like major infrastructure, say if they're going to plan arterials out, that type of thing, and they have to plan it to a specific capacity. What we're saying is we know that middle housing doesn't have a one-for-one impact as single family homes. So you can address it in these different ways. You can either plan for a base density of 15 or 20 dwelling units per acre. You can apply variable rate SDCs that take into account that middle housing does have a lesser impact, not, a tiny fraction, but just, less, substantially less. Or you can have some type of required mix of middle housing. So we know that, in this situation, which is the most viable for new middle housing to be developed, that it will actually occur. So that it wouldn't provide an avenue to say, oh, well, we don't have the infrastructure here, therefore middle housing is not permitted.
No, I get that, but it's the piece that was added. Let me go to the amendment. I'll give you the actual code, right? It's the part 46 or division 46 0205 sub 5.
Yeah, so this one in particular is just saying, so like let's say you're at the subdivision stage and you need to know, say, how big your pipes are, for example. And you need to have some way of working that out with the applicant. So this just specifies they can require the applicant to specify what they plan to develop on that area for the purpose of planning infrastructures, you know, maybe a 6 versus an 8-inch pipe, right? And when it goes down to, you know, actually getting building permits, right? If they come in with something that exceeds that capacity, they have the ability to withhold it until the public infrastructure deficiency is fixed. So if it's that bigger pipe, right? Right. And so it's saying to the developer, you know, these are still allowed. It's just, we have to make sure that the capacity is sufficient to support them.
Right, but it wouldn't be developed until the infrastructure gets put in place. And so what I'm saying is somebody who had a nefarious intent to never develop there could use that avenue to essentially block development there by proposing a density that was a number of units that would exceed the infrastructure available.
Oh, no. So at the subdivision stage, that's when they would say, you know, they might want a subdivision of entirely quadplexes, for example, and they would be permitted to do that. They would just have to size the infrastructure accordingly.
Oh, okay. So it would be on the developer to rather than the.
Yeah, it's kind of like a get what you pay for. Yeah.
And I,
That was my suggestion. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Lazo, Vice Chair Lilac, and Chair Halova. If I may just add to that specific section that that you're referring to, isn't completely connected to it's not directly tied to the master plan communities. Yeah, it's the public facility piece. Yeah, and so yeah, it's kind of that ability for a city to just have a little bit more of I don't know, like a soft control about just remediating a potential lack of deficiency with the infrastructure, like the pipe sizing, such, because maybe the proposed residential development subdivision came at a little bit, the density was higher than it was first originally submitted. So, yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong. I'm trying to, it's complex stuff. When we were having this discussion at the time, it was really coming from the jurisdictions saying, do we size all of our infrastructure for like max capacity that may never occur? Yeah, over plan, right? And then saying like, what do we target for our infrastructure? So that's how I understood it, is more from that perspective, which that could prohibit housing from happening if you over plan. Like you think everybody's going to come in at this max density, hence you need to plan for it. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that was also the concern with the 20 dwelling units per acre too, that it would still be over planning.
We didn't want to presuppose what the market could feasibly bring to market.
And I mean, it really, this whole conversation came out of, you know, I think a lot of the people coming into the middle housing were thinking about infill, but not about these larger lack, you know, they don't have the infrastructure in there. What do you do about that? So in that respect, I've really enjoyed this, in the sense that we could get rules passed without everything being exactly perfect. We identify, I say we, because I was in there somewhere, identified that this needed more work, right? And more details. And then the work continued. And now we're seeing there's no public comment because, you know, all the input has been put in there. So I really appreciate that. And I was going to say, you know, a lot of the times when people are talking about lack of housing in general, yes, zoning has a part to play, which I think zoning opened it up with 2001 and then incentivized it, hopefully, with 2003. But both of those don't address infrastructure, which is a lot of times, well, they can address infrastructure, right? But infrastructure a lot of time is the thing that's makes things happen or not happen. And I think that's happening across the whole entire United States, our aging infrastructure, lack of infrastructure. And so I just wanted to point out, like, this is trying to get into that, thinking about future infrastructure. But in general, I just want to say more of a general comment that a lot of times when I hear people talk about lack of housing, I'm like, and we heard this from our jurisdiction, it's actually lack of infrastructure is a lot of the times.
And
So
I'll add that we're going to talk about that in the next item.
Yes. Motion or any more deliberation or motion? We like to do motion? Okay. Commissioner, Vice Chair Lilac.
Just a quick comment. I just want to say thanks to the team. This is just such great work. And this is the legacy from our final adoption. I think it was in December 2020. Seems like it was a long time ago. And just kudos for including everybody and really addressing these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody like to make a motion? The motion, which I think is to pass this.
I will.
Commissioner Boyer is making the motion. Would anybody like to second it? Oh, it has to be made first before we second it.
I move that the Land Conservation and Development.
Okay, sorry, Commissioner Boyer.
I move that the Land Conservation and Development Commission adopt updates to the rules in Oregon's Administrative Rule, Chapter 660, Division 46, Section 205, as drafted in the staff report attachment A of Agenda Item 4.
Would anybody like to make a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion on the motion, which I don't think we have any? Casaria, could you please take the roll call?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson, Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson, Vice Chair Lilac,
Aye.
Chair Halova,
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson.
She might have stepped away.
I think so.
I guess administratively, what do we do in this situation?
Just note that she abstained.
Okay. And Commissioner Sandoval is excused. So with that, the motion passes. Oh, there she is. Oh, sorry, I'm not seeing her. Is everybody else seeing? Okay, Commissioner Jacobson, we have read the motion, which is the one written in the packet with no modifications, and Commissioner Boyer made the motion, Commissioner Warren seconded it, and we had done a vote, and we wanted to leave it open to your vote if you're. Oh, I think you're on mute.
Hi, sorry about that. I'm a yes vote. Thanks.
Thank you. So with that, the motion passes. Thank you. Thanks for your hard work. Yay. Yay.
Thank you.
So we were talking about having a working lunch, which my thought was that our next agenda item goes from 1 to 2:30, agenda item 5. And so I was thinking we'd gather our food and then start at 1 with that item and continue eating during that. So we'll take a break right now from 12:45 to 1 o'clock. We'll resume at 1 o'clock. Continued. Our next agenda item is agenda item number 5, Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Draft Recommendations with Sean Edging and Mari Valencia Aguilera, Housing Planner. And we're starting for everybody in the room. Yeah, we're starting. Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Halava, Vice Chair Lelak, and members of the commission. Thank you for inviting me to present today, and thank you for your patience. And while I still practice getting better at the formalities, for the record, my name is Sean Edging. I'm a housing planner here at DLCD. I'm going to be delivering a briefing to talk through a set of draft recommendations that we released on August 31st. This has been in response to legislative direction that we've received. I'll kind of go through the context and I'll go through the recommendations. I'm going to be talking about them at a very high level. I'm actually very excited to be talking with you all today because I get to get into a little bit more detail. We can get into some of the nitty gritty, but I'll be trying to be as brief as I can to leave as much time for, commission questions, discussion, that type of thing. So let's start with just a little bit of contextual information. And I'll start with where we're at in the process right now. I believe 2 months ago, we came back with just kind of a quick process check-in. At that time, we were in the midst of a lot of the engagement for the set of recommendations. And we used all that information to develop a set of draft recommendations on August 31st. And those are out and open and available to the public. There's a lot of detail that's in those drafts. We have those out and kind of a comment form where folks can submit their thoughts to us by October 3rd. From that point, we're going to be working on taking, just the feedback that we've heard, as well as feedback from both working groups and working on a finalized draft sometime in November. So we'll have one more check-in between now and our statutory deadline, which is December 31st. Then after that point, we will then enter kind of the legislative process. And that's where really the legislature is going to be the body that's making, the decisions around state policy. So let's start with just a brief reminder of that legislative direction. I know I've repeated this a few times, but just to kind of set the context for our discussion today, we were directed to respond to 2 points of direction, one in the last regular session. This was in response to the original direction under House Bill 2003, which directed Oregon Housing and Community Services to prototype or pilot a methodology that estimated housing need for the state, and our agency to kind of evaluate that methodology. This followed up on that direction to say, all right, we obviously uncovered much more deep considerations than just kind of methodological ones. And they really had a lot of kind of, policy and political considerations to think through. And so they gave us that direction to study and make legislative directions in consultation and partnership with OHCS on the incorporation of this methodology, the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, into state and local planning programs. And they followed up on that direction in the short session, recognizing that this analysis has a significant intersection with kind of the land use planning process and Goal 10 generally, to focus in on issues around, the analysis itself and land capacity. How do we increase capacity within the UGB? How do we make the UGB amendment process less sticky, right? As all of us are familiar with. And so with that in mind, we have been in a lot of conversations over the past couple of months. So in addition to kind of the 2 working groups where we have, just a variety of local government practitioners, market rate and affordable housing developers, various advocacy and industry organizations who are helping us kind of craft recommendations. We've also been talking with a lot of people around the state. This includes a series of focus groups that the consultant that we're working with, Currents in West, help us facilitate. 14 regional forums, recognizing we needed to dive into some kind of region-specific issues. We also just recently had kind of 3 follow-up sessions to kind of connect back and talk to folks. We also saw a lot of new faces in those meetings to kind of talk through the recommendations. And of course, what's not listed here are all the kind of informal channels, people, requesting to deliver presentations to, their committee or commission or group, to kind of talk through things, one-on-one conversations with people who are just interested in housing production generally. So we've really been talking with a lot of folks at this point. Of course, you can imagine, right? There's all different, views and perspectives on housing production and what it's going to take to really, not just implement a methodology, right, or measure housing need better, but to actually build housing on the ground, get towards more affordability and greater equity and outcomes. And of course, there's a lot of nuance in all of the conversations that we've had, but I think in all of them, we've definitely heard pretty resoundingly three major themes kind of resonate in those conversations. The first one being a much greater need for partnership and coordination between local governments who are often like on the ground working to provide, set the stage for housing production with, state agencies, regional and county entities to really set the stage, make policy and funding interventions to make housing production a reality. The second piece we've heard is that we need to have kind of a statewide dialogue on the different roles that each level of government has in providing, housing planning for and setting the stage to support housing production. That includes a lot of different state agencies who all touch a piece of the housing production crisis. And then finally, I think this is obvious, right? But if our goal is to build more housing, it's going to take significant investment, right? Especially in the things like, and we'll talk about this later, like public facilities, planning and finance that set the stage and make development, make land readily developable, right? And so we've heard a lot of different needs articulated in investment, and it really points to flexible, targeted funding that, really goes to support production in partnership and coordination with local governments. So we'll talk about how each of these kind of themes wove into the recommendations as we, kind of move through it. I will say that, these conversations have really shaped the recommendations in a way that I would not have expected. If you had talked to me a year ago and said, you will be asking and having the legislature listen to you in saying that we need hundreds of millions of dollars in housing related investment, I would have said, what are you talking about? Right. But that's really the scope and scale of what's needed to address the crisis. So I think it's very much demanded. All right. So before I talk about the specific recommendations themselves, I wanted to frame this a little bit in goal 10 and what are we hoping to achieve in the kind of sum aggregate with all of these recommendations. And I think what I want to make the case today is that there's been a little bit of a disconnect between what our stated values have been on housing, and we've had stated values for a very long time, since even the 1970s, and how through our statutes and our administrative rules, how we've attempted to realize those values. And so I think I'll try to illustrate this with goal 10. I think this can apply in more places, but obviously we're focusing on goal 10. But if you read the language that is within, goal 10, it really encapsulates a lot of the same principles that we're talking about today, that we have kind of a shared responsibility to ensure that in all of our communities in the state, that we have, an adequate supply of housing options for people at a range of affordabilities, a range of types, a lot of diversity, a flexibility in location, right? All of these things really point to this idea that we need to be planning for choices for folks, right? And they're very high ideals. But when you take a look at the way we've implemented this, there's some disconnect there. And I think this connects to how a lot of the people who were initially, were implementing the land use planning system saw the intersection of goal 10 really as kind of a growth management tool or a counter to growth management. And we'll talk about this in the context. So now in today's goal 10 system, we have two primary documents for cities above 10,000 that implement it. In the blue, that's kind of been the historic implementing document for goal 10 called the housing capacity or housing needs analysis, which is really kind of an exercise where a jurisdiction is trying to answer the question as to whether or not they have enough land zoned to the sufficient capacity to accommodate 20 years of growth. And then, of course, in 2019, we've added an additional requirement called a housing production strategy, which many of you were on the commission, as we were developing rules, but is essentially just a game plan that a city adopts that articulates over the next 6, if you're in the metro, or 8-year horizon, what actions, tools, actions, and policies the city will pursue to promote the development of housing, right? So these don't necessarily have to be zoning. They can be much broader, and it's a much broader suite of strategies that they're able to pursue. Now, the thing that I want to kind of make the case in terms of the historic implementation, right? Keeping in mind that the housing capacity analysis has really been the only main focus of what we've been doing, is that we've generally, and this is a graphic that I've stolen from the professors at University of Oregon. They're helping us complete, or they've completed a survey on development barriers. They've reached out to a bunch of different folks around the state to identify Oregon-specific development barriers, and they're currently developing a report that will be including with the final document. But what they note in a lot of their findings is that the barriers to development are very multifaceted. And this makes sense because the development chain, what it takes to actually take raw land to a final finished development product, there's a lot of steps that are involved with that. It's not as simple as you have land within your UGB and therefore it's developable, right? But the historic focus of how we've implemented Goal 10 has really been pretty singularly that. Make sure you have enough land, and this is articulated to a local jurisdiction. Your responsibility is to make sure you have enough land in your UGB and that it's zoned appropriately. And then really beyond that, kind of your job is to kind of get out of the way. All of these places that are outside of the box down here, it's really kind of assumed that the market's really going to take care of the rest of that. The main thing is that the jurisdiction can't, pose too many standards that would frustrate that process from happening. And that's a very singular focus. And I think what we would argue is that the result of this system really just being focused on the amount of land that we've had has been kind of a result of decades of kind of underinvestment and really a lack of a comprehensive response to housing planning, both by local jurisdictions and by state agencies. And it's really framed housing as one that is singularly focused on the UGB. And that's the only response that we can take if we're trying to build more housing. What we're hoping that we do through the implementation of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis and all of the accessory recommendations is that we really want to shift this focus. Obviously, that consideration on how much land you have in your UGB, and we'll talk about this, that's still going to be a component of what cities do, but really saying, hey, wait a minute, we know that there's all of these development barriers that inhibit the production of housing, they inhibit affordability at all these different stages. And what we should be doing is really ensuring that we have kind of a broad and comprehensive approach, right? We have local governments who are on the ground working in this space. Let's put them in the driver's seat, in the lead on identifying all these different barriers and areas where they could support housing production. And don't just leave them on their own. When they adopt policies, tools, actions, and strategies, we should pair that with the types of state partnership that's needed to actually help them achieve those things. So, the investments in infrastructure that they need to get land ready for development, the TIF financing, or all of the different tools that a jurisdiction can use, really partnering that with the types of state coordination and support they need to implement that on the ground. That's something that actually doesn't exist today. And use the methodology, the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, as the kind of, shared factual basis by which we're all committing to these actions, right, to promote housing production. And what we hope that, over time, what we can build with these set of recommendations is a system that is focused on having consistent policy and funding interventions to support production, especially affordable housing, and really articulating that all levels of government, though their responsibilities are different, right? The things they focus on should be different. They all have some shared responsibility in the housing production question, right? That includes the state. And so with that, I'm going to start moving into these recommendations. But before I do that, just maybe I want to take a minute to back up and just ask any questions. This is really just a shift in focus from a kind of passive accommodation role to an active production role. And I just wanted to pause for a minute.
Commissioners, any comments, questions? From my perspective, I'm like, brilliant.
Well,
but the concept. But that's just me. Anya talking, not Commissioner Halava yet. Anybody on Zoom have any questions? You can continue.
All right. Okay, so let's go into some more of the specifics. So these are the, in very brief, the recommendations that are included in the draft report. They're divided into 3 categories. The first one, plan for what's needed. The second one, build what's needed where it's needed. The third one is commit to working together with urgency. If I had to divide these, I would say recommendation 1, as we'll talk about, these are probably the most detailed and specific to the things that DLCD has direct control over. They're the most specifically responsive to the legislative direction that we received, right? Implement an Oregon housing needs analysis and, address these issues around kind of the urban growth boundary and getting land ready for development. But, right, in those conversations that we've been having, it's been very clear that there's a much greater and more substantial need for, committed state action on housing production, right, to achieve the outcomes that we want to see if we're trying to turn the dial on production. And that really gets us into recommendations 2 and 3. I should mention that these are much more nebulous. We don't have all the answers here, but we know that they're conditions of success. They're going to require, a state dialogue. They're going to require legislative leadership, but we also know that they're necessary. And they get into those questions of funding, governance, coordination at a much broader state level, and recognizing that it is much bigger than what DLCD can do alone. And so with that in mind, let's start with recommendation 1. These get into, let me see if I can move to the next slide. All right. These get into, how do we implement the Oregon housing needs analysis in relationship to 20-year population needs projections the way we do it currently? How do we establish a system for tracking and evaluating outcomes? The third recommendation is, all right, what changes are we making to our Goal 10 process to really shift the focus from kind of that bean counting exercise in the housing capacity analysis, really to the housing production strategy and a more comprehensive response? And then the fourth one, right, where we know that the urban growth boundary process can be a little bit sticky, what refinements, what tools do we have on the table to make that process more straightforward for local jurisdictions, and also refocus our actions towards getting land ready for development and within the urban growth boundary, so really supporting production. And so again, these will be high level, right? Even all of these different components have a lot of very specific nuance that I'm just not going to be able to talk through in full detail today, but I do want to go through just a little bit of that detail. So let's start with recommendation 1.1. I think this one's the most straightforward, or I think what would be the most logically concluded from our legislative direction on implementing the Oregon housing needs analysis into state and local planning programs. This is connected to the fact that we have our current system, which is based on a 20-year localized housing needs projection that cities currently conduct to estimate how much housing they're going to need over the next 20 years. And they use that as the basis of their, land supply decisions, as well as housing production strategies. And there's some problems with that approach. I think the first one is that we are just not planning for enough housing, right? I think we've even heard examples of cities that have negative housing growth, right? Which is not something that we should have when we're in the middle of a crisis, right? And that's because we're not accounting for a lot of different things that are hard to account for. Things like, underproduction. How many housing units we have on the ground today that we don't? Housing for people experiencing homelessness, which isn't really captured in the census or population forecasts. The effect of secondary and vacation homes on the market, right? We know that while they might not be needed housing, they do take from that same stock, right? So there has to be some acknowledgement of that, and that's not really well accounted for in the current system. And so functionally, right, this recommendation is, hey, we have this consistent statewide methodology that is, estimates that housing need at a regional level and allocates that down to jurisdictions, and is much more, kind of accurate. And more importantly, it's saying that we just need a plan for a lot more housing generally. So let's do that, especially affordable housing, which of course we have a tendency to really underestimate in our current system. And so, and one more thing that I'll just kind of note that's pretty important for this, that regional aspect of it. And we talked about this, I think even when the report initially came out, it's pretty important from a geographic equity perspective, especially when you look in, different communities that might have, say, different levels of affluence, right, there's disparate responsibilities to plan for things like affordability, right? And actually in some ways, jurisdictions that really put their best foot forward to plan for affordability, when they do another localized housing needs projection, right, that's reinforced. They have yet more responsibility to plan for yet more affordability, whereas, affluent communities might not have really any. So that's essentially recommendation 1.1. Plan for more housing through the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. The second sub-recommendation, this is something, and don't pay attention to the numbers. These are just sample numbers. This isn't a real city or anything like that. So, but it's something that seems obvious, but it's something that we really don't have in our system today, which is the idea that we should articulate goals. And we should track how we're doing in meeting those goals over time, right? So how much housing are we producing over time in comparison to how much we need, how much our peers are making, right, in terms of either other cities in the region or other kind of economically similar cities. And we know that our goals are ambitious. We know that we're not going to meet them, but we can at least start evaluating what we're doing and evaluating other things that might not be goals, things like what is our housing mix, how efficiently are we using land, what are outcomes for, say, communities of color, people with disabilities, et cetera, and use that information to inform our policies in the next housing production strategy that we do, right? So the idea that we should be iterating and paying attention to what outcomes we're seeing in our communities. And that's essentially the kind of second recommendation. Use this methodology to establish that regular tracking of how we're doing over time. All right. So the third recommendation, right? And so we talked.
Sorry to interrupt. Isn't that number 1.2 needed, required anyway, as a part of House Bill 2003?
Chair Halava, thank you for the question. It is not required. So jurisdictions, they plan for a 20-year projected need of housing, and they adopt strategies in their housing production strategy. When they get to their next cycle in 6 or 8 years, they almost actually, unless they volunteer to track outcomes, there's nothing that would require them to consider what actually happened over the last 6 or 8 years.
Yeah, I was bringing that up because I know we had a whole conversation about it. I was trying to remember what got in or not, because the conversation we were having at the time was about when you submit a building for building permit, there's a checklist that's required. Did you do this or that? And maybe a part of that checklist would be just tell us some information about the affordability, because they don't have any record necessarily of what's affordable or not, or market rate or what, to collect that, because they're collecting information anyway. So I know we had that conversation. I just don't remember, like I said, what got in or not.
Yeah, Chair Halava, this would be the basis for setting up that type of system. So we know, of course, affordability information is still going to be limited. We actually have a lot of ability to improve that through partnering with OHCS. It turns out they actually track a lot of affordability information for deed restricted affordable housing, and do actually a bit, no offense to jurisdictions, but they do a better job just because they have a much more robust inventory, right, in this centralized kind of data location. But functionally, what this would enable us to do is, with the data that jurisdictions already report on building permits, gives us the ability to start tracking how are we doing in terms of like actual numbers of units built, how are we doing on affordability at a broad scale, and could set the stage for actually tracking, say, or setting up better information on, say, like market rate affordability too. Though that would take some coordination with building codes. All right. All right, let's move on to recommendation 1.3. This is the idea that, right, we've talked about that kind of singular focus, or that primary focus of goal 10 really in the past was on land capacity, right? How much land do you have in your UGB? Is it developable, right? Are there constraints? And with what's left, with the land that is developable, what is its zone capacity? And that really determines or forms the basis as to whether a jurisdiction even has to act, right? And what we kind of shift to in the housing production strategies, all right, we have this idea of having a game plan, right, where we articulate just all these different off-the-shelf options. And really the basic idea here is to say, with this information that we have now from the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, right, this can pretty much drive us in our localized process to really give a deep consideration to all the different barriers that are happening, right? Maybe we need to be focusing more on market rate production. Maybe we need to be setting the stage for more affordability or production. Maybe there's zoning or regulatory barriers that are in place. And one thing I'll kind of mention that's maybe a little bit more of a technical detail is right now we have a system where in the housing capacity analysis, a jurisdiction, they have to adopt these things called efficiency measures when they identify a deficiency in their UGB. And it's saying functionally before you build out, you have to build in or up, right? And a few kind of problems with this is one, that we don't actually articulate what that's supposed to mean. How much is enough for a jurisdiction, right? Also recognizing that different size jurisdictions are going to have different ability to do different things, right? And that there isn't really, say, a one size fits all. And that it's a little bit redundant with this because a lot of the strategies that you could adopt there could be adopted in a housing production strategy. So one of the places where we recommend kind of emerging and would also strengthen the role of the housing production strategy is through the implementation of efficiency measures in this document, right? And kind of pairing that with a lot more, kind of clarity around, all right, what should we be doing in terms of, say, zone capacity if we need to support greater housing diversity in our communities? What do we need to be doing if, say, we have a lot of land in our UGB, but not a lot of it's developable because we don't have major infrastructure planned out, right? Those types of considerations in the housing production strategy and really making it more focused on production. Moving on to 1.4, and this has an intersection with that, right? We also do recognize that the existing urban growth boundary amendment process is something that can be pretty sticky for a lot of jurisdictions. It can have very significant analytical burdens. Sometimes it can result in appeals, and that can really lengthen the time and delay associated with the UGB amendment. And so what the kind of legislative direction directed us to do is to think through what options exist on the table, consistent with resource protections, which we still care about, that's still a value. What options do we have to make this process better? How can we support jurisdictions, especially smaller jurisdictions, and really smooth the process where we can find examples of this? And there's about a dozen or so recommendations that we have included in this report. It's in Appendix A. I should mention we're in the process of refining that with the Housing Capacity Work Group. We actually have our next meeting this coming Monday, where we're going to be kind of talking through some of these. We did hit a few places where it's a little bit controversial, right? And so we're trying to work through some kind of adjustments to get people away from their towers and towards some type of agreement. But functionally, at the broad scale of what these recommendations really intend to do is they, one, reduce kind of the local analytical burden that pretty much all jurisdictions face, and provide a lot more resources and support to do Goal 14 planning. It turns out we actually don't have funding for things like an urban growth boundary amendment right now, and we could just do that, right? And have the legislature fund that type of thing. And of course, also having staff who can help guide jurisdictions through the Goal 14 process, or even just do Goal 14 analyses for even smaller cities, right? All of these things would have the effect of reducing the burden on local jurisdictions and supporting them, right? And then in addition to that, finding the different options that we have to streamline the process. I just talked about efficiency measures, but there's also other things like the UGB exchange process or the urban reserve process that we know have a tendency to really kind of smooth out the process. They make it much faster. Oftentimes we're talking about the difference between years and months, and really give jurisdictions a lot more options, right? And that also includes the buildable lands inventory and how you count land, right? And then finally, right, all of these things combined, and it's kind of a collective thing. There isn't one thing that does this, but they all have the tendency to reduce the basis and incentive to appeal a UGB amendment. And what I mean by that is, say, where we looked at the different pinch points of where UGB appeals happen, they often seem to happen in places like the establishment of need and how you calculated your 20-year housing need projection. That's something that's solved through the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. Another one is how you go through the priority scheme, right? In classifications of land. We can really significantly reduce that through urban reserve planning, right? Finding all of these different policy options to really minimize those pinch points, because those are the things that really make UGB amendments take a lot of time and cost a lot of money. So with that, that's recommendation 1.4. Now, I should mention, right, these are the things that are really specific to DLCD's wheelhouse, right? And I'm going to shift to talking about some of the broader, like funding, infrastructure, right, governance questions that we've also started to hit. But before I do that, I did want to take a minute to pause for questions, because these are in some ways the most directly responsive to our legislative direction.
Commissioners? Commissioner Warren?
I'd be surprised if you know the answer to this question, but do you have any idea of what like the average cost is to a jurisdiction to expand their UGB?
Yeah, so we, Commissioner Warren, thank you for the question. So we did a UGB kind of cost survey that we distributed to a variety of jurisdictions that were on that list of recent UGB amendments that we published a while ago at the last short session. We only did get maybe like a handful of responses, maybe about 9 or so. But what was kind of interesting there, none of them had like really hard numbers on the cost, because I think there's a lot of components that go into it, including like staff time. It's really hard to estimate. But what I think we found more valuable was the conversations that we had with them, kind of following up on that. What are the dynamics that made UGB amendments really costly and expensive for them? And that's really connected to those pinch points and what makes it really easy, right? I think one of the most compelling examples we heard for urban reserve planning is the city of Sandy, which did one with and without urban reserves, and the difference in process was years versus months, right? So those types of things are places where we've really started to take away, oh, there are ways that we can actually really smooth this process and make it less expensive.
Commissioners? Commissioner Lazo?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Sean. I wanted to go back because it looks like it got added in your PowerPoints that wasn't in the draft recommendations, which of course, I'm sure there's a lot of that in there. But the one I caught is one that's of particular interest to me, the housing equity indicators. And I saw that because my note here was like, oh, I'd like to see an example of that. And I see that you had one on your slide. And I took a picture of it and tried to blow it up to see. Yeah, so there it is there. So I'm kind of curious about your thoughts about what that entails. You know, you've got some verbiage here, and it looks like that one is percentage of low-income renters that identify as BIPOC. Yeah, and then I'm assuming, so you also mentioned segregation and risk of gentrification so those kinds of indicators. So can you talk a little bit about what you all are envisioning in this bowl?
Yeah, Commissioner Lazo, thank you for the question. So the way we've come to the report is to say, right, there's a lot of different things you can measure. Some of them have really good data, some of them are very fraught. And what we've done in the report, and you'll see this, we're actually working on a technical report that highlights some of the specifics. That's actually where these graphics come from. Yeah. And we have some meetings next week where we're going to be talking through, I think it's the one on the 29th. But the idea here is that, hey, we have these sample things, right? We know that our methodologies aren't perfect, but we can provide a lot better centralized data on a lot of things that jurisdictions need anyways for their housing production strategy, right? So we reduce that analytical burden, we provide better information. But the thing is, it's really hard for us to say, these are the exact metrics that we need to be measuring. And so what we do is we provide a bunch of different options. We've also heard interest from legislators on other types of things that we could be measuring. An example is climate resiliency, or things like heat impacts, right, in terms of location of housing. And so I think the direction is to say, hey, there's all of these different areas of things that we can measure. We know that we want to be measuring equity related indicators for a lot of reasons. These are the types of things that we can measure, but ultimately it's going to be kind of a legislative direction on the types of things they want to know or have included in these indicators.
Thank you. Commissioner Warren?
Yeah, just a quick question on demographics information. A lot of times the American Community Survey works well in larger communities, but I know when we get into smaller communities, it's less accurate. Is any of that included in these recommendations of like where to get accurate information, or how do we get accurate information?
So yes, Commissioner Warren, thank you for the question. So yes and no. So the way the methodology deals with that kind of different levels of geography is to provide the most narrow geography where the data still is good, like the error bars aren't too high. And so, for maybe a smaller city in a more rural location, they might have county demographics, or even as far as the geographic region. I forget what it's called off the top of my head. But in addition to that, we've also seen that we know that the American Community Survey doesn't measure everything that we want to see. And we know that there's other places where we do genuinely want better information. I think a great example that was raised in this process was data related to kind of accessibility and cost burdening for people with disabilities, because that's something that the American Community Survey doesn't really measure very well. But it turns out Oregon does. We actually have a survey that the Oregon Health Administration sends out essentially to assess disability, and they have different modules, but they don't ask housing related characteristics, which is pretty connected, right, with health, disability, all those types of, and quality of life. And one of the examples of kind of a follow-up recommendation, and this is pointing to a later recommendation that we'll talk about, is having an additional module to measure things like that and to incorporate that into those types of analyses. So yes, there are places where we're working on having or establishing better data sources, but I should mention, like, a lot of the analysis is still going to be relying on the Census Bureau, right? Because we can't go out and survey everybody in the state.
Online, Zoom. Sorry, Vice Chair or Commissioner, if you had any questions on who are on Zoom. Okay, we'll continue.
Oh, actually, I think we both actually had our hands up.
Okay, we can't
And we're being
see
polite.
when the screen is up, when we're watching a presentation, we can't see you. So
Go ahead, Vice Chair Lilac. I'll go after you.
mute, you have to unmute.
I keep lowering and raising my hand and not muting and unmuting. Regarding the UGB, and I appreciate the reducing the administrative costs. I always recall John Fregonese, an extraordinary Oregon planner who passed away a few years ago at a Building a Better Bend event, just talked about the extraordinary resources that local governments put into drawing that boundary, and often at the expense of actually planning for our communities and planning for housing. And I think it's great if we can kind of shift some of those resources from precisely drawing where that boundary is, or at least all of the administrative work in that process, to planning for our communities and planning for housing. So that's just one piece. The second piece, and maybe this is a question, do you see, and I've heard this from Brooks Resources, a prominent developer in Bend, they've talked about there's the 20-year planning horizon, the housing needs, and so we create the population forecast for, let's call it, 2025 to 2045. You create the housing need in 2025, and then it takes 2 to 3 years to complete the plan. So you finish in 2027 or 2028, and during that time you will have consumed X number of lots and whatever the case may be. Yet you're still planning for the same planning horizon. So you're really planning for something that's less than 20 years with that 20-year horizon. Is that issue coming up at all? That was a very compelling comment that they made to me many years ago, and I can reframe it if it doesn't make sense like I hope it does.
Yeah, Vice Chair Lilac, thank you for the question. That's a great question. So it does actually, part of this is a sequencing question, and is actually addressed by the fact that we do update these plans once every 8 years, right? So I think the original intent is that if you're starting at your 20-year period and you take 2 years to adopt the analysis, and assuming you don't get appealed, right, you lose ground in the time you take to actually spend on the analysis before adopting it, right? And so that is definitely true. I should mention that when you start updating them more regularly, once every 8 years, right, you're not going to be starting from a place of, well, we don't have any supply right now. You actually do have supply, right? And you take into account as you do the analysis. And in addition to that, too, the implementation of the methodology isn't that you set out your number at the beginning of the process and then it takes 2 years to get through it. These numbers are going to be published annually, right? And it's going to include not just a 20-year housing needs projection, it's going to include an 8-year target, saying how much production are we actually achieving over time, right? And we're going to be tracking how much production are we achieving over time, right? So jurisdictions will have this information very regularly. We did actually make a provision at the suggestion of Al Johnson that if, say, a housing capacity analysis is remanded, right, and that time frame takes a very long time, right, resetting the clock and starting it again at the 20-year horizon. So we are addressing it. I think in some ways we have addressed it, and there's going to continue to be ways to address it in the future. So you won't be losing as much ground when you're doing the process.
Great, thank you very much.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Yeah, thank you. Earlier, I think it was Commissioner Warren kind of asked you about, what the cost is for expanding the UGB, and you had said you kind of did a survey out to local governments, sort of asking them that. And while cost is absolutely a barrier to that, going back to kind of our previous discussions today, I think capacity to do it is absolutely a barrier as well. And so, do we have any understanding, or will we be getting understanding of not just the cost barrier, but kind of the capacity barrier for this kind of work from a local government end?
Commissioner Jacobson, that's a great question. Thank you for it. Actually, there's a few places where very specifically we make recommendations, especially for cities below 10,000, right? Because we know that some jurisdictions are just working with one administrative person who, is just trying to send invoices out the door for, kind of utility billing. And so in recognition of that, so part of it, obviously, we've indicated to the legislature, all right, okay, we fund $2.5 million every biennium, or they're supposed to be, for housing planning, just generally each biennium. And on top of that, recognizing that Goal 14 planning is pretty expensive, it's going to take more resources, especially for doing things like public facilities planning, which can be really particularly expensive endeavors. In addition to that, as part of our agency request budget, we do have 3 planners that are going to be coming online. And what we've recommended is shifting their focus to specifically kind of housing and Goal 14. They're kind of a development readiness team with that type of specialized expertise to help jurisdictions and even be able, in some cases, to just do analyses off the shelf. The other pieces that we have, and part of that, one of these is a kind of internal change that we're going to be making just to support cities on housing planning generally, especially for those smaller communities. An application that they submit to us, it's actually a huge barrier, especially if you are a, again, small city with very limited staff capacity. And so one of the places where we know we can make an adjustment to support small cities is partnering with counties, regional COGs, et cetera, through kind of contracting to say, hey, here's a lump sum amount that's explicitly intended to help small jurisdictions with limited staff capacity, so they don't have to submit an application, right? It's based on that kind of local connection and reduces or removes the need for a competitive process in distributing those grant fundings. Let me think, what else did we have in the, I think those are the main points, actually. Yeah. And then in addition to that, of course, just minimizing the analytical burden, at least on the housing capacity analysis side, right?
Great, thank you. Appreciate that.
I had a follow-up question. When you said, what's the last thing you just said? Eliminating.
Eliminating some of the analytical burden that jurisdictions face. For example, we're not going to be doing every jurisdiction's buildable lands inventory, right? That's a very sensitive local analysis that requires a lot of local knowledge to do and a lot of local GIS data to do. But we can, for say, smaller jurisdictions, right, who might have, some data available to them, they just don't have the capacity to, hire a consultant or something like that. We could be able to do things like limited BLI analyses, things like that.
The reason I was asking, and I just wanted to know kind of clarification. We were initially calling it the regional housing needs analysis. So it was focusing my idea on region versus city specific. With the same concepts in mind, is there, obviously to do more work is going to cost more and more capacity, but is there some savings in this because we're doing things in a more regional nature versus kind of replicating the same thing in every jurisdiction?
So yes. So one thing that would happen right off the bat is jurisdictions would no longer need to do a housing needs analysis. They wouldn't have to, project population, do all the specific, related analyses to figure out everything there. They just need to make policy decisions. What types of housing are we going to be planning for in our community that are commensurate with their ability to pay based on this information that we know? And how are we going to accommodate based on these different kind of demographic groups, that type of thing. It's shifting their focus from the kind of analytical component to the policy focus.
I don't want to ask. It's like I want to ask, but I was like, you probably don't have it. Like, how much savings was there ever an estimate? No, there was never. Because in the city of Portland, with charter reform, it's a similar conversation about, not now every bureau is not doing some certain things because there's there would potentially be a city manager. So it's a similar conversation where, things are going to cost more, but then you also know there's savings. And I think it's really hard to estimate, but I just thought I'd ask anyway.
Yeah. Chair Halava, I would expect that these analyses, these documents are still going to roughly cost the same because, a housing needs analysis isn't the most expensive thing that you do. Generally, it's things like the engagement, all of the meetings that you attend, the process that you go through that tends to make it more expensive or comprise most of the budget. But that's more, all of these costs are relatively marginal in terms of their impact. The big things that really kind of increase the cost are when people dig in their heels and you have an appeal of a particular decision. That's what really makes it take a lot of time and expense. And the hope is that we minimize that, but that's risk calculation, right? Which we don't have the ability to do.
Thank you. I think you can continue on.
All right.
And time wise, we've done our 45 minutes, but we are asking a lot of questions and we had another 15 minutes to ask more questions. So I think we have 15 more minutes.
Excellent. Yeah. And I should, one thing I do want to mention, I do have to hop out at 2:30 because the Senate told me to be there. So, all right. So moving on to recommendation 2, this is when we're starting to get into things that, we have a lot of clarity and detail on, to things that we don't have a lot of clarity and detail on, but we know they're needed. And they're also recognizing that there's a need for the state to really step up if our goal is to achieve more production statewide, right? And I think the first one is that thing that everybody knows is obvious, which is the fact that we should be significantly investing in housing production at the state level, and very specifically trying to target that funding to housing that the market would not otherwise produce on its own, right? We've heard a lot in different there's different examples of housing that fits this category. Obviously, low-income housing is one example. We've also talked a lot about middle-income housing, which might not need as much subsidy, but sometimes there's kind of risky investments that make finance difficult, things like that, as well as housing in rural and coastal markets, diversity of housing types, including manufactured housing, middle housing, right? All those different components. And what we should be doing is setting up creative and flexible financing sources and partnering with jurisdictions on these documents they adopt, the housing production strategies, to say, we are going to support you in the implementation of those strategies to support these housing types that we're trying to achieve on the ground, right? And establishing those different funding sources, right? We kind of note that it's going to require committed and sustained resources, but we also recognize sometimes the legislature just wants to do one-off investments. So what creative ways can we make use of, say, establishing revolving loan funds, making better use of TIF financing, all these different tools that are intended to kind of promote housing production. A lot of the focus has really been around preparing land for development and getting the necessary components that are preparing land for development, things like infrastructure planning, SDC, backfills, things like that. And so that obviously is going to be something that we have kind of some suggested needs of things that we could consider investing in, right? The infrastructure, the fair housing piece, the increasing accessibility, all these different areas. But we know that's going to be a huge legislative conversation. How do we construct that fund? How do we distribute that funding? What are our priorities and how we spend it? Who spends it? Right? All of that kind of stuff. And then the second piece is on the housing choice for all. I realize now that I actually have 2 more slides on this, and I just went into the detail on the first one. So I'm actually going to continue moving on. The housing choice for all is about fair and equitable housing outcomes, but I want to talk about that in a minute. On the funding piece, let me move on really quickly. Really, yeah. And again, sorry for talking about this without actually being on the slide. The basic idea is just sustained statewide investment. Again, we've talked, I won't go over this a second time. But then the second one, right? So in the implementation of the housing production strategy, we felt that fair and equitable housing outcomes were a critical component. It was clear that the legislative intent was to achieve that. And, you know, the first iteration of the housing production strategy rules intend for us to reflect on that. How are the policies that we're implementing affecting these different components or dimensions of fair and equitable housing outcomes? And the thing is, we know that the goal here, I've been talking a lot about production, it's not just ensuring that we build more housing units, it's ensuring that we are serving the people that need housing, right? And ensuring that they have meaningful choices in the housing options that they're able to live in, you know, in the communities that they live in, right? And what we're recommending here is that's something we did in rule that's actually not reflected explicitly in statute. And we should do that. We should do that right off the bat. Make sure that we have housing choice for all as a stated explicit policy goal, and that we are working to that through the implementation of the housing production strategy. All right. Oh, yeah.
Trying to think of the technicality, or what you said around statute versus what about our goals that do state that maybe not as clear, but our housing goal.
Yeah. So, Chair Halava, thank you for the question. So goal 10, it articulates, right, flexibility and location type and diversity. The question then is, how do you implement that in the statutes and administrative rules? I think they should be in sync and synergy with each other. They shouldn't say ignore one piece at the expense of another. Otherwise, you're kind of hindered in your ability to operationalize that.
Is that the end of the presentation?
We have two more.
Okay. Continue.
Yeah. And so moving into recommendation 3, these are all about the coordination at the state level, and really the idea that, and I've heard dozens of examples of this, of situations where local governments who are really trying to work on housing production in their communities find this, honestly, a pretty convoluted mess of disparate state agencies that don't talk to each other, disparate funding sources that really aren't well aligned on their values to try and actually achieve production outcomes. And the basic idea here is we don't have one state agency that's focused on housing production. We have a bunch of different agencies that touch a piece of it, right? We have OHCS on the subsidized affordable side of it. We have us on the land use side of it, right? ODOT, Business Oregon, and DEQ on the infrastructure finance side of it. And we don't do a very good job at talking with each other. And so this recommendation is to say we need to have some type of coordinated entity. We don't know what that is. That really ensures that we are connecting with local governments, we're partnering with them, and finding the right types of funding sources to support production over time. Now, one of the things that we acknowledge is that's going to require a lot of long-term, challenging conversations about the distribution of power and responsibility in the state. So we recommend establishing an interim team that can do a lot of these same things while those conversations are ongoing. And, you know, we in the report, we recommend DLCD. That's just saying because we can't make anybody do anything, right? Because we're one agency. We just say we could do this in the interim while those conversations are ongoing. And then the next one is on this idea of, well, we've been asking local jurisdictions above 10,000 to identify the barriers to housing production in their housing production strategies. The state should be doing the same. I've heard a lot of different areas of needed follow-up policy work, things like condominium law. I've been asked to fix taxation. I've been, you know, all of these different areas that our agency doesn't have direct statutory authority or control over, but they need to happen, right? And so we have kind of a, you know, a non-comprehensive but building document saying we could start that work and have a centralized place where we have those conversations. And that includes also we should do the same in the metro region. They're taking a lot of initiatives to do that, but there should be some type of centralized structure to ensure that we are putting in the work that us as state agencies and the metro are doing to support housing production. And so that is the actual end of my presentation. I did again do that thing where I had these two slides that kind of go into some more detail, right? Like these are some of the examples of areas of follow-up policy work. There's one, you know, accessibility has been a big thing that we've heard on. Building code has been another thing. Home ownership, especially for people who've been historically marginalized, it's another example. And all of these things have their own areas of follow-up policy work. But with that, I think we can open it up for discussion.
Commissioners, I had a one question because you just said something at the end and it reminded me that we did have a conversation with HUD, the regional HUD representatives. And so I didn't know if you wanted to speak at all to them and how they fit in, because this is very much about state, but it'd be nice to know how the federal government is thought of in this process.
Chair Halava, thank you for the question. And that's actually a really good one and really gets at the idea of needing more coordinated structures around this, because we do have a pretty decentralized way of distributing funding, and that can be really challenging for local jurisdictions. Also, I just realized that our colleague Lorelei Gentinen's on the line too. So if we have any kind of technical questions that we want to dive into, please feel free to loop her in. She's been very just stellar in this process, and a huge part of why this report is together. So but I'll start with the connection on HUD, and this actually extends to even more than just the federal piece, because there's other places where we've learned. Say, for example, I had a conversation with Ryan Hoof at DEQ where they were discussing the fact that they have a revolving loan fund for water infrastructure that is essentially going to double as a result of cash infusion at the federal level for the purpose of supporting water infrastructure that could support housing production, right? And they're looking for cities to be able to use this type of funding to do those types of capital improvements. And that is really difficult because, again, jurisdictions would have to go to DEQ, they'd have to go to HUD, they have to go to all these disparate sources to access those points of funding. Whereas if they had one coordinated entity that they could go through that has those connections, including with HUD, we would be able to connect them much more readily to those sources. And even in some cases, help them with their application, things like that. In our conversations with HUD, this is also kind of where the conversation went, where HUD was pretty excited about the prospect of, hey, we have these abilities to kind of promote these different policies that support production, support, fair and equitable housing outcomes. We have the funding to do a lot of that, but it's really hard for us to pair that with the types of meaningful action, right? And connecting jurisdictions with them. And this gives us a good opportunity to do something like that. But Mari, I wanted to, if you wanted to speak more to that meeting.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Halava, for the question. Yeah, gosh, that meeting happened a month ago or so, and it really was kind of the initial, I think it was the first time our agency actually connected with someone regionally at the HUD local office. And like Sean said, it was a first start at that coordinated administrative effort that is present in the recommendations. And they do have, there are buckets of money, and it's just about kind of figuring out what buckets of money could kind of flow and better support the housing production. So we're following Brian Guinea, who is the lead off, I forget his title, lead manager, office manager, basically manages the HUD local office. Him and I and the housing team were talking closely, and he is bringing us along as he learns what federal funding could be made available and where that could be better aligned here with this ONO project. So more to come. Good question.
Yeah, I see them as being a part. If there's a group formed, right? I feel like they should be a part of that group. Commissioners? Questions, comments, discussions?
And maybe if I may, could I add one more thing that I think is kind of critical too? HUD has obligations to affirmatively further fair housing. Anyone who receives funding has this obligation. That includes entitlement jurisdictions, and any jurisdiction that receives money from those entitlement jurisdictions, or like those the recipient, say a nonprofit or Washington County receives it, then maybe City of Tiger gets something like that. That they have that obligation. So there's opportunity for advancing the fair and equitable outcomes that are, as Sean mentioned, and in my presentation earlier about the intent of House Bill 2001, achieving those fair and equitable outcomes. So yeah, there's other learnings, I think, that with the joint partnership with all these other agencies that could definitely advance that shared goal.
Thank you. Commissioner Warren?
I just want to say thank you for doing the work you're all doing. I think it's really exciting, and I I really love the approach you're taking, which is like holistic and really looking at any potential problems and barriers and trying to address those. And thank you for being willing to take on the hard conversations because they need to happen. And I feel like you're all providing much needed leadership through that.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, wow. I'm sort of like Sean, where, or I guess I'm not exactly like Sean, but Sean, every time I hear you speak on this, it just kind of keeps getting better and better for me. You know, it's so amazing. And you know what, this is like a 2-year journey now. And so I couldn't have imagined that we would be at this point with this work. I actually had hoped we would, but I couldn't have thought that this is where we'd be. And I think this is a remarkable piece of work. And so I'm yes, yes, and yes on all the pieces. If there's any place that gives me concern, and I haven't had a chance to dive into it as much, it's the housing capacity work. Just so we don't, I think you all are cognizant of it, just so we don't sort of give up that process as a negotiating tool to get the other pieces, right? And I don't know that that's what's happening there, but it has some potential for that. The rest of it, I think, is amazing. You know, I don't know that I could ask for more than what's in here, frankly. And I'm you know, we've talked about it, so I'm highly supportive of both the state and Metro doing the same HPS reflection, and not just because they have some control over different parts of production, you know, geographically, but also because they should be looking in the same way as to whether or not at their specific entity levels, whether or not there are any barriers to housing production in their systems. So that's one of the other things that document allows us to do that we might not see if those entities aren't doing that reflection. So if we only confine it to those that are required to under 2003, I think we're missing some valuable real estate in there in the scope of things. So that's kind of what I say. Otherwise, yeah, I think it's right on track. I am really grateful for the work that you all have done to push this so far forward. I think from where some of the original visions of this work are. So I think this is well beyond that. So really, I think there's just so much amazing work that's been done today. I didn't get to say it earlier, but Susan and the work that you all did around the wildfires was also the same thing. It was just amazing work coming forward today. So just greatly appreciate it. Thanks.
Vice Chair Lilac.
Thank you. It's interesting having just attended this national conference, because speaking with my colleagues from Maricopa County, Arizona, which is Phoenix and that entire region, and that they're experiencing the exact same housing issues we are without the land use system that we have. Similar issues in Alabama. It was a common theme. And so the fact that we're so intentional about the housing production and the comprehensive approach, I think it was Commissioner Warren that said that, and the coordination and identifying the range of issues, as you mentioned. There's certainly the land use component, but there's also the infrastructure and the infrastructure component, as well as then like the OHSC, Oregon Housing Community Services, the deed restricted or the affordable housing. It's great to see all of that. Kind of shifting gears, I guess my question is you mentioned that there's a meeting coming up on Monday, and different people still have some conflicting issues. I'm just curious if you can summarize what any of those issues are for us, just so that they're on our radar.
Vice Chair Lilac, thank you for the question. That's a great question. So what the plan is, we have a packet out on our website right now with the materials embedded. What we're going to be doing, we've published a set of discussion draft recommendations. Those are included in the report that's included in August 31st. Since then, we had a housing capacity work group meeting where we, got into it. There were some refinements here. There were some, politically contentious things there. And then we came back and we have developed kind of a set of red lines in response to those, and have, kind of connected with stakeholders to kind of talk through some more specific issues. But what we're going to be diving into the first thing we're going to be doing is saying, all right, we have these, dozen recommendations, the train's leaving, right? So we need to identify anything that's not on the page that needs to be, right? That responds to that legislative direction. But then the second thing is to revisit those refinements. And there's a few areas where we have them. The first one is in the buildable lands inventory. So we're making a few adjustments there to kind of enable and articulate more clear methodological kind of flexibility for jurisdictions in saying, all right, if you have this situation, what can you assume in terms of development outcomes? We know that like not all partially vacant land is redevelopable at 100%, over 20 years, right? Having those types of considerations. One of the things that came up there was CC&Rs. So we wanted to make some kind of adjustments there to make sure that that wasn't going to force any jurisdiction's hand to having to go through this very significant CC&R analysis, which costs a lot of time and resources, right? So that there were a few adjustments there. There were adjustments to the UGB exchange option, especially around kind of Measure 49, just making sure that we're clarifying what our legal guidance to local jurisdictions are, and that it doesn't risk a Measure 49 claim. The other piece was on urban reserve planning. We actually got a lot of very detailed feedback, and shout out to Heather O'Donnell. She had some really great comments for specific ways we could really make it much more of an incentive for jurisdictions outside of the metro to pursue. And so we incorporated some of those. Those are pretty detailed. And then the contentious one, which was the small scale UGB adjustment. Initially in the discussion draft recommendations, we had it modeled on House Bill 4079. That was the Affordable Housing Pilot Project, which functionally, in exchange for delivering certain housing outcomes, waived a Goal 10 and Goal 14 analysis for a 50-acre expansion. And so since then, right, we've heard kind of what the concerns are. There's definitely concern about like precedent setting as like a kind of a bypass or runaround on the process. And so we've thought about this in the way of how can we make this more useful to especially small jurisdictions. And we came up with kind of two alternative approaches that we're going to be talking about in the meeting. One of them being an option that shifts the burden from a local jurisdiction to DLCD to do a Goal 10 and Goal 14 analysis. And another one that's kind of a more limited site selection analysis that's based in Goal 10 and Goal 14. If a jurisdiction meets certain criteria, like they're growing quickly, they have a lot of cost burdening, things like that. So there's a few options there. It's challenging. It's politically contentious, but we're working through it.
Any other commissioners? So I was going to say what I said at the beginning. Brilliant. I'm trying not to show my emotions in this, but obviously this is a topic I know a lot about. So I'm like amazed at every level, let's just say, kind of where Commissioner Lazo is. And what a couple of things. One is this whole process has shown that you guys are really like listening to all different folks and trying to actually solve the problems. I think a lot of times we identify the problems, but in what I've found, especially thinking outside of government, is, jurisdiction, like entities, government entities basically saying, yeah, we understand the problem, but that's not us. Sorry, that's somebody else. And this, even though you identified, okay, condo law isn't us, and the loans that people get isn't us, and tax isn't us, you're creating a list, as you say, of, in order for this to work well, we have to consider these areas that are not us. Okay, got it. Now we need these partnerships, like coming up with a solution to this thing we've all known for a while. I think that's really exciting. And I wasn't expecting that through this process. I was thinking more just, okay, analyzing the regions and making sure everybody's accountable and measuring. I wasn't expecting like a new outcome being, we do need that something that puts together all these pieces that everyone says isn't us, right? So I'm super excited about that, because every time you talked, I was like, what about loans? And then you'd say something about loans. What about this and that? And then even driving out here and seeing communities that are, separated, geographically from each other. As a developer, I just kept on thinking, what private developer could get the resource, like loan funds, to essentially develop in some of these remote communities? I'm like, they can't, and so creating this comprehensive look at the state and then holding us, I say us, HUD, I'm going to put HUD in there, I'm going to put everybody in there accountable, all of us accountable, and then really wrapping in the development community that makes this. I mean, it's brilliant. So I'm super excited. Yeah, very excited.
Chair Halava, thank you. Thank you so much for that. That's very flattering. And I also just wanted to extend that thank you sincerely to the team, Lorelai, Mari, Ethan, everybody who's been just a part of this project. You guys are fantastic. This has been just a fantastic team assignment. And I'm just so amazed by your guys' brilliance and the ideas that you guys come up with, and, just listening to folks too.
Thank you. Yes, one more, Commissioner Lazo.
Yeah, I think that sentiment is so perfect. I think one of the things that's been so impressive over the last 2 years is not stopping at that first question about, why aren't we producing enough housing, and continuing to listen to things like, well, that's not the only question on the table, right? It's why aren't we producing housing that's fair and equitable? What about capacity? Every single question that has come forward is incorporated here. So the one piece I actually wanted to close on was just process wise. Right. You've got comments through October 3rd. So will we see this again in November and then be asked for an action in November? And then that will be prior to what gets submitted to the legislature? Okay, just wanted to confirm process.
Yeah, Commissioner Lazo, that's a great question. Thank you. So the deadline is December 31st of this year, and working backwards from there, we know we have one more kind of LCDC commission meeting before that time. That's in mid-November. And so I believe we're trying to have kind of a refined document taking into, all the feedback that we've been getting by November 10th. That's at least our target date. We'll see how well we achieve that. But to kind of provide that last piece of time, so that way you guys are going to be able to grapple with it one more time, provide kind of last minute direction. I should mention it is a direction to DLCD, kind of similar to Susan Millhauser's report on wildfire. So I don't think it requires an action, but I could be wrong. Yeah.
Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, and Commissioner Lazo, thanks for this. Like wildfire, the legislature's direction was to the agency. So thank you for providing your direction to staff. And then the agency will submit the report to the legislature. And then we will stay tuned and hopefully coming back to you next year for some further action. Thank you.
So it sounds like most of the recommendations different from the wildfire piece are legislative actions, right? So it sounds like, because in the wildfire piece, some of them were whether or not they would come back with rulemaking. So it doesn't sound like there are those kinds of recommendations here right now. Is that? It's like these are actions the legislature will need to take. Am I capturing that right, you think?
Commissioner Lazo, yeah, that's a good question. So yes, but some of those actions are directing LCDC and DLCD to either do guidance or administrative rules on certain topics. So like having buildable lands inventory, off-the-shelf methodologies or assumptions that they can make. That's an example of the type of rulemaking. Clarifying certain things in urban reserves, right? That's another example of rulemaking. There's actually a few areas of rulemaking that we're going to be busy next biennium if the full set of recommendations are implemented. So
I felt like our work was done, but maybe not.
We're done. In that regard, if there was a new entity started, let's just say, is that something that the legislature would, in theory, do this session coming up? And then that could be housed anywhere, I guess, or a new thing that spans. Yeah.
Yeah, Commissioner Halava, or Chair Halava, that's a fantastic question. And that is also one of these areas that is A, nebulous, and B, people have very different opinions about where it should be. And so we recognized in getting into this conversation that, yes, it's important, but we as one agency, right, and with limited ability to bring all these people in within that, time frame that we would need to hash out a solution, we're like, there's no way that we would be able to hash out all of those difficult conversations before the 2023 legislative session. With that said, if the legislature is interested with moving forward with something and they're willing to be the conveners there, they might be working on developing something. I've heard interest in things like something based on the regional solutions model, though there's also concerns with that model that we've also heard from our colleagues at OHCS. So that's still a very open and live question.
Yeah, I just like the idea of, and maybe you have it, I don't know, a diagram that says like, these are all the different, you probably have it already, I'm just verbalizing it with all of the, this is all the different people involved in their part that they're bringing to the, because, yeah. And
Chair Halva, yes, actually, that was the slide that I missed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So with that, I think we're going to take a 30-minute break. Our next session starts at 2:45, and it's on agenda item number 6, rulemaking for adoption of exception criteria for shoreline protection of ocean fronting roads. And so at 2:45, we'll come back, but we get a break in the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I want to walk. are about to start. Yes, let's go. Okay, we're back in session after our break. I'd like to ask Meg Reed, the Coastal Shore Specialist, to provide us with a presentation for agenda item number 6, which I said earlier was the adoption of exception criteria for shoreline protection of public ocean fronting roads. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Meg Reed, and I'm the Coastal Shore Specialist for the department. Yeah, that's quite a mouthful for the rulemaking title. But we are asking for your consideration of adoption of a new rule today that is very narrow and specific to allowing public ocean fronting roads along the coast to have the option of structural protection from coastal erosion hazards. So I'm going to take you from John Day all the way out to the coast for this rulemaking. So just to give a quick overview, I'll have a presentation for about 25 minutes, and then there'll be plenty of time for discussion. So I'll start with a little bit just background of Goal 18, the Beaches and Dunes goal, give some history and context of how we got to this rulemaking as opposed to a different type of option, such as a goal amendment. The proposed rule language itself, which is fairly short, it's about 1.5 pages in your staff report packet. The public comments we've received throughout the process, and some of the potential impacts of the proposed rule language, and then finally ask for your action to consider adopting the rule language. So just to start, give a little background on statewide planning goal 18, the Beaches and Dunes goal. Much like our agency's mission, it is a balancing act between protection of beach and dune areas and ecosystems in the public beach, along with the appropriate development of these highly dynamic and often highly desirable and valuable areas along the ocean front. And it has a few sort of main requirements of local governments to that end. The first being an inventory. So local governments have to inventory beach and dune landforms to see which ones are more dynamic and active that might be subject to ocean erosion and flooding versus those areas that are more stabilized and might be more appropriate for development. And then from that, there is a requirement that is a prohibition on certain types of development in those active areas. So houses and commercial industrial buildings are prohibited from development in areas that generally are subject to ocean flooding and erosion. And then another main provision is around foredune grading, which is the lowering of the height of a dune, generally for the purposes of views to improve oceanfront views from property. Originally, when the goal was first adopted in the 70s, that was outright prohibited, but many people did it anyway. And so the commission came back together and studied the protective qualities of a dune. One of the reasons why we care so much about dunes is because they offer protection to human development from erosion and flooding in particular. So we did come back in 1984 with amendments to the goal that do allow foredune grading for views under very prescribed circumstances. So there's a minimum height that they're allowed to be lowered to, and then they have to be done on an area-wide basis. And then finally, one of the most important pieces is stabilizing the dune afterwards with vegetation, which you can see in that picture in the upper right-hand corner. That is a dune after it's been graded with some vegetation, some dune grasses planted. And then finally, one of the most applicable provisions to this rulemaking today is about beachfront protection or shoreline armoring. Those things are sort of, those words are used interchangeably, and it's really about hardening or fixing the shoreline in place to protect private property behind that structure from coastal erosion. So that middle picture on the top is a picture of riprap revetment in Cannon Beach. So that's an example of some of the most typical structures that you see on the coast. Because as many of you know, especially Commissioner Jacobson, the Oregon coast is very dynamic. We have one of the most energetic winter wave climates in the world. And so it is an extremely erosive environment. And so these structures provide one of the best options for keeping development in place and protecting it from erosion. But it does have some impacts, and particularly to the public beach and to beach habitats. So the goal has this limitation in place that says only those areas that existed as of January 1st, 1977 are allowed to have beachfront protective structures. And development is further defined within the goal as houses, commercial industrial buildings, and vacant but improved subdivision lots. So you can see missing from that list is public facilities, roads, and things like that. I'm not really sure if that was done intentionally or not. I don't know the rule history that well, but regardless, it doesn't allow roads currently to be protected by this approach. However, as you might know, Highway 101 goes along the Oregon coast, and it's been developed since the 1960s was when it was completed. So it certainly fits under this grandfathering provision of the January 1st, 1977. And one of the reasons why there was this limitation placed is because shoreline armoring can have a really profound impact on the public beach. And you can see that through this graphic here on the right-hand side, where you have a natural beach on the top and then a seawall placed. And that really limits the amount of sediment that can erode back into the system and create more beach. And so you're limiting the amount of sediment. And then also when the waves come up along the beach, they take that sand back out. And so the beach is low, the profile is lowered over time. And especially with sea level rise, the water comes up higher and higher and further back on the beach until you get to a point where there's no public beach anymore. There's just a wall and then water. So that's really one of the biggest limitations with this approach over time. It can also deflect wave energy. So it doesn't really solve the problem of erosion. It just moves it north or south. And it also disrupts the ecosystems in those areas. It might not look like it, but there are a lot of critters that live in the sand and razor clams and things like that that really depend on the beach ecosystem. And these are some photos that kind of show what that looks like now. This is the community of Nescoin, which is in southern Tillamook County, and most of the area is riprap already, as you can see in these photos. And you can see the waves coming up to the toe of those structures. And so on high tides, people can't access the beach in certain areas under the conditions right now. And we anticipate that will just get worse as sea levels rise. However, it is a good approach to protecting development in place. So there's this balancing act between protecting the public beach and protecting infrastructure and development. And we know that Highway 101 in particular is very vulnerable to coastal erosion in some places. It certainly is an ocean fronting road in many locations. So the Department of Transportation has tried to find ways to protect its asset in various ways. Back in 2002, the Department of Transportation's commission, along with our commission, did try to do a Goal 18 amendment to add Highway 101 to the definition of development eligible for beachfront protective structures. It went pretty far through the process, but then at the final public hearing, there was a lot of opposition from people on all ends of the spectrum. And so ultimately the amendment was withdrawn. So then in 2019, we held a focus group that was focused on some of the main practitioner issues with this shoreline armoring provision of Goal 18 over the years. We looked at 4 different topic areas, but public infrastructure and whether or not it should be protected under these types of structural approaches was one of the topics that we focused on. And there was a recommendation from that group to move forward with rulemaking. So this was sort of seen as a compromised approach between doing a goal amendment and doing nothing. Was you could actually create a reasons exception that is specific to these types of roads along the ocean front and go through the already established local government goal exception process, but create a specific one for these types of roads. And that would provide some more clarity for the Department of Transportation and other road entities, but also give some local control over it as well and have it go through the regular public process for a local goal exception. So it was approved by our policy team for rulemaking a couple of years ago, and we came to you, as you might remember, July of 2021 to initiate this rulemaking. And so that's when we sent out an open recruitment for Rule Advisory Committee members. And we were really looking for people who live, work, or have an interest on the coast to serve on the Rule Advisory Committee. And the charge was really to focus on those on public roads. There are certainly other types of public infrastructure that are at risk of coastal erosion on the coast, which also would fall into this bucket of not being able to have structural protection, that like lighthouses, campgrounds, waysides, parking lots, wastewater infrastructure, stormwater outfalls, things like that. But the group really decided to focus in on roads in particular because they are so crucial to the transportation network of our coastal communities and such an important lifeline route that was the focus that the members thought that it was really important to focus on that. And then also to keep with that intention of Goal 18, that grandfathering provision that only those roads that were developed as of 1977 would be able to move forward with this type of goal exception. So we put together a rules advisory committee. The members are listed here. We had 18 applications for people who wanted to be on the committee, and we chose 9. And they represent a variety of different interests. We had local government officials, we had state agencies, we had tourism groups, small businesses, emergency management, volunteers, and public works, and then as well as environmental advocacy and coastal recreation groups. So we were very grateful for the time they took to meet with us. We met a total of 4 times, and they were really critical to developing the rule language that you see today. And they spent a lot of time thinking about these issues and also taking the public comments that we received to heart and to address those to the amount feasible that we could. And this is just a timeline to share how we've been going through this process. So like I said, we initiated in July of 2021 and had RAC recruitment. And then we met 4 times. Our process was slightly delayed because, as you all know, there was some really significant rulemaking that the department was undertaking in the meantime. And so we staggered ours a little bit. And we started meeting December of 2021 and just finished this past August with our 4th and final meeting. And those meetings really focused on developing the rule language. We did hold a geographic public hearing in Newport in August, and that is a requirement for any rule that applies to a specific geography and not statewide. And so that is why we held that. And then finally, we are here today to ask for your consideration to adopt the rule, and it would become effective at the end of the month if that were to be the case. So the rule itself, what does it say? This would be going into an existing rule that really talks about the local government goal exception process, how you take a goal exception to any of our statewide planning goals. And this one is in the reasons exception. And as you may know, there are several goals and goal provisions where there's a carve out for a specific piece of a goal. So this would be to Goal 18 Implementation Requirement 5, which is the one on shoreline protection. And so what the rule language says is that defines sort of sideboards on what are those roads that would be applicable in this case. And so it's roads that are parallel to the ocean shore and not ones that dead end, which does happen, as you can imagine, quite a bit. But we're not really trying to give private property owners who are not eligible for shoreline protection a roundabout way of getting it through this exception. So we're really focused only on those parallel roads that are part of a transportation network, and also public roads. So they have to be owned and maintained by a public body. So again, a private property owner couldn't apply for this on behalf of a road. So it has to be the public bodies. Then we go on to talk about there has to be a significant public benefit to justify adding more armoring to the shoreline. And with that is a feasibility assessment. So there's a minimum of alternatives that must be considered before you go to this option. So alternatives that would not require a goal exception, which might be removing or relocating the road, could be using softer solutions like beach nourishment management or dune stabilization, vegetation plantings and things like that. You have to prove that shoreline armoring is the only option in this case, and it has the biggest public benefit as opposed to other types of options. Then further, it talks about, okay, so now you've proven that you have to have a shoreline armoring in this place. How do you propose to minimize the impacts of that structure? So how do you minimize the visual impacts, account for sea level rise over the design life of the structure, and then importantly, maintain beach access both to the ocean shore, so coming from the land to the beach, but then also along the ocean shore, north to south. And then this middle piece, mitigation, was the piece that we spent the most time on with the Rural Advisory Committee. There was very strong feelings that if we're going to allow more public or more shoreline armoring and allow that to be done through public bodies, that it really needs to mitigate the impacts of that additional shoreline armoring. And so we borrowed some language from the Department of State Lands. They have a wetlands mitigation program. And so we borrowed some of the ideas from that you have to first try to avoid the impacts, minimize the impacts, and then rectify and compensate for that. And the compensation piece is really the one where we spend a lot of time on, because right now there is no mitigation program for the ocean shore and for beach habitat. So there's really no sideboards or priorities identified of how you would do compensation for the ocean shore. But we thought it was really important to have at least something there to put it on the applicant to provide something. And then there is a hope that the Parks and Recreation Department, who has jurisdiction over the public beach, and they're ultimately the authority who permits structures based on their rules and criteria, that they would then move forward with their own rulemaking to create a mitigation program. So there's enough flexibility in the rule language to allow for that and to require it, but we don't specify exactly what that compensation looks like, because in our opinion, it really should not live in an exception rule. It should be in the permit authorities rule language. And then the final piece is really just about, there are 4 standards written in goal 2, the land use process goal, about how you take a reasons exception. And so we're just reminding the applicant that they still have those other tests to meet that are in other parts of the existing rule. We did, so we met 4 times, as I mentioned. They were all virtual meetings, and we did live stream them on YouTube, so they're open to the public. And we did have a open comment period the entire time. We had, since we initiated rulemaking, and we did receive a few comments throughout the way. Generally, we have received supportive comments, and we haven't received any that are outright opposed to the rule. But the comments really focus mostly on making sure that the exception is narrow and ensuring impacts to the public beach are minimized and mitigated. So like I said, that section, the last section of the rule language, is really important to try to maybe through land acquisition or improving beach access points or something like that, where a body like the Department of Transportation could mitigate and compensate for the impacts of shoreline armoring in a different way. So before I end, I just wanted to add a little bit about the current state of shoreline armoring on the Oregon coast. So what is out there already, and then what we might be proposing to add to that. So right now, about 22.8 miles of the shore is currently armored, and that's about 6% of the shoreline. And that's pretty low compared to other coastal states around the country. So I think that shows that the policies of Goal 18 are working the way they were intended to do. And most of that armoring does occur in Clatsop, Tillamook, and Lincoln counties. This graphic on the left shows the center points of all the existing structures broken by county. And so you can see there's lots of dense points in Tillamook, Lincoln, and Clatsop counties. And that's not surprising. That's where most of the coastal population lives. So it's really where more development is at risk of that coastal erosion. On the southern Oregon coast, there's a lot of public land that's on the ocean front. So that really helps to mitigate that risk in those areas. And then there's still a lot of potential for armoring out there. So about 42 miles of the coast is eligible under the current policies and not yet armored. So there is still a significant amount that might be armored into the future. And then, so what would this new rule do if we're adding this ability for roads to get more armoring? This has been a tricky number to figure out. So Highway 101, we think there's about 14 miles that are exposed and ocean fronting. And actually, the Department of Transportation is doing a vulnerability assessment right now that they're finishing up to really try to hone in and pinpoint those areas where they really want to move forward with a goal exception and have shoreline armoring. The other roads have been the more tricky to calculate, and I would not put too much stock in this number that's here on the screen. So this would be other roads like city or county roads, state parks, the Bureau of Land Management, and roads like that. I think it's probably more like 40 miles, but that is, we've been sort of actively doing this analysis. It's really hard to get to this because there are parts of the coast that are rocky already, and that's not very erosive. So those areas probably don't need to move forward with an exception like this. And then there are parts where there might not be any development between the beach and the road, but it's maybe a mile or more between the road and the beach. So it's unlikely that you're going to have that much erosion. So I think it's not a very big number, but it's still significant. So I would say, this is potentially more armoring that we would be allowing through this exception. However, I would note that any of these roads could currently ask for an exception right now through a general reasons exception process. What the benefit of this does is it creates a very clear pathway for these roads where we know this is already a problem, and it really helps to highlight the public justification piece of it, and as well as the feasibility assessment, to really prove that there is no other option and that this is really the one that has the most public benefit. So I think that is what's really nice about adding this specific goal exception, is creating those sideboards, the clearer pathway for roads like 101, where we think that's probably the entity that will utilize this exception the most. So that's it, and I'll pause for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Commissioners, do you have any clarifying questions for Meg? Commissioner Jacobson?
Yeah, thank you. I always love that the only photos of Lincoln County in these meetings are wildfire and shore armoring. When you're here in November, we'll see some things besides that, hopefully. But I guess I just have a question about this process. And my question is really, when it comes down to, implementation, in an agency, most likely ODOT in many cases, going after this exception, is the state defining, or having guidelines that local jurisdictions have to meet in terms of mitigation? Or is that left up to each individual jurisdiction to come up with what mitigation might be?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Jacobson, for that question. It's something that the group definitely talked about a lot because, as I mentioned, there is no mitigation program now. So it would be on the applicant to propose something, and then up to the local decision makers to decide if that was acceptable or not, and if it met the criteria or not of the goal exception. There is hope that we will start a process with the Department of Parks and Recreation to develop a mitigation program, but I'm sure that would take a while to complete. We do say in the rule language to at least consider the ocean management strategy document, which is a document that the Parks and Recreation Department puts together every 10 years, I think. Mr. Shipsey might correct me if I'm wrong, but there's some things in there that could help kind of understand where there's priority areas for access, where there's not a lot of beach access right now. So those kinds of things could be part of that mitigation. But yeah, I think at this point, it would be discretionary of deciding what is appropriate compensation.
Yeah, thanks. That's how I felt it was when I read through it. But while I generally am supportive of local jurisdictions having control, I'm worried that without some overarching sort of framework, that we're going to see a variety of approaches to that, and that they're kind of going to be inconsistently applied. So I'm just I'm worried about that particular piece of this process.
Vice Chair Leland.
Thank you, Chair. So unless I'm missing something, this is really only going to be a public agency applying for the goal exception, be it the most likely the state, but could be a city, like you said, a county, maybe a road district. I don't know what the other options are. So hopefully they will coordinate closely with DLCD as well as state parks and others to address exactly what Commissioner Jacobson's, I think, really valid concern that I share as well is. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lilac. I would agree. I think something that many of the both public comments and our RAC members did say is, especially if it's Department of Transportation, they do mitigation all the time for other projects across the state. And they have a land acquisition program. They own a lot of land on the coast. And across the state. And so I think for them in particular, it's not something that's outside of what they do already. So they have a lot of expertise in that area. And so I think that would be a benefit when they're proposing this mitigation in this particular case. For other cities and county roads, it would be a little bit more up to them. But again, I think they would probably consult others to figure out what would be the best compensation. And being that it is a public process, there'd probably be good input from others who have some expertise in this as well of guiding what that mitigation could look like.
Commissioner Lazo, Commissioner Boyer.
I just have a comment that Barbara Boyer, sorry. I live 40 miles from the coast and I'm down there often and I drive those roads and there are some very sketchy parts of 101. So I support all this work that's been done.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyer.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. I actually have three questions. And the first is, you said that ODOT and other folks could already apply for this exception for roads that are going to be in the same set of these. So why haven't they, if there's a need for it? The second question is, how does this, is there something in like ODOT road design standards that also speak to building a road next to the ocean? So, and then the third question is, are there federal agencies that are involved in sort of this type of protection, whether it's protection of the oceans or roads? And I'm thinking folks like, I guess this is the state DSL, Division of State Lands, or the Corps, those kinds of folks in this kind of work. So a range of questions.
Yeah, awesome. Hopefully I remember them all. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Lazo. So yes, the third one, I'll answer the third one first. For federal agencies that might be involved in permitting of shoreline protection, it does kind of depend on how far into the onto the public beach it goes. So Department of State Lands does have removal fill authority in the estuaries and other tidal and other waters of the state, but on the ocean shore, the responsibility was moved to the Department of the Parks and Recreation Department. So they have that authority on the ocean shore. So they're the permitting authority for that. But then if it goes into the mean high water, then the Army Corps of Engineers would require a removal fill permit. And then if they're involved, then they invoke other agencies. So like the National Marine Fisheries for like take of marine animals and things like that. And I think there might be another one involved too. So generally projects try to avoid that because it does add a lot of layers of complexity. Also, I mean, for shoreline armoring, you would probably want to try and to avoid that anyway, just because that's a large footprint on the public beach too, to go that far. So that's part of it. The first one, can you remind me again of the first part?
Was, why haven't folks like ODOT applied for this if they already can?
Yes, that's a great question. I don't want to mischaracterize this, but I think they're afraid of it, of doing a goal exception. They think that it would be really difficult to get one. So they've been a little hesitant to go down this process. So this was sort of a way to help clarify it a little bit more. And they also do have some emergency powers because of their importance, keeping roads safe. So I think there is sort of a thought that, you know, for example, if the area of, you've probably driven this area north of Newport, which I'm sure Commissioner Jacobson knows well, it's doubly has landslides and coast erosion coming at the road. So it's particularly tough section. I think they have this thought that if it fell into the ocean, they could use emergency powers to riprap it. So I think they don't want to do that, but that is sort of like a backstop, I guess. So this, I'm hopeful that and they were part of our rural advisory committee, that they see a different path by creating this exception for them. So that's kind of my understanding, at least, of why they haven't done this yet. And then you had a second one, I think.
This may not be something you know or matter, but design standards. I mean, so I guess if it's roads before 77, there may not have been those kinds of standards, but I would assume now that you would take that into account.
Yeah, I think they do. But there's probably not a lot of new roads being built along the oceanfront, but I think they have done some pilot studies where they've looked at natural solutions. So like a dynamic revetment, which is basically like cobble placed on the beach that is allowed to move with the wave action, but it still provides protection from erosion. So they've looked at that in certain areas, doing sort of like geotextile burritos that are vegetated. So they have been pretty proactive at like studying alternative solutions to shoreline armoring. But in some areas, it's just really challenging because the beach is really narrow and the ocean energy is just really high. And so, you know, a seawall or riprap is probably the best option.
We have one person who signed up for public comment. And Commissioner Jacobson, sorry. You can go first, Commissioner Jacobson.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to add a little context on the waiting till there's an emergency to do it. I mean, I agree with you that is the kind of current path that's available, but just for some context for non-coastal people, you know, and why that doesn't work super well is back in early 2000s sometime, we had a section of road in Lincoln County that was completely slipped out between Newport and Depot Bay, which is like a 20-minute drive. It was about 9 or 10 months for that section to be put back in, 9 or 10 months. And the only option you had, typically a 20-minute drive, is if you were in Depot Bay, to drive north, opposite the direction you wanted to go, get to Salishan, drive probably 30 minutes into Siletz, and then another 20 minutes back to Newport. So it was really making that almost an hour, you know, round trip to try to get just to one place. And so the emergency thing from a coastal end, while it is a path forward to get armoring, typically puts us in a really difficult situation because 101 is an artery for us. And when that's cut off, we really just don't have very many alternatives. And a lot of the alternatives we have aren't paved or aren't meant to hold up to kind of daily traffic. The Siletz Highway that everyone was using during that example I just gave is not meant to be used like that. There was also restrictions on that road for freight and large vehicles that couldn't go that way because the road is not built for them. So they actually had to go up through Salem and back around into Newport. And so while the emergency thing is a path, oftentimes when those roads slip, they're gone. We're not talking about like a Band-Aid. We're talking about they have completely fell off into the ocean and are simply missing from point A to point B. And it takes many, many months to get those patched back together in some way. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobson. So we're going to open up for public comment. I think we have Charles Plybon from the Surf Router Foundation on Zoom.
Hi, thank you, Chair, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Charlie Plyven. I'm the Oregon Policy Manager for Surfrider Foundation. I had the pleasure of being part of the rulemaking body and also the previous focus group that looked at this issue. For the purposes of my organization, I have to say that we have a beach preservation policy that in no way, shape, or form really supports shoreline armoring in any situation. However, there are unavoidable situations and there are necessities like public roads and transportation. So I can't say that our organization supports this exception, but we certainly don't oppose it given the necessity of our public roads and transportation up and down the coast. That being said, I do want to go back to some important things that Ms. Reed brought up in her presentation, and that is what is being lost with each one of these types of projects of shoreline armoring. The reason we and the state of Oregon is opposed to shoreline armoring is because of the impacts to public resources, particularly our public beaches, which, as you all well know, are protected for customary use and active recreation through our beach bill, which is a very important piece of legislation culturally to all Oregonians, but also economically to the coast. If you go to any community and you look at surveys of why people come to the coast, they come here not to drive up and down the roads, not to look at riprap, but to walk on the beaches. And so with each one of these types of projects, we are losing public beaches. And we're doing that under the auspices now of allowing that, but requiring beach mitigation that's undefined. And not having that clearly defined, I share the same sort of concerns, and our organization shares the same sort of concerns that were raised by Commissioner Jacobson, particularly in that every government, every entity, every applicant may approach that differently. And with something as important to the Oregon coast as our public beaches, we believe that there should be some sort of very clear beach mitigation program to protect what we've been losing. Currently, under Goal 18, there is some proliferation, as you've seen, of shoreline armoring, but not only protect what we've been losing, but what we're about to lose. Potentially another 40 miles of coastline stands to be jeopardized by shoreline armoring. So we think it's really important that the commission considers directing DLCD and parks to share an exercise in developing out that beach mitigation program to give clear guidance to local government and applicants and to protect a legacy for the Oregon coast, our economy, and our culture. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Were there any questions by commission to Charlie? I was wondering if you might be able to respond to kind of that larger issue of the mitigation program for the coast.
Thank you, Chair Lova, and thank you, Charlie. I think that's a tough one. I think that mitigation is really important and would be really important for this, for any new armoring. And I think that's true of not just the roads, but any like for private development as well. But I do think that it's not the rule exception language is not really the right place to put it. So we have, this opportunity to open the rule and add this exception right now, but, and I think it's really important to have that it is a requirement to do mitigation and compensation, but not describe what that looks like, because I think that it would be better served in the permitting authority of the Parks and Recreation Department, who has, they have the criteria already in place of like, there's already things that applicants have to look at, like the minimizing visual impacts and the maintaining beach access and other things like that. So because they have that program within their authority, I think that is probably the better place to put more details for a compensation program and not necessarily in the rule exception language itself. But, and we have less control over that, which is the challenging part, because it's another agency that would have to embark on rulemaking. And I know that they are similarly, short-staffed and have limited capacity, and they're rebuilding their Ocean Shore program right now. They had a huge turnover of staff and they have all new staff now. So they're sort of building the program back up. And there's definitely interest, I know, from staff to do this. But when they'll be able to do it is certainly a question. So I think it's tricky. I think we've tried to do the best we can with this rule language and addressing that concern, but I think there's more to be done.
Thank you. So I was gonna see if anybody would like to make the motion. Vice Chair Leland.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up question to that. Would the exceptions process review the mitigation as well, or would that be outside of the exceptions process?
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Lilac. Yes, it would have to be reviewed during the local exception process to, I think, basically the decision would be, did the applicant provide mitigation and did they follow the process? So avoidance is first, and then minimize, rectify, compensate. And if they got to the point of compensation, which I think is where the most questions are right now, then it would be up to the decision maker to decide if they appropriately fulfilled the criteria or not. And they, it could be that the local governing body said this is not enough, either withdraw your application or try again, or we deny it. So I think that would ultimately be up to the decision maker to decide whether that was enough to meet that criteria.
Thank you. That's certainly helpful, and I hope that addresses Charlie's concern, the Surfriders Foundation, because they'll have the opportunity to participate in those planning processes through the public involvement. Thank you.
So with that, I wanted to see if anybody would like to make a motion.
I'll move. I move the Land Conservation and Development Commission adopt OAR 660-004-0020 subsection 12 as drafted in attachment C of agenda item 6.
May I have a second?
I second.
Any discussion on the motion? In that case, I'll ask Casaria to do the roll call, and Commissioner Sandoval is excused.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lilac,
Aye.
Chair Halova.
Aye. And with that, the motion passes. Thank you for your work. Important work. Thank you very much, Mike. So that concludes our last agenda item of the day. I will be absent for the meeting tomorrow. And I'll say this and then I'll hand it to the director because I'm going to a wedding and I can't change the wedding date. So no, nor should I. So Vice Chair Lilac will be leading the meeting tomorrow, I think via Zoom in my absence, and we might want to have a backup plan too if internet connections are unstable. We're going to recess the meeting as soon as we hear from our director until 8:30 tomorrow, where we'll begin with item 8, the policy agenda update. And just to remind everybody, agenda item 11 tomorrow is public comment. We'll begin at 11 a.m. and that's for public comment that was not related to any of the agenda items that we've had in these 2 days. So it's open comment. And then maybe, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Again, Brenda Bateman, Department Director. Just to clarify, tomorrow morning start is at 8:30. And I have a couple of announcements about our schedule that was rearranged because of lightning yesterday. So today's walkabout will continue as scheduled. And then right after that at 5:15, we've brought back yesterday's 3D site visit for those of you who are available and interested. And then from there, we'll go to dinner. So we've put the 3D piece in at the very end of our formal activities today. A couple of other things I wanted to announce. This morning, we talked about a press release that would be coming out from the Department of Forestry with regard to wildfire. They indeed did release that press release earlier today. And the main takeaway in there, the meat of the matter is that they've laid out a bit more of a schedule that will that we can look forward to and know when the next version of the statewide wildfire wildfire risk map will be coming out. So March 1st, 2023, we can expect to see a draft version of the next map that will be compiled with a lot of public input. And after that draft comes out, there will be more engagement, conversation, and public input throughout the spring, summer, and into the fall. And they're saying October or thereabouts, 2023, we can expect to see a final copy of the wildfire risk map. And so to accompany that conversation, or in parallel with that, we've been on the phone with the governor's office and with Wildfire Director Doug Graff, who have supported the idea of this department pulling its placeholder legislative concept that we'd put in place. You may recall we put one in place months ago because that was the deadline. It was empty. It was a shell. It was a placeholder in case we needed one for the 2023 legislative session. It's caused some angst and anxiety. And folks have said that that indicates where we're going. It does not. It did not. We are pulling it. So if the legislature needs to direct us further, they'll come up with their own legislative concept. They don't need ours. So we're happy to retire it and pull it off the table.
Thank you, Director. So I think we will be meeting at a specified place. I've closed my book, so now I don't know where it is, for the walking tour that our commission's going to do. And maybe, yeah, Deputy Director.
Sure, Chair. Hello. Just to remind commissioners, Commissioner Warren is right on it. In your colored packets, they're the overview of kind of key logistics. So on page 2 of that, you'll find the location of the walking tours, item 6, the location of the optional tours, item 4, and the location of dinner is item 7, but it's all on page 2 there. Thank you.
With that, I'm concluding the meeting.